This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Jack Benny Program.
American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Fine tobacco that means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest stars, Victor Moore, Peter Lind Hayes, and Frank Capra.
Well, if it isn't yours truly, Don Wilson.
Hello, Rochester. Is Mr. Benny in?
No, Mr. Benny took Miss Livingston to the movies.
Oh, well, when he comes back, will you tell him that... Say, Rochester, did you bake a cake or something? I smell melted butter.
Oh, that. Well, you see, every time Mr. Benny goes to the movies, I make him a bag of popcorn.
That's ridiculous. Why doesn't he buy it at the theater? With butter and everything, it must cost more to make your popcorn at home.
Theoretically, yes, but actually, no.
What do you mean?
Well, I make 2 bags, and he sells one of them to Miss Livingston.
Oh, I see. Well, in that way, you break even.
Break even? Since the OPA went off, we're showing a profit.
But, Rochester, don't you take a loss on the kernels that don't pop?
Mr. Benny will pop them if he has to take them to a blast furnace.
Well, as long as Jack isn't home, I think I'll run along.
If you care to wait, he ought to be back any minute now. They went to the neighborhood theater.
Gosh, Jack, I'm sure glad you took me to see It's a Wonderful Life. I think it's a marvelous picture.
Yeah.
I thought the direction was great. Jimmy Stewart was sensational.
Yeah, sensational.
Jimmy gave that part just what it needed. I thought his acting was superb.
All right, so his acting was superb. He's supposed to be a great actor. That's what he got paid for.
Well, Jack, I saw your last picture.
I returned the money. So don't be so smart. Anyway, Mary, don't get me wrong. I like the picture, It's a Wonderful Life, but it's awfully hard to believe that part where Jimmy Stewart's angel comes down and shows him what would have happened if he hadn't been born. I don't know, it's too fantastic.
Oh, you've been mad at pictures ever since they put out Bank Night.
I have not. It's just that I don't...
Oh, Jack, let's stop and look in this jewelry window.
Okay.
Gee, what gorgeous jewelry they have here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Jack,
What?
look at that beautiful engagement ring.
Mary, are you hinting?
Uh-huh.
Well, it won't do you any good. I'll never wear it. Come on, Mary, let's go.
No, I want to look at all these things in the window.
Okay.
Oh, Martha.
What is it, Emily?
Isn't that Jack Benny standing over there?
Well, I declare. My, but he's handsome. Every time I see him, I get weak and wobbly all over.
Oh, Martha.
It's the truth, Emily. He really sends me. And if I was 20 years younger, I'd go. Emily, who's that girl with Mr. Benny?
Why, that's Mary Livingston.
Look how tight she's holding on to his arm. I'd like to go over and pull her hair out.
Oh, stop being so irritable. You've been acting like this ever since Van Johnson got married.
You should talk, Emily. You broke your baseball bat when Lippy married Lorraine. Anyway, I think Jack Benny is...
Quiet. Here they come.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello there. Isn't it rather late for you girls to be out?
Girls.
Come on, Mary. Let's go. Gee, Mary, Wilshire Boulevard looks beautiful at night, doesn't it?
Yeah, all the light and... Say, Jack, isn't that Frank Capra?
Who?
Frank Capra, the man who directs the picture we just saw. It's a Wonderful Life.
Yes, it is. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Jack. Mary?
Well, this is a coincidence, Frank. We just came from seeing your picture.
Really? I go to that theater every day.
You go to see your picture every day?
No, I just go for the newsreel. I love to hear the governors of Georgia talk.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Capra, I want to congratulate you on your direction of It's a Wonderful Life. I thought it was great.
Thank you, Mary. How'd you like it, Jack?
Oh, I thought it was fine, Frank, but that part about the guardian angel was just a little too unbelievable.
Well, Jack, in the picture I didn't try to show what did happen. I tried to show what could happen if someone had never been born.
I know,
For
but...
example, what do you think would have happened if you'd never been born?
Well...
There'd be a lot more money in circulation.
Mary, stop. But all in all, Frank, I did think it was a very entertaining picture.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jack. Well, I have to run along now.
Oh, just a minute, Frank. I'm glad we ran into each other because I've been wanting to talk to you about a picture for me.
For you?
Yes, you see, the studios have all been after me, but I thought that you, with your great insight into human nature, might better capture my personality.
Jack, I'm late already.
Think of it, Frank, think of it. Frank Capra presents Jack Benny in King Lear. Then there's a tremendous blast of trumpets, and the scene opens with me in royal robes walking majestically toward the throne. Can't you just see it, Frank? Can't you? Can't you?
Jack, let go of his collar. His face is turning blue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow. Well, smog or no smog, it's good to be breathing again.
What?
Well, so long, King Lear. See you later. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Come on, Mary. I'll walk you home.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, quiet. Rochester! Oh, Rochester!
Is that you, boss?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson dropped by, but I told him you were at the movies and he wouldn't wait.
Oh, well, I'll see you tomorrow. Come here a minute and... Rochester, what's that penny on the table?
Huh? Oh, while Mr. Wilson was here, he stepped into the bathroom and weighed himself.
Good. How much does Mr. Wilson weigh now?
I don't know, but you got a lot of broken tile in the bathroom. Say, boss, how'd you like the picture?
It's a Wonderful Life? Oh, very much, Rochester, but a little too fantastic. You know, the angel and everything. I don't know. Say, Rochester, I'm a little sick to my stomach. I'm going to the medicine cabinet and take something. There it is. A couple of swallows of this, and I'll feel much better. This ought to fix me up. Oh, darn it, I dropped the glass. Well, I'll just drink a little out of the bottle and... Oh, my goodness. Look at that label. This is iodine. I almost poisoned myself. Oh, boy, am I glad I dropped the glass. What a lucky accident.
That was no accident, Jack.
Huh?
I knocked the glass out of your hand.
You knocked the... Wait a minute. How did you get in here? Who are you?
I'm your guardian angel.
What? My guardian angel?
Yes, I've been watching over you all of your life. I've guided you and I've protected you.
Guided me? Protected me?
Yes, I've governed every move you ever made.
Oh, you mean it's you who kept me from spending my money?
No, you've done pretty well with that yourself.
Thank you. But you saved my life, and you don't even know me.
Oh, you're wrong, Jack. I know everything about you. Remember when you were 7 years old, you broke a window and you blamed it on your sister, Florence?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
And remember when you were 10 years old, how proud you were when you put on your first toupee?
That was for a school play.
Well, the play is over. Take it off.
Say, you do know a lot of things about me. Well, Angel, it was nice of you to save my life, and come again sometime. Huh?
Oh, I can't go yet, because you see, I was sent down here to prove something to you.
Prove what?
I'm going to show you what would have happened if you had never been born.
You mean like what I saw in the picture tonight?
Yes. Come with me.
No. I'm not coming with you. No, sir, I'm afraid.
Oh, you're nothing to fear. Come on now, come on.
I'm not coming with you. Let go of my arm. Let go of my arm. Rochester! Rochester! That's funny. Rochester!
You have no Rochester.
What do you mean I have no Rochester? You've been my butler for 10 years.
No, he hasn't. You've never been born.
You mean there's no Jack Benny?
That's right. Now come. Come with me.
Hey, where are we? What are we doing in this department store?
This is the May Company.
Oh, yeah. And there's Mary behind the stocking counter, like she used to be years ago. What is she doing back here?
She never left here. You see, you were never born to take her away.
Gee, she looks good.
Well, of course, she's been eating regularly.
Oh, this whole thing is crazy. I'm going over to Mary and ask her myself. Oh, Mary! Mary!
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
What are you doing behind the stocking counter? Why aren't you on the radio?
Well, that's a new approach. They generally ask me why I'm not in pictures.
But, Mary, please, don't you recognize me? Don't you know me? Have you forgotten all about our radio work?
What radio work?
What work? Are you crazy? What do you do every Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock?
I take a bath. Do you mind?
Mary, please listen to me.
I'll thank you not to be so familiar. Please call me by my last name.
Okay. Now, listen, Miss Livingston.
It's Mrs. Klingenpeel. Mrs. Herman Klingenpeel.
Mrs.? You're married? I can't believe... Just a little while ago, you tried to buy me an engagement ring. You can't be married.
Well, ask my husband. He's the floor walker.
What?
Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Mister?
Yes?
Is this true? Are you two married?
Well, if we're not, we certainly gypped the bride and groom program out of a 2-week honeymoon.
Oh, stop. Mary, this is all a terrible mistake. Angel, where are you?
Just a minute. I'm opening a charge account.
Well, what's taking you so long?
They don't believe my address.
Never mind that now. Take me out of here. Take me to Dennis Day. He'll know me.
All right, Jack. Hold on. Here we go.
Angel, what are we doing here in New York City?
Why, don't you recognize this place? This is Studio H in NBC.
Oh, yeah. And there's Dennis Day walking up to the microphone. Oh, Dennis!
Sorry, Pop. No autograph.
I don't want your autograph. Dennis, don't you recognize me? I'm Jack Benny.
Who?
Benny, Jack Benny. Listen. Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume?
I don't know about the perfume, but your singing stinks.
Angel, he doesn't even know me.
Well, of course he doesn't know you. Jack Benny doesn't exist.
Doesn't?
You're still waiting to be born.
Waiting to be born? That's ridiculous. Look at my hair. It's gray.
Yeah, you've been waiting a long time.
Dennis, think a minute. I'm Jack Benny, the man you work for.
Oh, no, mister, you're wrong. I work for that man over there, the one with the baggy eyes.
Where?
Thank you, and welcome to... Hey, what's going on here? I've got a program to do, and I don't need any outside help.
Why, you're Fred Allen.
You were expecting maybe Uncle Remus?
Now, wait a minute, Fred, wait a minute. Don't you pretend you never met me either.
I'm sorry. I don't believe I ever had the pleasure.
Pleasure? Fred, look at me. I'm Jack Benny. The man you hate.
Me? Me hate anybody. Why, everyone knows Fred Allen loves the whole world. I love my writers. I love the NBC vice presidents and the censors, too. I love the little lads and lassies who ask me for my autograph as they wipe their little noses on my sleeve. And believe me, sir, I love you, too.
Angel, there must be something wrong. Fred Allen doesn't hate anybody.
Certainly, you weren't born yet.
Wait a minute, Fred. You and Dennis are just pretending you don't know me. But the rest of your cast will.
The rest of my cast? There are no other performers on my program, just Dennis and myself.
Oh, yeah? What about Senator Claghorn and Titus Moody and Ajax Cassidy?
Why, I thought everybody knew Dennis plays all those parts.
You mean Dennis is Senator Claghorn?
I'm from the South, son. I just got back from a party, and I'm in my cup. Dixie, that is.
Wait a minute. And he's Titus Moody?
Howdy, Bub.
Dennis, and you play Ajax Cassidy, too? How do you feel playing all those parts?
Oh, terrible, 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 terrible. And I'm not long for this world.
Angel, there must be someone who knows me. I know. Take me to see Don Wilson. He's worked for me for 14 years. He'll remember me. Don's been with me through thick and thin.
All right, Jack, I'll take you to see Mr. Wilson.
Gee, you're such an obliging angel. Don't you mind taking me from one person to another?
No, I get mortal to mortal pay.
Oh, good. Well, come on, let's go.
Well, here we are in Lexington, Kentucky.
Lexington, Kentucky?
Yes, there's Mr. Wilson sitting on the porch. He owns this big tobacco plantation.
Hey, Don Wilson.
Colonel Wilson to you, sir. Waukegan, Illinois, named Benny. Nice people. Always wished they had a son.
They had a son. It's me.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but if you'll excuse me, I gotta talk to my tobacco pickers. Here they come.
The tobacco pickers?
Yes. Hello, fellas. You all.
You all? Don. Colonel Wilson. Hemo boy. That's my quartet, the Sportsmen.
I don't know anything about a quartet, sir, but these boys are happy in their work picking that fine, that light, that naturally mild Lucky Strike tobacco.
Don.
And they keep singing all the time, always singing. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away.
LSMFTO,
There's where my heart is turning ever. There's where the auctioneers play. Where Effie Boone and Speedy Ring learn to sing and chant. LSMFTO, there's where my heart is turning ever. there's where the old folks stay. Every boon and speedy still, longing for the old plantation, and for the old folks at home of folks at
Fellas! Look, fellas! Fellas, don't walk away.
They've gone, Jack. Are you convinced now?
Yeah, I'm convinced. Angel, take me back home, please.
No, not yet, Jack. There's one more place I'd like to show you. Come.
Where are we? What town is this?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. Hey, why, that's where Phil Harris comes from.
Yeah, and this is the nightclub where he works.
Phil Harris works in this awful dump?
Yes, you see, you weren't born, so you never took him away from here.
Well, I'm glad. This is where he belongs. Let's go in and see him.
All right. Follow me right down these stairs.
Gosh, what a crummy nightclub. Look at the name of it. The Ruis Club.
What about it?
Ruis spelled backwards is sewer.
That makes very little difference to Mr. Harris. He can't even spell frontwards. Come on, Jack. Follow me down these stairs.
Way down. All right, watch your step. Let's rest. If I go down any farther, I'll get the bend.
Well, I don't like this any more than you do. I'm an angel, and the further down I go, the nearer I get to enemy territory.
Well, I guess it's just a few more steps down. Here we are.
Won't come with me to Alabama. Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy, and that's what I like about the South. There you can make no mistakey, where those nerves are never shaky. All the tastes are layer cakey, and that's what I like about the South.
Angel, isn't that awful?
Yes, that's why we sent you so much thunder. We're trying to drown him out.
Thanks.
Well, folks, here I am again, your favorite master of ceremonies, Phil Harris. Funny thing happened to me today, folks. Guy walked up to me and said, Mr. Harris, where'd you get that black eye? So I told him it was a birthmark, and he said, a birthmark? And I said, yeah, I got the wrong birth. Don't explain it to him, lady. If you don't get it, just let him suffer. Let him lay there. Don't tell him nothing.
Well, Phil Harris.
Pardon me, folks. There's an old heckler down here in the front row. Yeah? What do you want, Bob?
Phil, look at me. Look at me, Phil. Don't you recognize me?
I never saw you before in my life, Buster.
But I'm Jack Benny. I'm your boss.
What do you mean, boss? I own this joint myself. Lock, stock, and demi-john. That barrel. Don't tell me what to keep my bourbon in.
All right, so you don't work for me, but what does Alice think about you being here?
Who?
Alice Faye, your wife.
Alice Faye, the moving picture star, married to me?
Yes.
Hey, waiter, what's the idea of selling this old gentleman more than one zombie?
Look, I'm not drunk. Aren't you married to Alice Faye?
Of course I ain't. That's my little wife right over there. Hey, baby, come here. I'd like you to meet someone.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, talent boy.
Well, wait a minute. You should know me. You're my girlfriend. You're Gladys Nabisco.
Gladys Nabisco, Harris, if you please, and I never went out with you in my life.
Look, honey, maybe you went out with a guy on a blind date.
I'd never get that blind.
But you must remember me. Look at me. Look.
Come on, Jack. I think we better be going again.
Well, all right, Angel. But I'm not licked yet. I'll prove to you that I was born.
Well, I'll give you one last chance. Where do you want me to take you now?
Let's see. I know. Take me to Warner Brothers Studios. They'll know me there.
Well, Jack, here we are at the studio.
Yeah, and there's the executive offices. Let's go in and see the Warner Brothers. See, listen to him laugh. Listen to him. Listen to him. Why are the Warner Brothers so happy?
Because you were never born, so you didn't make the horn blows at midnight.
Oh, I see. Listen to me, Mr. Warner. Listen to me. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Where do they go? Where do they... Oh, Angel. Angel. Angel, where are you?
Here I am, boss.
Huh? Oh, hello, Rochester.
I rushed in here when I heard a glass crash.
Oh, yes. I just dropped my medicine.
Your medicine? The boss, that bottle in your hand is iodine.
I know. I was just putting it back. Thanks, Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, the part of the angel was played by Victor Moore, who will soon be seen in that wonderful picture It Happened on Fifth Avenue. Fred Allen was impersonated by Peter Lynn Hayes, while Frank Capra appeared through the courtesy of Mr. Capra. The bottle of iodine came from the corner drugstore.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember LSMFT.
American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Mr. Floyd Green Clay of Versailles, Kentucky, has been an independent tobacco warehouseman for 26 years. He said,
I've seen American buy tobacco that's ripe and mild. Tobacco with real flavor and mellowness. And I know you can't beat that fine tobacco for top smoking enjoyment. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 17 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, year after year, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Clay can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Say, Rochester, have you ever had a feeling that there's somebody watching everything you do? You know, somebody who knows every move you make, knows everywhere you go, even when you think he doesn't?
Yes, boy.
You know who it is?
Yes, now we should cut it out.
I don't mean me. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents May Robeson, Warren Williams, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe in Lady for a Day, with Leslie Howard as guest producer.
Say, 'Rochester,
Lux presents Hollywood. Lady for a Day, a play rich in pathos and humor, telling the touching tale of a mother's sacrifice for her daughter's happiness. Starred, as they were in the film of the same title produced by Columbia Pictures Corporation, are May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. And between the acts, we'll hear a real-life lady for a day, Miss Florence Farley. Louis Silvers conducts our music. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those thrifty flakes that go so far and do so much for you. Why, one large box of Lux Flakes will do your stockings nearly 100 times unless the water's hard. You know, that's nearly 3 months. Or it will do your underthings for 2 months. And in hard water, a little extra Lux softens the water and gives you an abundance of suds. Lux is your thrifty, safe care for silks, rayons, cottons, linens, and woolens. For everything safe in water alone. Tonight finds our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, in New York City in connection with the opening of his new film, Union Pacific. Later on, we'll hear from Mr. DeMille. But taking his place is one of the screen's most versatile, popular, and distinguished personalities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to welcome as guest producer, Mr. Leslie Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Wirt. As Mr. DeMille knows only too well, I'm an exceedingly tardy individual. In fact, I've just managed to escape from Mr. Selznick's studio to be here in time. And so if you hear any strange sound at this point, I'm sure it's just Mr. DeMille in New York breathing a great sigh of relief as he hears me responding right on the dot. Well, to tell you the truth, this astounding punctuality finds me rather in awe of myself. Leslie Howard, ladies and gentlemen, has actually reached an appointed spot at an appointed time. The happy excitement of being here is disturbed by one thought only. The supposition that I'm taking the place of Mr. DeMille. You see, one can't just take the place summarily of Mr. DeMille at the microphone any more than he can be replaced when it comes to producing pictures like Union Pacific. But we can settle down to a job and attempt to do our best. And that's exactly my intention here. Abetted by the highly efficient staff of the Lux Radio Theater and our 4 brilliant stars, with whom it's been my delight to work all this week, May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. You know, years ago, I cherished the fine thought that when I was pleasantly this side of 40 or 45, I'd retire with a handsome fortune and proceed to have a splendid time doing exactly what I pleased. Well, I soon learned that not only would I not have a handsome fortune at this age, but I also realized that so long as life remains, artists will persist in creating. You just can't retire from creating. And no one embodies this spirit more completely than Miss May Robeson, who just observed her 75th birthday and her 56th anniversary as an actress. She's now starring for Warner Brothers in Family Affair, and tonight she's heard as Apple Annie in our play based on Damon Runyon's story. Guy Kibbe comes to us as the gentleman called Judge. My old friend Warren William repeats his excellent characterization of that typically Runyon-esque individual, Dave the Dude, and the exceedingly lovely Gene Parker, who soon stars in the Columbia picture Parents on Trial. She plays Louise. Oh, by the way, how about an apple? You know, I think we can get some right over there. You see, there's an old lady sitting in the corner there setting up her stand. That is Apple Annie. Let's just take a walk over there and get this play of ours underway. Broadway, the crossroad of the social world. Broadway, where the clerk rubs shoulders with his boss, where the Upper Bronx meets Lower Park Avenue, where the pleasure-seeking mob throws dollars to the theater box office and dimes to the corner cripple. It's a rainy spring night just after curtain time. One of Broadway's well-known beggars holds her accustomed position at the corner of 47th Street, her old bedraggled dress hanging wet above her scuffled shoes. Slung about her shoulders is a basket of highly polished apples, which she holds up to the passers-by, her thin voice rising above the roar of the traffic.
Want some apples? Nice red apple, lady?
Evening, Annie.
Oh, hello. How are you, Mr. Law? I suppose you want to see my license again, is that it?
Oh, not tonight, Annie. I'm on traffic duty now. Oh, by the way, Annie, Dave the Dude is looking for you. He's over at Missouri Martin's Club.
Does he want an apple?
Well, I guess so. Hell, I think I'll have one myself, Annie. Oh, that big one there looks fine. Thanks.
Yeah. Come around to the house sometime, officer. I got a lot of loose jewelry and silver hanging around loose.
Night, Annie.
Good night, you big turkey. Apples? Apples? Buy an apple?
Buy a pencil.
Buy an apple.
Pencil, buy a pencil.
Oh, hello, Smiley.
Oh, hello, Annie. Well, say, Dave the Dude wants to see you, Annie. He's over at Missouri Martin's Club.
Yeah, I know. Has he got a big bet on, huh? How's the pencil business doing?
Oh, it's terrible. Looks like everybody's broke.
Ah, quit yapping. Go over to the Thelma Theater. They got a big hit over there.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Oh, thanks. Oh, and don't forget Missouri Martin's. The dude said it was very important.
Hiya, dude.
Oh, hello, Missouri. Sit down.
You waiting for somebody, dude?
Yeah, Apple Annie. I got a big poker game on. One of the biggest I ever sat in.
Where is it?
Up at the hotel. But I can't go to no game without buying an apple from Annie. Send a couple of the boys out looking for her.
She's really a good luck charm, ain't she?
I never made a big bet yet without her, Missouri. And I ain't going to start tonight.
Oh, wait a second. There's Happy and Shakespeare. You're two stooges.
Hey, Shakespeare. Happy, over here.
Hiya, dude.
Hello, boss. Did you find Apple Annie?
No.
I told you not to come back without her.
Well, we can't go scouting all over the town.
Yeah, we told everybody we seen. Shut up.
What are you gonna do, boss?
We're going to wait here till she shows up.
You got a superstitious boss, Jen.
Yeah, but I'm a first-class monkey if I can see how you can win pots by buying an apple off an old dame.
All right, so you're a first-class monkey. Now shut up.
Okay.
Oh, dude, if you can't find your apple, here's something else for good luck. There.
Cut it out, Missouri, will you? This is a public place.
Yeah, he needs apples, not lemons.
Oh, shut your face, Happy.
Miss Martin.
Yeah, what?
Apple Annie's outside.
Oh, she's here. Come on, Happy. Shakespeare, get going.
So long, dude. Good luck.
Hey, Annie. Annie!
Hello, dude. Didn't keep you waiting, did I?
No. Give me an apple quick. Here's a buck. Never mind the change.
Oh, bless your heart, dude. How'd you do last week?
Okay. But where were you Saturday? I couldn't win a race.
Saturday. I wasn't feeling so good Saturday.
Yeah? Well, take care of yourself.
Sure, dude.
You die on me, and I'll be all washed up.
Don't you worry about me.
That girl. You're like a mother to me, Annie. You know that. I don't go get drunk on that buck.
Me? You're crazy. I never drink. Well, I do not.
Hey, boss.
Yeah, what do you want, Steve?
I got the car here. You going to use it?
No, not tonight. Here. Take Annie wherever she wants to go. Come on, boys. So long, Annie.
So long, dude. Good luck.
Well, where's it going to be, Annie?
Over to the Hotel Marbury, thank you.
To Marbury? Hey, you going kind of high class, ain't you? All right. Park the apples in the back seat.
Hello, Hotel Marbury. Delivery entrance. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll watch out for your package. Send it right up when it comes. You're welcome.
Hey, Oscar.
Who is it?
It's me, Annie.
Oh, come on in.
All right. Well, Oscar, did you get the stationery?
Sure, don't I always get it? Classiest stationery in the house. Look at that letterhead. Hotel Marbury.
Thanks, Oscar.
When are you expecting another letter from the kid?
There's a mailboat coming in from Spain tomorrow.
Okay, I'll watch out for it.
That's a good boy. I'll be waiting outside the hotel, and I'll pay you the end of the week.
Yeah, don't forget it. You know, if they caught me stealing letters for you, I'd get fired.
Oh, no. You ain't going to be fired, no. They can't fire you, you know. And don't forget, will you, the name that it'll come under. Mrs. E. Worthington Manville, here to the Hotel Marbury.
I know.
Now, I've got to write to her. Would it be all right if I did it right here?
Yeah, sure. Sit right down over there. There's pen and ink on the desk.
Thank you. Now, let's see. My dear, adorable daughter Louise, the social season at Newport is finally over, and I'm all tired out. The reception I gave to Lord Ferncliff was a big success. It breaks my heart, Louise, to think that I've been separated from you all these years. But the doctor says an ocean voyage would be fatal for me. Oh, yes, what'll I... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Your stepfather thought he might make the trip to Spain this year. but he is so busy with affairs of state, he can't leave the country. Now, the young man you wrote me about, Count Alfonso Romero's son, Carlos, sounds perfectly darling. I hope he loves you as much as you say you love him, and as much as I love you, my darling. Oh, I forgot about the money order. What did I? Oh, yeah. You will notice your allowance this month is $5 short. Such a funny thing happened. I sent Henry, my new chauffeur, to get the money order, and somehow he made the mistake. I'll make it up to you, dear, next week. Good night, my darling. Your own loving mother. Apple, buy an apple, nice red apple. Hey, Oscar, I'm over here. Have you got it? Did you get the letter this morning?
Yeah, I got it all right.
Well, what's the matter? Why, Oscar, where's your uniform?
I ain't got one anymore.
They didn't fire you. They can't fire you.
They can't, huh? Well, they did. They caught me swiping the stationery for you.
Oh, dear. Well, where's the letter?
Here.
Oh, gee, Oscar, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, a lot of good that does me. I told the boss I was sorry, and look what it got me.
Oscar!
What's the matter with you?
Oscar, she's on her way over here.
So what?
She's coming to New York. She's bringing Carlos and the Count to meet me.
Yeah, well, now maybe you're satisfied. I told you couldn't get away with it forever.
But she'll find out I don't live here. She'll find out I'm not Mrs. E. Worthington Manville.
So what? You can give her a nice red apple.
Oh, Oscar, you got to help me.
Oh, help yourself. I gotta find another job.
Oh, Oscar, no, don't. Oh, Oscar.
I told you.
Oscar.
Annie. Hey, Annie, what's the matter with you? Joe, Harry, somebody give me a hand here, will you? Annie's pulled a faint.
And now you can't find her again. Every time I got a big deal coming up, you guys can't find Annie.
Yeah, but, boss,
Shut
what do you
up.
want?
What did you look?
We looked all over the place.
Shut up. I don't want talk. I want action.
Hey, dude.
Yeah?
That crippled guy Smiley's here.
What for?
Hello, dude.
Listen, Smiley, I'm busy.
It's about Annie.
Oh? Well, what about Annie? I've been looking all over town for her.
She's in an awful jam.
Yeah? What kind of a jam?
Well, you see, for years she's been swiping stationery from the Marbury and writing her daughter that she's high up in society.
Daughter?
Yeah, she's got a daughter over in Spain in a convent since she was a baby.
Well?
Well, now she's gonna marry a count or something.
Well, listen, what's this, a racket?
Oh, no, dude, honest.
Well, where's Annie? Where does she live?
Well, she's got a basement room, First Avenue, 314.
All right, come on. I'll go over there and see her myself. Hey, open up. Open up. Oh, hello, Annie.
Well, if it ain't my old friend, the Duke. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
I thought so. On a bet, huh?
No, she ain't, dude. She just acts kind of funny like.
The butler will take your things, gentlemen. You didn't know I had a butler, huh? Got lots of butlers. Millions of them.
Where you been, you old buzzard? Been looking all day for you.
Oh, so good of you to come down for the hunting season.
Huh?
You know, everybody's coming down for the hunting season.
Let's get out of here, dude. It gives me the creeps.
What's wrong, Annie?
My daughter's coming over here to visit me. Isn't that lovely? She's coming over with the Count. Going to marry his son. Wait till she gets to look at me. It's going to be funny when she finds out her mother is Apple Annie. Well, why don't you laugh? It's funny, I tell you. Apple Annie from Schubert Alley. Apple Annie from Schubert Alley.
All right, Annie, take it easy. Hey, Shakespeare, put her over there on that cot. Happy, go get a doctor.
Okay.
A doctor ain't gonna do no good, dude.
No, what have you got that's better?
Well, I got an idea. I was talking to some of the boys who work Broadway, and we got it figured out that if we could get Annie a suit at the Marbury for a couple of weeks...
Annie at the Marbury? Get out of here.
Oh, okay, dude, okay.
Did you hear that, Shakespeare? Annie at the Marbury.
Well, yeah, that's swell.
What?
Hey, that society friend of yours, Bartney Kent, he's got an apartment at the Marbury, and he's out of town now.
Oh, yeah? Well, what about it? Can you picture me going to Rodney Kent and saying, lend me your apartment for Apple Annie? He'd throw me out on my ear.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He'd throw you out on your ear.
Yeah, the only thing is, he's a nice guy.
Oh, sure, boss.
But he ain't no sucker.
No, boss.
Oh, all right. We'll send him a wire and ask him.
Swell.
Now, here's the layout, Annie. This is going to be your room. Count goes over there, your daughter in the room across the hall, and a boyfriend up front. Got it?
Dude, I can't believe it. Me? Here in a suite at the Marbury? Oh, how can I thank you, dude?
Yeah, you can shut up about it.
Okay, dude.
Hey, dude.
In here, Happy.
What goes, dude? What's the matter? matter? Shakespeare says you wanted to see us, dude.
Yeah, come in, Louis. Come in, Longchin. Oh, where's Harry?
Yeah, boss.
Did you get in touch with Missouri Martin?
Yeah. She's bringing over some high-class clothes and a hairdresser and a masseuse.
Good.
Dude, a hairdresser and fine clothes and a masseuse? Is that for me?
Well, a masseuse won't do me no good.
Hey, dude, what is this? What are you wasting your time around here for?
Yeah, keep your trap shut. For years, Annie's been lucky to me, hasn't she? Well, she's in a jam now. What kind of luck would I have if I passed her up at a time like this?
So you're going to try to palm her off as a society dame, huh?
Well, it's only for a week. The Count and his son are going back on the same boat. Well, what do you think?
Personally, I think it smells.
Ah, shut up. I don't want to hear any opinions.
No, I don't think it'll work, dude.
Me too. It's like libel or something.
Sure, we're liable to land in the can.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here.
No, you're not. You're all going to stay. I'm turning the mob over to Mrs. E. Worthington Manville.
Huh?
And that goes for you, too. All of you.
Mrs. E. Worthington Manfield, she's Apple Annie.
Yeah, she's a lady now.
A lady?
Yeah, and you're going to treat her like one.
Now,
see?
look.
No,
Shut up! Shut up!
Now, dude.
Annie, come here.
Yes, dude.
You're a lady, Annie. See? And if any of these mugs, any of them, if they don't treat you like a lady, you got my okay, my personal okay, to poke them in the snoot.
The curtain falls on the first act of Lady for a Day with its original screen stars, May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. During our brief intermission, we bring you the Browning family. As the scene opens, it's the night before May Day, and there's great excitement in the Browning household. Dot has been chosen queen of the May Day festival at school. And now we find her trying on her dress while her sister Midge watches her. Dot is singing as she turns in front of the mirror.
For I'm to be queen of the May, Mother, I'm to be queen of the May. Your dress is just elegant, Dotsy. You're a dreamin' pink. Oh, isn't it divine? I sort of float in I'll say you do.
Hey, who let that dog in? Skippy, keep away.
Oh, look out, he'll jump on my dress. Call him away, Miss.
Hey, come here. Oh, my gosh, Dad.
Oh, Miss, my dress. Mother, look what that pup's done. He's got mud all the way down the front of my dress.
Well, let me see, dear. Oh, why, that's not so bad.
Not so bad. Oh, Mother, it's ruined.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm going to wash it right away.
Oh, Mother, you can't wash it.
Of course I can. I'm going to use Lux Flakes, and it'll turn out beautifully.
Are you sure?
Of course. This dress is Luxable, you know.
Well...
Now, you just trust the Lux, Queenie. Everything's going to be fine.
So Lux Flakes save the day. Lux Flakes are the world's largest selling package soap for fine fabrics, and for a very good reason, too. Lux has no harmful alkali. Remember that. No harmful alkali in Lux to spoil colors or fabrics. Lux is the safe way to wash everything safe in water alone. So keep the generous large-size box in the home all the time, won't you? And now our guest producer, Leslie Howard, is ready to raise the curtain on the second act of our play.
We continue with Lady for a Day, starring May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. Apple Annie, the good luck charm of that gambling gentleman Dave the Dude, has been transformed into Mrs. E. Worthington Manville. In a borrowed suite at the Hotel Marbury, she reigns supreme. But now a sudden blow has fallen. In her letters to her daughter, Apple Annie mentioned a Mr. Manville, who must, of course, be produced. After making the rounds of the better pool rooms, Dude Stooges have chosen a gentleman for the romantic role. He's known as Judge Henry Blake, judge by the divine right of self-appointment.
So Happy comes up to me and he says, Judge Blake, he says, Dave the Dude wants to see you.
Yeah, Happy was right. I do.
At the moment Happy says this, it so happens that I'm at the club having a game of a skill. In fact, you might say that I'm in the midst of a very profitable enterprise.
You mean you're taking over a sucker at pool?
I mean I am matching my skill against a stranger in town from Providence. When Happy says, Judge, Dave wants you. And I put aside ready money to rush to your aid, my friend, only to find you ensconced in this palatial suite at the Hotel Marbury, which incidentally is not bad at all. I am prompted to ask you, Dave, what's the racket?
All you got to do is be a husband. A rich and aristocratic husband for a week.
A husband? Rich and aristocratic? That suits me admirably.
Ever try being a husband, Judge?
I'm notorious for it.
How'd you make out?
Pitifully. And I can never tell why. They were such charming women, the four I married. But I might ask, whose husband am I to be?
You ought to be the ever-loving husband of Apple Annie.
Apple Annie? Preposterous, most preposterous. Well, the husband of an apple vendor, practically a mendicant. Now, listen, Dude, this is asking too much. After all, I have my self-respect.
Good evening, gentlemen.
There she is now.
There, who is now?
Apple Annie.
But I see a charming woman, dressed in the height of fashion. Why, she's terrific.
Annie, the judge says how glad he is to be your ever-loving husband.
Why, thank you, Judge. You're so obliging.
The pleasure, I assure you, my dear and charming lady, is all mine. Shall we take a stroll through the park and talk over our plans?
No, not now, Judge. You're taking a stroll down to my tailor and get fitted to a suit.
My dear young man, what's the matter with the suit I'm wearing?
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to figure out. What's those bulges in the pockets?
Bulges? Bulges? Oh, dear, yes, of course. Just a billiard ball or two. I must return these to Joe's pool palace at once.
Well, how do you think he looks, Happy?
Okay, I guess.
Dude, I'm afraid you're playing an abominable trick on that poor old woman.
What?
She's floating on air. It's a shame, Dude, a miserable shame. When the plan fails, it's going to break her heart.
Who says it's going to fail?
My dear Dude, her daughter's boat docks today. Do you realize the number of reporters who cover incoming ships?
Reporters?
They'll want to know all about the Count, why he came to America, who his friends are. That means me and Apple Annie. The papers will be full of it.
Yeah, reporter'd give us right eye for a story like this. I told you couldn't get away with it.
Why didn't you think of that before?
Why didn't I think of it?
This is a fine time to be telling me. What am I going to do?
Don't ask me. It's your party.
Well, you got it now. You better see those reporters stay away.
Well, what do you expect me to do?
I don't know. Kick them around, let loose. I don't care what you do. Just do it. But get rid of those reporters.
Okay. But you better call up the commissioner, Dude. Tell him to reserve a couple of nice cells for us. Southern exposure.
Do you see her yet?
No.
There's an awful bunch getting off.
Oh, Dude. Dude, I'm so frightened.
Yeah, what about?
Oh, I don't know. There isn't any chance of anything going wrong, is there, Dude?
No, of course not.
I know I'm foolish, but how do I look?
Okay, swell.
I can hardly believe it. Just think in a little while I'll have my baby in my arms.
Yeah, sure you will. And everything's going to be great.
Look, Dude, there she is.
Where?
There. She sees me.
Oh.
She recognizes me. Louise!
Mother.
Louise!
Mother, darling, I'm up here.
Louise! Mother. Oh, Mother, sweet. Oh, my darling, my baby. My Louise. Let me look at you, dear. Oh, you're beautiful.
You are too, Mother. I'd have known you anywhere. You're just as I pictured you.
Oh, Louise, dear, this is your stepfather.
Oh, how do you do?
My dear child, my little daughter.
Mother's written me so much about you. I know I'm going to love you.
Oh, thank you, my child. Thank you.
Oh, Carlos, come here. Mother, this is Carlos.
How do you do?
Carlos, yes. Oh, I like him, Louise.
You are very kind.
And this is Carlos' father,
Count Alfonso Romero.
Senora.
The Count, how do you do?
Very well, thank you.
It's a pleasure, my dear Count. We've been looking forward to your visit for some time.
Thank you.
Well, I guess,
Oh, dear, how stupid of me. Louise, dear, this is your Uncle David.
My uncle? I never knew I had an uncle.
Oh, why, of course, dear. He's Father's brother.
My mother, I'm so glad.
How are you?
Mother, you never wrote me a word about him.
Well, you see...
Well, that's because Brother David's been the black sheep of the family, so to speak. Hey, David?
Yeah, I guess so, sure.
Well, shall we go? My car is waiting, Count.
So, you don't know where the folks went today, huh?
No, sir, just for a ride, sir. They'll be back soon, I imagine.
Okay. Here you are, Butler. This check's for you, and this is for expenses.
Thank you, sir.
Remember your orders?
Yes, sir. Her name is not Apple Annie. It's Mrs. E. Worthington Manville. I've been working for her for years. No matter what anyone asks me, I know nothing. As a matter of fact, I'm to be completely dumb.
Think you can do that?
Should be a cinch.
Shut up, Happy. Now get this, Butler. I don't want no slip-ups.
Oh, no, sir.
If you do, your family better send for the body.
I have no family, sir.
And you'll have no body either.
No body. Yes, sir.
Here, come on, Happy, let's go. I don't want to be here when the gang gets back.
Too late, dude.
Yeah.
New York's exciting. Oh, hello, Uncle David.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Mangan.
Where have you been? We missed you terribly.
Well, that's something.
You mustn't be so strange. Everyone's so crazy about you. Did you know Carlos and I decided to name all our children after you?
Yeah?
Oh, come in here, Count Alfonso. Thank you. Oh, hello, Brother David. Hello, McGuire. Has everybody met Mr. McGuire, David's secretary?
Oh, me?
Yeah, my secretary, everybody.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? How do you do? I'm glad he's here, dude. I thought you'd like him to handle the invitations to the reception.
Sure. That's a good idea. Huh? What do you mean, reception?
We're having a reception for the folks day after tomorrow, the night their boat returns to Spain.
Well, isn't that just dandy?
You're quite surprised, aren't you, Brother David?
Yeah. Who's coming, Brother Henry?
Oh, just a few of our friends. It's to be a small affair, about 100 or 150 people, perhaps.
Hardly a handful.
Of course, I shall look to you, Brother David, to help us as much as you can.
Oh, of course. Matter of fact, I'd like to have a little talk with you before you do anything about it. A couple of things I'd like to straighten you out about.
Oh, by all means, Brother David.
Now, just step outside a minute. We'll settle everything. No, Brother Henry. This way, please.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, folks. I think I'll be right back. I hope.
It's lovely out here, isn't it? Look at the stars up there. The city down there. We're halfway to heaven, Carlos.
Querida mia.
Carlos.
Yes, darling?
Has your father said anything yet?
No.
What'll we do, darling? Suppose he doesn't like Mother or Dad. Suppose he doesn't give his consent. What'll we do, darling?
Oh, don't be worried, darling. It will be all right. He's very fond of them. Really, he is. It's just that he likes to be very formal about things like this.
Oh, darling, I'll die. I'll simply die if anything happens.
Oh, nothing is going to happen.
Hello, Mother.
I was in my room and I couldn't sleep. You don't mind if I visit with you for a little while, do you?
Of course not, darling.
Oh, it is my fault. I've taken up so much of Louise's time. I feel I've been terribly selfish.
No, you haven't. You've been very sweet.
Well, I'll go and talk to Father if you will excuse me. Good night, Mother. You don't mind my calling you Mother?
No, dear. I want you to, my son.
Thank you. Good night, Louise.
Good night, darling.
He's a lovely boy.
Oh, he is. Mother, I'm so happy.
My baby.
Mother.
Yes, sweet?
You don't think anything can happen, do you?
Happen?
Well, I guess I'm just foolish, but... Well, maybe it's because I'm wishing so hard. Mother, did you ever wish for something so hard that...
Yes, dear, I understand. But nothing's going to happen, dear. Nothing. I promise you, darling.
Tonight, figuring that one out. A reception. You found yourself in a swell apartment, and you began to believe it. Well, for my dough, you're still a penny ante pool shark.
Well, after all, my dear dude.
Now, shut up.
Don't get excited, Brother David.
You shut up, too.
In spite of your protest, dude, I must speak. Regardless of how you feel about me, in the vernacular of the gutter, we are now in the hot seat. The reception, my dear dude, is inevitable.
I don't know what stops me putting a slug in you.
You better not wait too long, Brother David. They don't let you carry a rod in jail.
Jail? Me? What for?
For a little matter of abduction. I've been told it's against the law.
What do you mean, abduction?
Don't you read the papers anymore? Look at the headlines. Police on trail of 3 missing reporters. 3 ship reporters who disappeared mysteriously last week have still not been found. Police suspect kidnapping.
Wait a minute. Who are those guys?
Who are they? Didn't you tell me to get rid of any reporters around the ship? Well, we did.
Well, what'd you do with them?
We got them down on Long Island, but we can't keep them there forever. What happens when this thing's over? They're going to squawk their heads off.
Well, forget it. I'll square it later. I'm more worried about this reception. Now, look, Judge, you go back in there and tell Annie the whole thing's off.
Oh. Wouldn't you also like to have me go out and step on some flowers and kick a lot of babies around?
What are you talking about?
Perhaps I'm just a sentimental old fool. But please don't ask me to deliberately break that old woman's heart.
Stop it. You're breaking mine.
Well, then tell it to the Count.
Dude, you don't understand. The old boy came to America to find out something about Annie, something about her background. All we've done is to show him the sights, and it doesn't look good to him at all.
Oh, yeah?
He wants to meet some of our friends or else.
But where are we going to get the people? If you have a reception, you're going to have high-class people, don't you?
That, my dear dude, is very simple.
Yeah?
It may surprise you to know that in my own simple way I've found the solution. Now, look. In reality, I am Judge Henry G. Blake, exponent of pool. Now, penny ante pool, if you wish.
Yeah, go on.
Yet to Count Romero, I am the Honorable E. Worthington Manville, celebrated statesman.
What about it?
Well, is there any reason why Louis the Lug, for instance, can't be the ambassador to Turkey?
What?
And Willie the Weasel, wouldn't he make an excellent Secretary of War?
Secretary of War?
If Missouri Martin were introduced to me as a society leader of New York, I wouldn't be inclined to doubt it.
Judge, I think you've hit it. Sure. Why not? I'll tell that gang of mugs the first one that opens his yep gets slugged. Hey, where's my address book?
So long, boys. I'm going over to the insane asylum, meet a few sensible people.
Hey, come on, Judge. Give me a hand with this. Grab that other phone. You get Boyle's pool room. You ought to know that number. That was a swell idea, Judge. Swell. We'll marry Apollonie's kid off a busted suspender.
Hello, my good man. Would you mind connecting me with Butch Brannigan?
Hello, let me talk to Harry the horse. Yeah? Yeah, who is it? Oh, hello, Annie.
Can I come in, dude?
Sure. Sit down, Annie. Well, what's the matter?
Dude, I'm scared. I'm terribly scared.
Oh, come on. Everything's going to be all right. It's a cinch.
It's got to be all right, dude. It's just got to.
No, buck up, Annie. We're all rooting for you. Come on. Go back to the hotel and get some rest.
You know, I've lived all my life for that kid. I'd have given up long ago if it wasn't the thought of her that kept me going. I wanted her to have everything. All the nice, sweet things of life. The things that passed me up. I wasn't so bad myself once, dude. I knew what it meant to act like a lady and to be a lady. And live with decent people. Then the kid's father died. He wasn't much good, but I guess he meant well. We were over in Spain. I was penniless. I had to leave the kid. She was just a tiny baby. I always meant to send for her someday, but it didn't work out like that. And then it got so that I was ashamed to send for her. But she's here now, dude. She's seen me, and she thinks I'm swell. She told me yesterday that I was everything she ever dreamed of. Me, dude. And that's why it's so important. She's got to leave here thinking I'm like that. Because if she doesn't...
Oh, Annie.
Oh, I'll die, dude. I'll die.
station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, we've just completed the second act of Lady for a Day. And now, adhering to an established custom of the Lux Radio Theater, I'll call for a short intermission, after which we'll go into Act 3. This appears to be an excellent time to do a little checking up on our regular producer, Mr. DeMille. He's in New York, where he says he has a particularly interesting young lady waiting to talk to us. So let's take a flyer to New York. Mr. DeMille, come in.
Greetings from New York, ladies and gentlemen. After hearing Leslie Howard pinch hit for me, perhaps I should stay aboard the little 1869 train that's hauling us across the continent and continue to greet the hundreds of thousands of Lux listeners who've poured from deserts and mountains to the railroad stations and crossings to welcome the group of Hollywood stars we took to the opening of Union Pacific at Omaha. And I wish you could have seen what Omaha did for us. It was the Omaha of 1869 that greeted us, with an old wooden stockade around the railroad station, false fronts on the houses and stores to make it look like the Omaha of our picture, the whole city in costume, women in sunbonnets and calico, men, thousands of whom had grown beards, wearing beaver hats and frock coats, motorcycle police dressed as old-time Western sheriffs, mounted police and National Guard dressed as infantry and cavalry of 1869. And of the 250,000 people on the streets, nearly half of them must have been dressed as pioneers. And all along the Union Pacific Trail, it was a thrill to look into the eyes of so many fine Americans and be met with the warmth and hospitality of old friends. This, I know, is largely due to the friendship we've built up through the Lux Radio Theater. Our guest tonight on our transcontinental stage was really a lady for a day which began early in March, when a newspaper photographer was sent to take a picture of a fashion show. It was not a Park Avenue fashion show, but one planned by girls in a poor tenement neighborhood, 10th Avenue girls, who designed, made, and modeled the clothes they wore. A newspaper man recognized in this lovely girl the opportunity for a living drama. And so, 16-year-old Florence Farley, through the generosity of the New York Journal-American, was given a chance to become a lady for a day, a chance to go to Hollywood, equipped as a great lady, with the understanding that she would come back to 10th Avenue and resume her life in her own workaday world. But that fashion show was the beginning of great things for Florence Farley.
It certainly was, Mr. DeMille, but I never suspected it then. You see, when a photographer came, I was ironing a dress I made to model in a show.
That photographer was sensitive to sweetness, Florence.
Whatever it was, he surprised me. Because I'm just another girl. I live with my grandparents and brothers and go to high school and play with the kids in the block.
But you wore Cinderella slippers for a while.
Mr. DeMille, I wore more slippers than I've ever owned before. I've never paid more than $2 for shoes, and suddenly I was choosing expensive sport shoes and street shoes worth 20 times what I could pay for them. And I had a gorgeous dancing slippers with brilliant colored stones in them, and expensive street clothes and knitted sportswear and...
Oh, you're leaving a mere man way behind. But I know you had to go places and all that finery. And I suppose the first place you went was a nightclub?
Yes, my first nightclub, where I met Dorothy L'Amour, and I danced with Fran Chaton. Oh, gee, it was wonderful. But now, when I dance with the boys in the block, they apologize for not being Fran Chaton or Errol Flynn or Fred Astaire. But really, they were awfully nice kids. The first night I was all dressed up, one boy played Sir Walter Raleigh and put his coat down on the sidewalk for me to walk on. But you can't tease a girl with red hair like mine too much.
Now, I'll take that as a warning. While you were in Hollywood, didn't you make a screen test and appear in a Paramount picture?
Yes, I did. And I found time to have a bicycle ride with Bob Hope, too.
Well, while there's hope, there's life.
And now, after being a lady for a day that lasted from March, to the end of April, I'm back home. And that's just how it was planned. And although it was marvelous, I'm honestly glad to be back. You see, Grandma and the family sort of need me. I help with the dishes and I wash my own clothes. And because I've always loved the Lux Radio Theater, I'd like to tell people that at home we think Lux Flakes are simply swell for dishes and clothes and Oh, quite a number of things like that. I know I won't use anything else in all my grand clothes because I want them to last just as long as they possibly can.
You picked the right product, Florence, and the right program. But one more question before you go. What do your friends think of you now that the great adventure's over?
Gee, Mr. DeMille, they're just as good pals as ever. Besides, for playing marbles and hopscotch, the sidewalks of 10th Avenue are the best I ever saw. I've enjoyed your visit very much, Mr. DeMille.
We've enjoyed it, too. More happy days to you, young lady for a day.
Well, now here we are back in Hollywood again with a thank you from Mr. DeMille and Miss Farley. And now for Act 3 of Lady for a Day, starring May Robeson as Apple Annie, Warren William as Dude, Gene Parker as Louise, and Guy Kibbe as Judge. It's the evening of Apple Annie's reception, and the Dude has lined up a noble array of celebrities. In Missouri Martin's Cafe, they are having a rehearsal in manners. Machine guns parked at the door and no loud swearing. But the police department is still hot on the trail of 3 kidnapped reporters. At headquarters, the inspector talks the captain over the coals.
That's what you said yesterday. I tell you, we've got to find those 3 reporters, and we've got to find them quick. Look what the papers are doing to us.
I've done everything, Inspector. I've covered every angle.
Excuses. Nothing but excuses. Look here, Moore. The commissioner wants those reporters. The mayor is on his tail about it, and the governor's on the mayor's tail, and they're all on mine, so find them.
Inspector.
Well?
I think we've got a lead on those 3 reporters.
Yeah?
A cub reporter on the press just came in. He says he saw 3 guys being pushed into a cab down on dock number 69.
When?
The same day the reporters disappeared.
Go on.
He was right close to them, see? And he heard one of the guys doing the pushing say something about the Dude.
The Dude? Dave the Dude?
That's what I figured, so I checked on the Dude right away. He's down at Missouri Martin's. And here's the hot stuff, Inspector. Every mug in town is down there with him.
Boys, I don't know what this means, but it's big. Throw a squadron around that cafe. Cover the front and back and all the side streets for 10 blocks around.
But I haven't enough men.
Well, get them. Cover that territory with a blanket. I don't care if you have to use every man on the force. This is big.
All right, everybody, now body up, partners, just like the way you're going to do it tonight.
Charm, Mrs. McSweeney.
How are you, Count Alfonso?
Delighted, Mrs. Turtlepus.
No.
What's the matter, Chief?
No, listen, you mugs. I ain't having this rehearsal because I like it. The reception takes place tonight. And if we don't practice right, we're liable to ball the whole thing up.
Hiya, Dude. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, hello, Missouri. Got your girls ready?
All set. What have you got doped out for me personally?
Why, you're the social leader of New York City, Missouri.
What are you trying to do, insult me? I'm part of the family, that's what I am. Gents, I want you to meet the ever-loving wife of Dave the Dude Manville.
Huh?
From now on, known as Missouri Manville. Just rolled in from Newport on the fast freight.
Look out, dude. Missouri's closing in on you.
Give us a kiss, Dude.
Cut it out. All right, now, let's get going. We got a lot of rehearsing to do. Hey, Long Chin, what are you?
Attorney General of the United States.
Know your speech?
Well, not exactly, but I'll make it.
Okay, that's the first thing you all want to do, learn your speeches. All right, let's get going.
I'm certainly glad to meet you, Count Alfonso.
Well, what's the matter? Hey, you, cheesecake. Is this too much for you or something?
No, I can do it all right, only gee.
Only what?
Well, I'm as good as Louis the Lug any day. If he's ambassador, I ought to be king.
Yes, sap, a secretary of the interior is bigger than an ambassador.
Oh, yeah, you can't kid me. A secretary is a secretary.
Okay, I'll make you the president of the Board of Aldermen. How's that?
President? That's more like it.
Hey, Judge, we got a new president of the Board of Aldermen. Check. All right, now. Go ahead.
Okay, dude, we're with you.
Oh, look at them. Look at them happy. These guys are driving me crazy.
You're not doing them any good either.
Hey, wait a minute. Quiet.
Wait a minute, everybody.
Boys, I don't mind telling you, you smell to high heaven. Yes, sir, if you tried, you couldn't be any worse. What's the matter with you guys? There's nothing so tough about the society racket. All you gotta do is use your head. Actors do this kind of stuff every day of their life. Now, don't tell me you ain't got as much brains as actors. No, come on. Let's practice, and practice hard.
Hey, dude! Listen, dude!
Shut up.
Listen, will you? The cops are here.
I told you... Huh? The cops? What cops?
The cops.
Cover that door, Cassidy.
Hello, Jude. Hello, boys.
Well, hello, Captain.
What's going on here?
Well, nothing you'd be interested in.
No? Looks kind of funny, doesn't it? Your whole mob up here at one time?
Well, anything wrong with a fella having his friends up?
No, nothing wrong in that.
Okay, everybody. Rehearsal's over. You know where to go.
Oh, no. Everybody's staying right here.
Listen, Captain. We got a date someplace. We got to get out of here.
Sorry, dude, but the commissioner's got a date with the mayor and the governor, and nobody leaves here until we find out what's going on.
Oh, listen, there's nothing crooked about this whole thing. You'd laugh your head off if you heard the story.
Yeah, I'm laughing right now.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll give you the real lowdown. Look, you believe in fairy tales, don't you?
What?
No, it's no use. I'll hang before I let you give me the horse laugh.
You'll hang, all right, if we don't find these 3 reporters.
Yeah? Hey, look. You want those guys bad, huh?
Yeah, sort of.
I'll make a deal with you. Take me to meet the mayor and the governor, and I'll let you have all 3 of them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Cassidy, keep all these mugs right here. Come on, dude. Your Honor?
Yes. Come in, Captain. Oh, so this is Dave the Dude.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, here he is, Governor. I guess we can rest easy now.
Yes. Come over here, please.
Now, wait a minute. Before you start on me, I'd like to say a couple of words.
Oh, would you?
Now, look, Governor. Look, Your Honor. Do you believe in fairy tales?
What's that?
Well, would you believe, for instance, that a long time ago there was a high-class doll, maybe somebody whose name you'd recognize, who's come down in the world and is fighting her way back, just for a week?
What is all this?
Yes, no, wait, give me a chance. Me and the boys aren't pulling anything phony. You got us all wrong. We're just doing a favor, see?
Oh, Judge, something's wrong. Where is everybody?
Now, don't get excited, Annie.
I know, but it's after 9 o'clock.
Yes, I know. I just heard Shakespeare. The boys are down at Missouri Martin's. They're having a little talk with the police.
Police? Henry, they're not coming here, are they? The police?
Oh, no, of course not.
Oh, Henry, now don't fool me. Tell me the truth.
Now, don't get yourself all worked up, Annie. You've got to keep your head.
But if anything's going to happen, I've got to know. Shh. What'll I tell Louise? What can I tell her?
Mother, what's wrong?
Oh, Louise, darling.
Darling, I just heard the Count say he didn't think there was going to be any reception. Isn't anybody coming?
Louise?
Yes, dear.
If you should, I mean if anything should happen.
What do you mean?
You couldn't ever hate me, your mother, could you?
Oh, darling, please don't say things like that.
All right, dear, I won't. Is the Count still in the drawing room?
Yes.
I want to see him.
Annie, where are you going?
I'm sorry, Carlos, but you must see that this whole reception is what we would call...
Count Romero. I'd like to talk to you for a moment, please.
Oh.
Please
Yes?
sit down.
Thank you.
Count Romero, you know there's nothing in the world I want more than for Louise to marry your son. He's a dear boy. Even in the short time you've been here, I've grown very fond of him.
Well...
Louise loves him deeply. And I'm sure he loves her, too. Ever since she was born, I've lived for only one thing, her happiness. When she wrote me she had found someone she loved, I think I was the happiest mother in the whole world.
Mother, darling, what is it? Tell me.
Count Romero, you came to America to find out something about her family, about me.
Oh, but really...
I don't blame you. You had that right. After all, you knew nothing about me. It would have been terrible if they got married and you'd found out that I was some common person, someone you were ashamed of, someone that even Louise would be ashamed of.
Mother, that's silly.
And that's why I wanted to have a talk with you, Count Romero. I wanted you to know all about me. First thing I must tell you, Count Romero, is that I am not...
His Honor, the Mayor of New York.
Mother, the mayor.
The mayor? Why, Why, it really is the mayor. Louise! Louise!
Which is Apollonie, Duke?
The old lady, Your Honor, coming this way. But remember, it's Mrs. Manville. Go ahead, Mayor. Do your stuff.
Just me, Dave. My dear Mrs. Manville, so good to see you again.
Why, Your Honor.
The last time I had the pleasure of seeing you was at your very lovely party at Briarcliff. I shall never forget it. It was brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
I presume this is your very charming daughter,
Louise.
Louise?
Yes.
How do you do?
Manville, so happy to see you again, Miss Manville. How are you?
Dude, how did you do it? It is the mayor. And these are real society people.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Annie.
His
Listen.
Excellency, the governor.
The governor?
The real McCoy.
Oh. How do you do? Dude, come over here, will you? Will you, and tell me?
Nothing to it. You see, the mayor and the governor believe in fairy tales. You know, Annie, maybe there is a Santa Claus after all.
Goodbye, Louise. Goodbye, my darling.
She can't hear you, Annie. She can't even see us no more.
Oh, the wedding was swell, Annie.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Well, I gotta beat it.
Oh, thank you, dude. And God bless you.
Ah, go on. Hey, Missouri, how about some dinner?
Aw, dude. It's the first time you ever asked me.
Okay, come on.
Well, goodbye, Annie. I'm sorry our arrangement had to be temporary.
Oh, thank you, Judge. You've been marvelous. I wonder if you'd do me just one more favor.
Well, I'm sorry, Annie,
no,
but
no.
I'm just a little short just now.
No, it isn't that. I want you to write a letter for me. In a few weeks after the children are home, write a letter to Louise. And just say her mother died suddenly. Say that her end was peaceful and that her last words were, God bless the children.
I get it, Annie. I get it. Brilliant. Mrs. E. Worthington Manville is dead. Long live Apollonie.
Say, Annie, I'll be needing an apple tomorrow. I'm sitting in on a big game.
That's all right, dude. You know where to find me, corner of 47th Street and Broadway. Any old time. And you'll hear me calling. Apple. Apple. Nice red apple.
The curtain falls on Lady for a Day with May Robeson, Warren Williams, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. In a moment, our stars return for their curtain calls. But first, let me tell you what a very great actress once said about hands. I mean Sarah Bernhardt, the immortal French actress. She said, hands are so important to a woman's charm. And that's true, isn't it? When you play bridge, when you shake hands, when you reach out in a gesture of sympathy or love, wherever you are, your hands express your charm. So keep them soft and lovely looking, won't you? You can, you know, even though you wash dishes every day. The soap you use has a lot to do with it. Lux Flakes are kind to your hands. Unlike many soaps, Lux has no harmful alkali. Absolutely nothing to dry the natural oils in your skin and make your hands rough and red. Lux helps your hands stay soft and smooth and lovely to look at and to touch. So buy the generous large-sized box of Lux Flakes tomorrow for your dishes. And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And now I see our guest producer, Leslie Howard, returning with our stars.
Time now for a brief accounting from our ever-loving principals. May Robeson, Warren Williams, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. As fine a group of players as ever kicked around the delicious idiom of author Damon Runyon. Sire of those other stalwart characters, Sam the Gonoff, ex-jockey Kirk, No-Nose Cohen.
As for me, I say that things have come to a pretty pass. Huh!
Now, what could possibly be eating the old doll? What's the matter with May, Warren?
Dookie, you got me.
Dookie?
That's just it. Here you are, Mr. Leslie Howard, who has modulated some of the purest King's English I've ever heard on stage or screen, making a noise like something out of Runyon. Dookie. Oh, It's very discouraging indeed.
Leslie, you might make a better impression if you talk a la Gone with the Wind. You know, that Ashley drawl to sort of match your nice long hair.
Oh, so you prefer your ham southern style. Mr. Kibbe, what about you all?
And I all agree with Muzzy May. Well, where on earth did you, of all people, acquire that Runyon patois?
Well, I tell you, I became a devout follower of Mr. Runyon in company with a few million other Londoners when his stories made such a tremendous hit over there a year ago. Well, of course, the obvious happened. Some of the choicest accents you ever heard, from Cockney to Cambridge, were all engaged in spouting the argot. If you think I'm silly, you should have heard them.
Still, Leslie, after seeing you in Pygmalion as professor of phonetics, I think you're entitled to all the acrobatics you care to practice with the English language.
I know you co-directed that picture, didn't you, Leslie? As well as being the star. Do you still want to co-direct?
Muzzy, he not only wants to, he's going to.
In Gone with the Wind?
No, after the wind is gone. No, I have another picture lined up. You see, Guy, this is a picture in which they're permitting me to try a hand at co-producing.
Oh, had enough directing, huh?
Oh, hardly, Warren. The directing comes later in England. Oh. It's a picture called... But wait a minute, who's interviewing who around here?
Oh, I don't think it makes a bit of difference. The point is, we're all having a swell time, which makes it so much harder to say good night.
And there's one who used to hold Cecil DeMille on a knee and tell him stories. I'm sure he'd say what we all think about your work tonight. Congratulations, Leslie.
Leslie. Thank you, Leslie. Good night.
To Apple Annie and her associates, I thank you.
A highlight in radio dramatics comes to this stage next Monday night. In just a moment, Leslie Howard will announce it. Featured in tonight's cast were Lou Merrill as Happy, Margaret Brayton as Missouri Martin, James Eagles as Smiley, Wally Mayer as Steve, Frank Nelson as Carlos, Chester Clute as Oscar, Ross Forrester as Shakespeare, John Gibson as Police Captain, David Kerman as Harry the Horse, John Fee as the Mayor, Walter White as Count Alfonso Romero, Joe Franz as Murphy, Earl Gunn as Inspector, and Edgar Norton as a butler. Leslie Howard appeared through courtesy of David O. Selznick, Miss Robeson through Warner Brothers, and Guy Kibbe through Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, where he's just completed It's a Wonderful World, starring Claudette Colbert and James Stewart. Warren William is seen shortly in the Edward Small production, Man with the Iron Mask. And Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Rose of Washington Square. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. The makers of Lux Flakes bring you this enthralling story about the love and problems of a young, attractive woman doctor every afternoon, Monday through Friday. Look in your newspapers for the time and station. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Here's our guest producer, Leslie Howard.
During the coming week, we're going to be pretty busy around here with the hope that what we have to offer will bring all of you back with us next Monday night. The play is our adaptation of that highly successful picture, The Life of Émile Zola, the story of an author's fight for humanity. And we're very glad that the same magnificent actor who created the title role will play it again for us, Mr. Paul Muni. And with Mr. Muni, you'll hear that splendid artist, Miss Josephine Hutchinson. And our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you all to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Muni in The Life of Émile Zola with Josephine Hutchinson. Mr. DeMille will be back the Monday after next, so it appears that you will have me on your hands again a week from tonight. We'll try and make it interesting. Good night.
Soft lights and sweet music heard on tonight's program is from Face the Music. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon with Donald Crisp and Lynn Carver. Ladies and gentlemen,
Your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play gave the language a new word for an old dream. The word is Shangri-La, the name of the beautiful far country in James Hilton's novel, Lost Horizon. And the dream is man's eternal vision of a land completely civilized, peaceful, and free. High in the rugged mountains of Tibet lies Shangri-La, a world apart from war and rumors of war. Whole centuries ahead of its time. But even the best of all possible worlds must have people, and people will always be human. That's what makes Mr. Hilton's magnificent adventure tale a fine human drama, and the story of a very human love, too. If you saw Lost Horizon on the screen, you wouldn't picture anyone else but Ronald Colman in the starring role, and neither could we. I still have the many fine letters you wrote about his performance here last year in Libel. And I believe this play will inspire you even more. With Ronald Colman, you'll hear Donald Crisp and Lynn Carver as two of the people that are part of the strange story of Shangri-La. And Lux Soap, by the way, will be perfectly at home with Mr. Hilton's globe-trotting play tonight. Right next to the distant mountains where our story takes place is Turkestan, a wild, forbidding, sparsely inhabited country. Just the other night, Mrs. DeMille and I were reading a book written by an adventurous gentleman who'd traveled straight across Turkestan on horseback. Far up in the Himalaya mountains, his party stopped for the night at a native home. And following the custom of the country, he gave a present to the 3 ladies of the household. He gave them each 1 cake of Lux toilet soap. Much to his astonishment, each of the women put the soap in a small bag and hung it around her neck. In that lost horizon of the hills, Lux toilet soap was much too precious to be used. It was to be treasured like some work of art. Remember that the next time you get a new cake down from the shelf. And I know you'll remember Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman as Conway, with Donald Crisp as the High Lama, Lynn Carver as Lo Tsen, and Dennis Green as Mallinson. The curtain rises on the first act. Far out on the Pacific, a steamship moves slowly through the midnight fog. Shrouded in mist, her huge hulk glides ghost-like over a glassy sea. In the lounge, almost deserted and heavy with shadows, a man is seated at the piano. His face is thin and pale. He plays very softly, absently, his eyes fixed far ahead, as if seeing into the future or trying to remember the past.
Long day ahead of us tomorrow. Don't you think you'd better turn in, old man? It's rather late. Conway, don't you hear me? Conway.
Anything you say.
Please don't stop playing, please. That last selection was quite beautiful. May I inquire the name of it?
Well, what was it, Conway? The name of that selection?
I don't know. It's something something...
There, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Rudolph Siefkin.
Siefkin, the pianist?
You know me?
I've heard you play many times. My name is Rutherford. This gentleman is Mr. Conway.
How do you do? Oh, no, don't stop. Go on, please. Thank you, yes. Superb, but I can't quite place it.
I remember now. It's by Chopin.
Chopin? No, not Chopin. Very much in his style, but definitely not Chopin.
I know it's by Chopin.
Really? But I flatter myself that I know everything of Chopin's. Everything that was ever published.
Well, this wasn't published.
So? Then how do you happen to know it?
It was taught to me a few months ago by one of Chopin's pupils.
Mr. Conway chooses to have a joke with me.
Not only a pupil, but a friend.
Mr. Conway, may I remind you of one thing? This friend of Chopin's Do you realize that to be alive today, he would have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of, say, 130 years of age?
Yes, he was with Chopin the night he died, in 1849. Rutherford, I believe I'll take a walk around the deck. Good night.
Perhaps Mr. Conway resented my intrusion.
You'll have to forgive my friend, sir. He's been quite ill.
Oh?
Yes, I'm taking him home to England. You see, he's had a very severe case of amnesia.
Oh, I am sorry.
I'd better go along with him. Excuse me, please. Conway, is that you? Well, I'm afraid you've insulted the eminent Mr. Seaking. He was quite peeved.
I suppose it sounded very absurd.
Well, a man 130 years old. It was rather hard to believe.
Yes, the more so because it's true. You don't believe me either, hmm?
I'm a writer, Conway. I'm capable of believing almost anything.
Rutherford, how did you happen to find me?
Oh, purely by accident. I was traveling from Hankow to Chungking by train. I made the acquaintance of a very charming lady, Mother Superior of some French Sisters of Charity. She told me of a case they had in the hospital at Chungking, a fever patient who'd been brought in some weeks ago. She said he seemed to be English, but spoke excellent Chinese. Naturally, I was interested. When I went to the hospital with her, I recognized you at once.
And I didn't recognize you? Hmm?
The doctor said you'd been under considerable strain.
Yes, but I do recognize you now.
You mean your memory is coming back?
For the past 2 days, I've been remembering little things. Tonight, it all came back to me. That is, all except a few days when... Rutherford, when you went to the hospital, did they mention how I had come there?
Yes. You were picked up on the road about 60 miles from Chungking.
Alone?
No, there was someone with you. A woman.
A Chinese woman?
Yes.
And what happened to her?
Why, they brought her in too, of course. But she was pretty far gone. She died that night.
Died?
Conway, I'm glad your memory has returned. But I'm sorry if already you wish it hadn't.
I don't know what I wish. I only know that... Rutherford, you said you were capable of believing almost anything. Could you believe the impossible?
Do you believe it?
It happened to me.
Go on.
I don't know just where to begin. How long is it since I've seen you?
About 1921. As I remember it, you were at Oxford.
Yes, that's right. I'd gone back there after the war. I was making a study of Oriental languages. Well, soon after that, I went into the consular service.
So I heard. You were sent to India, weren't you?
Yes, to Baskul. I was the consul there up until last May. Then there was a revolt of sorts in Baskul, and we thought it safer to evacuate the civilians to Peshawar on the northwest frontier. We had some planes for the purpose, and I myself left Baskul with 4 passengers and a pilot. With me was my vice-consul, a young fellow named Mallinson, a missionary woman, Miss Brinklow, and Henry Barnard, an American businessman. We took off from Baskul at about 3 in the afternoon and should have landed in Peshawar at about 5:30. We never arrived at our destination.
Conway? I say, Conway, you asleep?
Oh, what's the matter, Mallinson? Anything wrong?
I'm not sure, but didn't you tell me that Fenner was piloting us?
Yes, isn't he?
No, the chap turned his head just now, and I'll swear it wasn't Fenner.
Well, they must have changed their minds and given us someone else.
Yes, but who is he?
My dear boy, how should I know? When we arrive in Peshawar, you can ask him all about himself.
At this rate, we won't get to Peshawar at all. The man's off his course, and we're an hour overdue at least. What? You've been asleep. It's after 6:30. And look down there, nothing but mountains as far as you can see.
No, I don't recognize this part of the world at all. I'd say you were right, Mallinson. The man's lost his way.
What's that, Conway? You say we were lost?
Lost? Oh, good heavens.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Brinklow. There's nothing to be upset about, I'm sure.
I'm not so sure. Flying over the mountains of India with night coming on isn't exactly my idea of a pleasant time. Where would you say we were?
I don't know, Mr. Barnard.
Well, we might ask the pilot, you know.
But if we're lost, he won't know either, will he?
Oh, I'm not yet certain that we are lost.
Still, there's nothing like finding out, is there?
All right, I'll ask him. Hey, you there, pilot, open the panel. Open up, will you? I want to speak to you.
I advise
You ask no questions, please.
Oh, certainly.
Look here, we want to know where we are.
I advise that you be seated.
I will not be seated. I want to know...
Mallinson, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but there's the barrel of a revolver pointing directly at my chest. Under the circumstances, I think you'd better do as the gentleman suggests.
Thank you. It would be pity if I had to resort to force.
I don't suppose you'd care to answer, but might I ask just where we're going?
You will know that tomorrow when we arrive.
What the devil did he mean?
Do you suppose you're being kidnapped?
As good an explanation as any.
He wouldn't have dared to shoot. It was probably just bluff.
Quite, but I'd rather leave it to you to make sure.
Well, I do feel that we ought to put up some sort of a fight. We can't just give in like this.
Putting up a fight without a decent chance of winning is a poor game, and I'm not that sort of a hero.
Good for you, sir. When a man's got you by the short hairs, you may as well give in pleasantly and admit it.
But what are we going to do?
Well, since we're going to be flying all night, and since there seems to be nothing we can do at the moment, I suggest we try and get some sleep. For hours we sat in the darkness of the plain, each of us pretending to sleep. From all I could make out, we were flying northeast over a range of mountains, the Karakorams. In the moonlight, I fancied I could pick out the crest of K2, the second highest mountain in the world. Beyond lay Tibet. Then I must have fallen asleep. For how long, I don't know. Suddenly the plane lurched sharply. There was a loud rushing sound in my ears, and I realized that we were coming down. But fast, much too fast. We stumbled from the plane, the four of us, badly shaken but uninjured. We found ourselves on a snow-covered plateau surrounded by towering cliffs, and I knew we must be somewhere in Tibet, a vast, uninhabited and unexplored region, a land of frozen wastes and bitter cold. Then a strange thing happened. The wind died suddenly, and the moon swung over the edge of a precipice high above. And there, soaring into the heavens, appeared the loveliest mountain on earth. It was an almost perfect cone of snow, so radiant, so serenely poised that I wondered for a moment if it were real at all.
Conway, come here. There's something the matter with this pilot fellow. I think he's ill or something. I can't get a word out of him.
The pilot? Well, now we are in a fix.
Loosen his helmet. Ah, he's still breathing anyhow. Got a match, Barnard?
Not very many. Here we are.
I'll keep lighting them.
His pulse is pretty weak. I can hardly feel it.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Oh, possibly a heart attack brought on by the altitude. There's not very much we can do for him out here. Barnard, another match. Mallinson, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter? Well, look at us, a lot of fools striking matches over a corpse.
There was little we could do for the man. We watched his breathing grow more and more labored. Eventually, he opened his eyes and began to speak convulsively, a kind of Chinese that I didn't understand very well. Toward the end, he half lifted himself and looked toward that shiny precipice towering above us. With a great effort, he raised his hand and pointed.
Shangri-La. Shangri-La.
Then, as the early rays of the sun caught the summit of the mountain, the man died.
But what did he say? He must have told you something.
Very little, I'm afraid. Merely that we are in Tibet, which is obvious. But he did say something about a lamasery near here, along the valley. Shangri-La, he called it. He was most emphatic that we should go there.
There doesn't seem to be any reason at all why we should. What if it's a trap? Have we got any guarantee that we won't be murdered?
None at all.
Conway?
Well?
I've just been looking at that mountain. Am I seeing things, or are those men coming towards us?
They were men, a party of a dozen or more, crawling like ants across the white face of the mountain. As they drew near, we saw they carried among them a hooded chair, and in it a robed figure. An elderly, Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven. Slowly they came toward us. The Chinese gave an order.
I am from the lamasery of Shangri-La. My name is Chang.
You, sir, would you be good enough to present me to your friends?
Of course. This is Miss Brinklow, Mr. Barnard, and Mr. Mallinson. My name is Conway.
How do you do? We observed from the mountain that you have had a severe accident. Your ship is beyond repair?
Yes, I'm afraid so. And anyway, our pilot is dead.
So?
As a matter of fact, we were just setting out to find your lamasery. If you could give us directions for the journey...
There is no need for that. I shall be delighted to act as your guide.
Oh, but you must have just come from there. And if it isn't very far, we could easily...
It is not far, but it is not easy either. I shall esteem it an honor to accompany you and your friends.
Oh, but really...
I must insist.
Well, thank you.
Our stay won't be long, and we'll pay for anything we have. And we'd like to hire some of your porters to help us on the journey back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
Are you so certain you are away from it? Bon hoy, Shangri-La. You are contemplating the mountain, Mr. Conway.
Yes. Yes, it's a beautiful sight. It has a name, I suppose.
It is called Caracal.
I don't think I ever heard of it. Is it very high?
Over 28,000 feet.
Do we have to climb it to get to your lamasery?
There is a pass at 20,000.
Can't be much further than this, can it? We've been climbing for hours.
Well, it's quite certain we can never have found the way ourselves.
Well, would we be missing much? What sort of a Hell's Kitchen are we making for? And what's our plan of action when we get there? What do we do?
Mallinson, there are times in life when the most comfortable thing is to do nothing at all. Things happen to you, and so you just let them happen.
That's a bit too philosophic for me. I'm suspicious about all this. They're getting us into a corner.
Have you anything else to suggest?
No.
Try and make the best of it.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's the matter with me. The whole world seems to have gone completely mad.
No, they don't, Nishik.
We seem to be at the top.
We shall rest here a moment before we descend into the valley.
Are we almost there?
The dangers of our journey are quite over. If you will look below toward the head of the valley, you can see the lamasery of Shangri-La.
Shangri-La. It was a strange and incredible sight. A group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside, like flower petals impaled upon a crag. It was superb and exquisite. The eye was carried upward from the milk-blue roofs to the gray rock looming tremendously overhead. Beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, soared Caracal. It was the most beautiful and the most terrifying mountainscape in the world. I don't remember how we arrived at the lamasery. The thin air had a dream-like texture, and with every breath, I took in a deep anesthetizing tranquility. But I do remember a strange sensation, half mystical, half visual, of having reached at last some place that was an end, a finality.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver, will bring us Act Two of Lost Horizon.
What a beautiful bride.
Lucky men getting a girl like that.
And how I'm lucky, marrying anyone as lovely as you. Darling, I
always want to look lovely for you, dear.
Ah, there's a bride who can count on happiness ahead. A clever young bride, typical of women everywhere who win romance and keep it by caring for their own natural loveliness. They know that complexion beauty must be cherished if skin is to stay appealingly soft and smooth. That's why they take a tip from the world's most beautiful women, Hollywood's famous stars. Know how they care for their million-dollar complexions? Hollywood's beauty care? Why, daily active lather facials with gentle white Lux toilet soap. Screen stars say this beauty facial is as simple as 1, 2, 3. They just smooth the creamy, rich Lux soap lather lightly in, rinse with warm water, then with cool, and pat gently to dry with a soft towel. That's all. But you'll find that Lux soap's active lather has removed every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. has left skin feeling smooth, looking flower fresh. Don't let another day go by without trying this gentle beauty care. See how the rich lather of this smooth white soap caresses your skin, how beautifully fresh it makes you look and feel. Here's a tip for brides, for women everywhere who want their beauty care really to work. Begin now to use gentle Lux toilet soap regularly. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman as Conway, with Donald Crisp as the High Lama and Lynn Carver as Lo Tsen. At the rail of the ocean liner, Conway continues his story. The strange tale of a journey to a strange place, the lamasery of Shangri-La.
From the stormy cliffs of Caracal to the serene peace and quiet of Shangri-La was like a descent into another world. How long we would have to stay, we didn't know. But I can't pretend that I was worried or even annoyed. For here in this lovely place, I enjoyed a strange sensation, a pleasant mingling of physical ease and mental alertness. It seemed to me, of all sensations, the most truly civilized. At dinner, our first night there, I noticed that the food was cooked and served in Chinese fashion.
You will excuse me if I do not have my dinner with you. My diet is very restricted. I'm obliged to take care of myself.
Of course.
If there is anything you wish, please do not hesitate to ask. I'm sure we can supply it.
You seem to be a fortunate community here, and very hospitable to strangers. I don't imagine, though, that you receive them often.
Seldom indeed. It is not a traveled part of the world.
Yes, to put it mildly. As we came up, I thought it the most isolated spot I had ever set eyes on. And yet...
Yes?
And yet you run this place as though it were a first-rate European hotel. Isn't that what you mean, Conway?
Or an American hotel, for that matter. You even have bathtubs.
Yes. We are less barbarian than you expected.
Will you tell us about the monastery, please?
It will give me the greatest pleasure, madam, so far as I am able. What exactly do you wish to know?
First of all, how many are there of you here, and what nationality do you belong to?
Those of us in full lamahood number 50. As for our racial origins, there are representatives of a great many nations, though it is perhaps natural that Tibetans and Chinese make up the majority.
I see. It's really a native monastery, then. Is your head lama a Tibetan?
No.
A Chinese?
No, madam.
Well, I'm sure he can't be English. Oh, do you have any English here?
Several.
Dear me, that seems very remarkable. And now, tell me what you all believe in.
That's rather a big question, Miss Brinklow.
Of course, I believe in the true religion. But I'm broad-minded enough to admit that other people, foreigners, I mean, are quite often sincere in their views.
If I were to put it into very few words, I should say that our prevalent belief is in moderation. We believe in the virtue of avoiding excess of all kinds. In the valley below, there are several thousand inhabitants living under the control of our order. We rule with moderate strictness, and in return we are satisfied with moderate obedience. And I think I can claim that our people are moderately sober, moderately faithful, and moderately honest.
Well, were those the valley people who arrived with you this morning?
Yes.
Well, they all seem to be excellent guides. Why can't they take us back tomorrow? We'll make it worth their while, of course.
I am sorry, but that is beyond my province. I cannot help you, sir.
You mean you won't?
Malin.
If you refuse to help us, we'll help ourselves. You have maps, I suppose?
Yes, we have many.
Well, then we'll borrow some of them, if you don't mind. How far away is the nearest telegraph line?
I do not know.
Well, where do you send to when you want anything? Anything civilized, I mean. When you had all these modern baths installed, how did they get here? Oh, you won't tell me then. It's part of the mystery, like everything else, I suppose. Conway, I must say, I think you're devilish slack. Why don't you get at the truth? I'm all in for the time being, but tomorrow, mind you, we must get away tomorrow. It's essential.
Mallinson!
Lend me a hand here. Easy, man.
Are you all right, Mallinson?
I don't know.
Tomorrow he will be much better. The air here is difficult for the stranger at first, but one soon becomes acclimatized.
Yes, I expect we're all feeling it somewhat. Barnard, look after Mallinson, will you? And I'm sure you're in need of some rest, too, Miss Brinklow.
Yes, I am. Good night.
Good night, madam.
Come on, Mallinson. Just lean your weight on me. That's the boy.
Shall I call for someone to help you?
We'll manage.
Are you retiring also, Mr. Conway?
I'd like a word with you first, if I may.
Yes?
I want to know, this morning when you found us, were you setting out on a journey?
No.
Then it was not a chance meeting. You came there deliberately to intercept us. That suggests that you must have known of our arrival beforehand. The interesting question is, how?
You are very clever, but not entirely correct. Therefore, I should counsel you not to worry your friends with these abstract discussions.
No, they want something more concrete. They want to know exactly how long you're going to keep us here.
There will be certain unavoidable delays.
How long?
The difficulties of the trip, securing the necessary porters.
How long, please?
You may tell your friends a few months.
But you don't guarantee it. Is that what you mean? Very well. For myself, I can't say I shall mind a great deal. It's a new and interesting experience.
In time to come, you may find it even more interesting. Good night.
Good night.
The view from here is quite delightful. Notice how the moonlight shines on Caracal.
It's beautiful. I'd been thinking it was white or silver, but it isn't. It's blue.
Caracal, in the language of our people, means blue moon.
In the days that followed at Shangri-La, I gave myself over to a rich and growing enchantment. In the petal-colored buildings which dotted the mountain, I recognized treasures of art that museums and millionaires alike would have bargained for. Paintings and sketches, exquisite ceramics, and tinted ink drawings preserved for more than 1,000 years. And then I discovered the library, lofty and spacious, with a quiet atmosphere more of wisdom than of learning. Here was housed all the great literature of the present and of centuries past, and all the scientific knowledge of the world. One morning, I stood beside a lotus pool in an open pavilion of the Lamasery. Presently, I became conscious of the music that seemed to come from an archway behind me. It was a harpsichord, and it had begun so softly that I wasn't even aware of listening. A girl was playing, a girl in Chinese dress. She had the high cheekbones and the eggshell pallor of the Manchu. Her jet black hair was drawn tightly back and braided. Her mouth was small and pink. She was like a delicately painted miniature. That was very lovely.
You are pleased, sir?
More than pleased.
Chang said it would be so.
Oh, did Chang send you here?
To play for you.
Well, that's very nice of him. My name is Hugh Conway.
They call me Lo Tsen.
Lo Tsen. Do you live below in the valley?
No, I live here.
At the Lamasery?
Yes, but as yet I have not attained the full Lamahood.
You mean you are a Lama?
Yes.
I'm a bit confused. I didn't realize. I thought that only men could be Lamas.
They will tell you when you have been here longer that in the Lamahood there are no distinctions between a man and a woman.
But you're hardly more than a child.
Shall I play for you again?
Oh, please.
Good morning.
Oh. Chang.
You are pleased with Lo Tsen?
She plays magnificently.
One of our greatest students of music. She has studied for a great many years.
But she couldn't. She's only... Chang, how old is Lo Tsen?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you.
Two whole weeks, not a word yet about when we're to leave. Has Chang spoken to you, Conway?
Chang has been rather vague on the subject.
Vagueness seems to be his principal stock in trade. But I imagine he'll break down a bit before long.
Well, the prospect of being marooned here doesn't seem to worry you a great deal, Barnard.
Well, frankly, it doesn't. The outside world has certain attractions, of course, but it also has some definite disadvantages.
Well, I'm surprised to hear that from you. From Conway, I might have expected. You seem positively intrigued by the place, Conway. Or are you intrigued mainly by the little Chinese girl?
I've always been a lover of music. I enjoy her company.
Hardly an excuse, is it?
Oh, I don't know. You don't care for music, do you?
No.
And yet, if you'll forgive my saying so, you seem to enjoy her company, too.
I suppose you think that's rather clever.
No, I merely think she's rather beautiful. And I know that you're only 24.
Well, you're not very old yourself, you know.
It's true.
Speaking of age, I've been sort of puzzled about this fellow Chang. How old would you say he was, Conway?
Chang? Well, that's rather difficult. At a rough guess, I'd say, anywhere from 49 to 149.
Conway, are you awake? Conway.
What is it?
I've got to see you.
Come in.
Listen, I've just found out why our friend Barnard is so willing to stay on here. He dropped his pocketbook tonight and a lot of newspaper clippings fell out.
Well?
The clippings say that he's wanted back in America for embezzlement and fraud.
When Mallinson had gone, I walked out on the terrace and stood looking across the valley of the Blue Moon. Suddenly, I became aware of a figure standing in the bright square of the pavilion.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, is that you, Chang?
I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I bring you important news.
Well?
I congratulate you, sir. And I am happy to think that I am, in some measure, responsible for the High Lama's decision.
Decision? High Lama?
It is extraordinary and unprecedented. A fortnight ago, you had not arrived. Tonight, you are to be received by him. You will follow me, please?
As I followed Chang through the Lamasery that night, I knew I was on the threshold of some great discovery. Pattering in front of me, he mounted a great spiral staircase to a door which opened noiselessly before us. Inside, the atmosphere was dry and tingling warm. The airlessness increased as we passed through the dim halls. And then at last we stopped.
The High Lama will see you alone.
Chang left me silently, and I stood breathing an atmosphere that was sultry and full of dusk. As I became accustomed to the gloom, I saw sitting before me a small and wrinkled man. He was motionless, a fading antique portrait in Chinese dress, his face thin and drawn tight over the frame of his skull. And his eyes, I felt dizzy beneath the gaze of those ancient eyes.
You are Mr. Conway?
I am.
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down beside me and have no fear. I am an old man and can do no one any harm.
I feel it a great honor to be received by you.
Thank you. I trust you have been comfortable at Shangri-La since your arrival?
Extremely so.
I am glad. Chang tells me you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
Oh, yes, I am very much interested in them.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation.
There's nothing I would rather hear.
The history of Shangri-La begins rightly in the city of Pekin, in the year 1719. For it was then that 4 friars set out on a long and perilous journey into the hinterland. They traveled southwest for many months by Lanzhou and Nokono, facing many hardships. 3 died on the way, and the 4th was not far from death when by accident he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to our Valley of the Blue Moon. There, to his joy and surprise, he found a friendly population who made haste to display what I have always regarded as our oldest tradition, that of hospitality to strangers. Quickly he recovered his health and began to preach his mission. His name was Father Perrault, and he was by birth a Luxembourger. He was something of a scholar, but he was also physically sturdy. For more than half a century he labored with his hands like any other man, tilling his own garden and learning from the inhabitants as well as teaching them. Then in the year 1789, news descended to the valley that Father Pero was dying at last. He lay in this room, where he could see from the window the white blur that was all his failing eyesight gave him of Caracal. He gathered his friends and servants round him and bade them all farewell. But the end was not yet. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement, and then he began to recover. He was then 108.
The ancient lama paused, his eyes closed as if the discourse had tired him. What he had told me was not beyond belief, but as he went on, I was held speechless with wonder. Father Pero's recovery, he told me, was not in any sense temporary. No, he plunged immediately into a rigorous self-discipline which would have killed another man of that age. It was in 1803 that a wanderer found his way to the Valley of the Blue Moon, an Austrian named Henschel. The great friendship sprang up between the two, and Henschel stayed on. It was then that they had a wild and fantastic dream to preserve for all time the transient and perishable beauties of the world, to store them at Shangri-La, and keep them safe against the brutalities and ravages of war, a heritage to cherish and bequeath. Then, when the strong had devoured each other, the Christian ethic might at last be fulfilled, and the meek might inherit the earth. So, with the valley's gold, they purchased art treasures from Europe and Asia. They filled the library with the great literature of all the ages. Then, later on, it was decided to admit travelers and strangers who had lost their way.
Strangers who had lost their way. Strangers might come as freely as they wished, but with one important proviso.
And what was that?
In the years that followed, strangers did come. More than one party of explorers lost in these hills encountered messengers bearing a cordial invitation, and one that was rarely declined. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of Father Pero and Henschel, the lamasery had begun to acquire many of its present characteristics. It was almost completed when Henschel died.
He died?
Yes. It was very sudden. He was killed in the year 1910.
1910?
Just before his death, a Chinese artist had sketched him. There is his picture on the wall behind you.
But this is the portrait of a young man. If he died in the year you said...
He did.
And he came here in 1803?
Yes.
He was killed, you said?
Yes. A traveler shot him.
What was the cause of it?
There had been a quarrel about some porters. Henschel had just told him of the important proviso that governs our reception of guests. Perhaps you are wondering, my dear Conway, what that proviso may be.
I think I can already guess. We are to stay here all of our lives.
And can you guess anything else after this long and curious story of mine?
It seems impossible, and yet, impossible as it may be, I know it's the truth.
What is, my son?
That you are still alive, Father Pero.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver, will bring us Act 3 of Lost Horizon. And now, here's Sally, all dressed up and looking like $1 million in a very dashing new fall hat. Well, Sally, you certainly are a good picker.
Mr. Ruick, do you really like this hat? I do, but then,
Why,
of course...
Sally, it's a honey.
Well, thank you. I bought it in such a hurry today, but I was sure it was the hat for me the moment I saw it. Well, I guess I'm just one of those people with whom first impressions count most.
Well, I think most women are like that, Sally.
Well, first impressions have always counted most with me. You know, Mr. Ruick, I still remember the first time I tried Lux toilet soap. Oh, years and years ago. That neat sort of quaint American sampler wrapper made a hit with me right away. It was so different and so nice looking. And then when I unwrapped the cake and saw how very pure white and satiny smooth it was, I just knew some way that Lux must be a real beauty soap. The kind of soap a girl wants for her skin.
You were right about that, Sally.
Of course. And then I remember what an impression it made on me when I started to use that beautiful cake of Lux toilet soap. Why, it felt as if I were actually smoothing beauty in. The lather was so creamy, so caressing. Believe me, I was absolutely reveling in luxury.
Yes, Sally, so many women speak of Lux toilet soap as a luxury soap. And yet Lux toilet soap really isn't a luxury as far as price is concerned. It costs only a few cents a cake. And for those few cents, you get a personal toilet soap that's as fine as money can buy. You know, Lux toilet soap is made of only the highest quality ingredients. That's why it's so pure and mild, gentle to precious complexions, which is why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap for their priceless complexions. If you haven't tried it, why not get 3 cakes of this fragrant white soap tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Lost Horizon. Once again, as his friend Rutherford listens intently, Conway takes up the thread of his narrative. Dawn is breaking over the calm Pacific. Conway's voice is low, keyed to the tune of another world, the peaceful world of Shangri-La.
I learned one of the secrets of Shangri-La that night, the secret of prolonged human life. For the High Lama who sat beside me had been born in 1683. He had lived for nearly 2.5 centuries. He confirmed my suspicion that our coming was no accident. There had been no travelers to Shangri-La for 20 years. Many lamas had died, and our pilot had been sent out into the world to bring new life to the lamasery.
Yes, my son, there is death at Shangri-La. There are many of us who live no more than 100 years.
And those who do live more, when do they begin to grow old in appearance?
Cases differ. Some retain their youth for a century or more, but they must never leave the Valley of the Blue Moon.
And if one of your lamas were to leave the valley?
He would die. His years would fall on his shoulders like a great burden, and he would die very soon, an old, old man.
Lotsen.
You have seen the High Lama?
Lotsen, you must help me. When I spoke with him, I understood everything. And now...
And now, you are not sure again. That will pass.
Will it?
You will be happy, as all of us have been.
Lotsen, how did you come here? How long ago?
I was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan. We were traveling to Kashgar to meet him when my carriers lost their way in the mountains.
When did this happen?
In 1864. I was 18.
18? Well, then now you...
The missionaries of Shangri-La found us. They brought us here.
Yes, it must have been very difficult for you, your wedding journey.
I had never seen the man I was to marry. It was the custom of our land.
Then, in all these years, you have never known the meaning of love? Lotsen, is there no love at Shangri-La? Is there no room for love at Shangri-La, Lotsen? She did not answer, but I thought I saw a faint flush rising in her ivory cheek, and my heart seemed to leap inside me. And then I was aware that someone had entered the pavilion and was standing watching us. It was Mallinson. In the next few weeks, I was summoned often by the High Lama. I learned to expect his call, and I seemed to sense when it would come. One night, I heard the valley people chanting far below. I thought it strange, for I had not heard it since we arrived. It was midnight when I stood in the presence of the High Lama.
Tell me, my son, have you been happy at Shangri-La?
Quite happy, Father Perrault.
What have you been doing?
Something very unusual. I have been learning new pieces by Chopin.
Ah, then you have met Alphonse Briac.
Oh, yes.
He was a great friend of Chopin. He was with him the night he died, in 1849.
And so he told me. It was fascinating.
My son, I know that you are content here, but I worry about your friends. Will they learn to be content also?
I'm sure that two of them will. Miss Brinklow is going to convert you.
Or we her. Does it matter? What of Mr. Barnard?
Oh, he's found a project, too. He wants to mine your gold.
For himself?
No, for you. He's discovered that you use it to bring supplies from outside.
And he wishes to help us. Splendid. And now, Mallinson.
Ah, he's going to be a problem.
Yes. I'm afraid he's going to be your problem.
Why mine?
Because, my son, I am going to die.
You are going to? Father Perrault.
Yes. We are all mortal, even here in the Valley of the Blue Moon. But I must feel at rest before I die. That is why I sent for you tonight.
You do me a great honor, Father.
I have in mind to do much more than that. I have waited for you, my son, for, a long time. My colleagues have grown old and wise, but you who are still young in years are as wise already. My son, there is a great storm gathering in the world, a black fury which will not spend itself for many years. There will be no safety in arms, no answer in science. It may rage till every flower of culture is trampled, and all human things are leveled in vast chaos. Such was my vision when Napoleon was still a name unknown. And I see it now, more clearly with each hour. Do you say I am mistaken?
No, a crash such as that came once before, and then there were the Dark Ages lasting 500 years.
The Dark Ages that will come will cover the earth like a pall. But I believe that you will live through the storm. Beyond that, my vision weakens. But I see at great distance a new world stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, hidden behind the mountains in the Valley of the Blue Moon. And you will be here to give them to the hopeful world. My son, I place in your hands the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
The High Lama stopped speaking. The glow in his eyes faded. Presently it came to me as in a dream. The High Lama was dead.
Conway, I've been waiting for you. I've got some news. I say, what's the matter, Conway? Are you ill?
Ill? No, I don't think so. Just tired.
Well, where were you all the while?
I was visiting the High Lama.
Oh, him. Well, that's for the last time, anyhow.
Yes, the last time.
Pull yourself together, man. The porters are waiting for us.
Porters?
Yes, it's all arranged. We've got to start immediately.
We can't.
Oh, don't be a fool. They've even been paid. They're going to take us back to Peshawar. Miss Brinklow and Barnard are staying, so it's just you and I and...
Who's been making all these plans? Who?
Lotsen. She's with the porters now. She's waiting.
Waiting?
Yes, she's coming with us.
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
You must take my word for it. Lotsen must never leave here.
Because you want to stay. Because you're in love with her. That's it, isn't it? That's it.
Listen to
I
me.
won't. You're in love with her.
What if I am? That's why I tell you she must stay.
You've no right to say that. Oh, Conway, listen. There isn't much time. You've got to come with us. I want to go back to get away from this place. And Lotsen, too. She's young. Doesn't that count?
Lotsen is not young.
Not young? Not young.
Lotsen came to Shangri-La in 1864.
You're raving, man.
It's the truth. Her beauty is a fragile thing. It can only live where fragile things are loved. Take her away from this valley and she will fade away like an echo.
Conway, I'm not going to waste any more time. Are you coming with us or not?
Mallinson, listen to me. I tried then to tell him about the secret of Shangri-La. He looked at me as though I were mad. And as I read the disbelief in his eyes, I began to doubt myself. When he left me, I wanted to cry out to him, to wait, that I had been mad. That the thing was too incredible even for me to believe. I waited in torture all night. And then, toward dawn, Mallinson returned.
I couldn't do it. I didn't have the nerve.
Mallinson.
Well, that place where we were roped together on the cliff, do you remember? I got as far as that and I couldn't manage it. I was afraid.
Stop
afraid.
It. Stop.
Conway, you've got to go. I can't do it without you. I've depended on you. I've depended on your help in everything. You've got to help me to get out of this place.
Tell me something. Are you in love with Lotsen?
Yes. And she's in love with me.
Where is she?
Lotsen.
I'm here.
Lotsen, do you wish to leave Shangri-La?
We have tried to go. We tried to leave tonight.
You know, you understand the risk?
I love him. If he is not with me, I would die. Here.
Conway, you see, don't you?
Do you think you could manage that tricky bit with the rope if I were with you?
You mean you'll come?
Yes.
Lotsen, did you hear? He's coming. He's coming with us.
We made the descent that morning, Mallinson, the girl, and I. For weeks, we traveled toward the east. And then our porters began to desert. One by one, they disappeared. Until there were just the three of us, creeping like snails across a desert wilderness. Then, for a long while, we were only two. Mallinson had died.
Go on. There must be more, Conway. What's the rest of the story?
I don't know the rest of it. Perhaps you can help me, Rutherford.
Aye?
You found me in the hospital at Chungking. A woman had come with me.
Yes?
Did you ask? Did they tell you? Was she a young woman?
No. They said she was old. The oldest woman they had ever seen.
Ashore. Gangplank is down. Going ashore.
Conway, are you in there? The boat's docked, Conway. Conway, answer me.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you Mr. Rutherford?
Yes?
Mr. Conway asked me to deliver this note to you.
Well, where is he?
We arrived quite early, sir. He went ashore in the tender.
My dear Rutherford, when this letter reaches you, I will be gone. Thank you for everything that you have done for me.
When this letter reaches you, I will be gone. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I can never repay you. Tomorrow, I hope to find passage back to Shanghai. Somewhere beyond Lhasa, near the foothills of the Himalayas, I seem to picture in my mind a long plateau running north. It seems to me that from the end of this plateau, I can see a mountain far away rising white against the sky. I hope to find it again, for this I think is Karakal, and beyond is Shangri-La. and the Valley of the Blue Moon.
Curtain falls, and downstage to the footlights come Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver. Ronnie, we salute you, and the company at large for a splendid performance.
Thank you, C.B., and I wish James Hilton were here so that we could thank him for giving us a story like Lost Horizon.
The most amazing thing to me is that he's made Shangri-La just as believable as Hollywood.
In some ways, a little more so.
So real that I believe some people have actually gone in search of it. The rumors of such a place keep coming from Tibet every once in a while.
I hope we haven't started anything like that tonight.
After working a year on Reap the Wild Wind, I'd like to go hunting for it myself.
Sounds like an exciting trip over Mr. Hilton's mountains by mule.
C.B., I'll give you 10 minutes in Shangri-La before you start looking for camera angles.
I might surprise you, Ronnie.
And now, before we go, Mr. DeMille, I want to thank you for making my first visit to the Lux Radio Theater so pleasant. I didn't really feel like a stranger at all because I've heard the program so much, and also because I've used Lux soap for so long a time. I'd like to tell the women in the audience that it's a complexion care that's really kind to your skin. When you try Lux soap once, you know it's what you've been looking for.
Lux soap came, was seen, and it conquered, Lynn. If Julius Caesar's listening, my apologies.
He won't mind, C.B., if only you tell us what next week's play is.
It's this week's hit in the screen world, Ronnie. A picture that's just been released. It's called Lydia, adapted from Alexander Korda's fine film production. The star is the same lovely actress you've seen, or surely will want to see in this picture, Merle Oberon. And with her, we'll present Alan Marshall, Edna May Oliver, and George Reeves from the screencast. Lydia is the story of a beautiful woman and the 4 men who loved her. The story's climaxed by the dramatic scene many years later when they all meet again. The picture's been hailed as an acting triumph, and we have the same stars here next Monday night.
I'm anxious to hear it, C.B., because I've heard so much about the picture. Good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night. And may we all find Shangri-La. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Retailers for Defense Week. May I suggest that when you go shopping, you take your change in United States defense stamps. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon in Lydia with Alan Marshall, Edna May Oliver, and George Reeves. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ronald Colman is currently seen on the screen in My Life with Caroline. Donald Crisp appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Heard in tonight's play were Dennis Green as Mallinson, Cy Kendall as Chang, Dennis Hoy as Rutherford, and Jill Esmond, Dick Elliott, Charlie Lung, and Peter Leeds. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Lost Horizon has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care that 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use to help keep their complexions beautifully clear and smooth, flawless, as every woman wants her skin to be. Your announcer is Melville Ruick, and this is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater presents You Can't Take It With You, with an all-star cast headed by Edward Arnold, Walter Connolly, Fay Ray, Robert Cummings, Neda Harrigan, and Lee Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special occasion for us. Just 5 years ago this week, the curtain went up for the first time in the Lux Radio Theater. And one of the most gratifying things to me is our box office report. Unlike most theaters, our box office is not situated in front of the building with one ticket seller, but in every city and town throughout the country, with thousands of ticket sellers, in every store where you buy Lux toilet soap. It's your loyal purchase of our product that raises the curtain each week in this theater. And it's all made possible by the exceptional quality of Lux toilet soap. Mr. Ruick has a letter on this subject that I think you'd like to hear. It says, Dear Mr. DeMille, we are all loyal to you, to the Lux Radio Theater, and to Lux toilet soap. I, for one, purchased Lux toilet soap at first as a thank you for the Lux Radio Theater, so the theater might be continued. But just as you've told us, the quality of the product is so outstanding that I am now writing to tell you that I wouldn't think of doing without my Lux toilet soap. It's a grand help for a woman who wants to keep her complexion as attractive as possible, and it certainly makes a grand bath soap. And special thanks to you, Mr. DeMille, for you can't take it with you. I'll be listening in Monday night.
And that, Mr. Ruick, brings us to our play. The ancient Greeks had a gift for philosophy, the Romans a gift for government, and just as certainly Americans have always been blessed with a gift for humor. Prophets of gloom have never fared very well in our country. They've always been overshadowed by prophets of laughter like Morse Hart and George S. Kaufman, who wrote You Can't Take It With You. A Pulitzer Prize play on the Broadway stage, and later a hit motion picture produced by Columbia Pictures Corporation, You Can't Take It With You is a great American comedy. But it's also a love story, for there can be humor in romance, even though the parties concerned are usually too serious to see it. To cast this play, we literally covered the country from Maine to California. Our good friend Edward Arnold was up in San Francisco enjoying a kind of postman's holiday with the Bohemian Club, a group of gentlemen who amuse themselves occasionally by putting on a play. But we suggested that it was time to stop entertaining himself and get back to entertaining the public. He's here tonight as Banker Kirby, the same role he played in the picture. Miss Fay Ray was in Maine, finishing an engagement on the Straw Hat Circuit. That's the branch of the theater which blooms in the spring and closes up at the first frost. We reached her by telephone and told her about the part of Alice. And above the noise of shifting scenery, she managed to shout across the continent that she'd take the next train for California. We found Walter Connolly, our choice for Grandpa Vanderhoff, solemnly waving a steak knife in the Paramount Commissary. When we caught his eye from a safe distance, he explained that he was learning to be an orchestra conductor for the title role in The Gay Days of Victor Herbert. Robert Cummings, one of the most promising young leading men in Hollywood, takes the part of Tony. Netta Harrigan, in Private Life, Mrs. Walter Connolly, plays Mrs. Kirby, and lovely Lee Patrick, the role of Penny. Firecrackers, ballet dancers, romance, and income taxes are about to descend upon us. It's curtain time for Act One of You Can't Take It With You, starring Edward Arnold as Mr. Kirby, Walter Connolly as Grandpa Vanderhoff, Fay Ray as Alice, and Robert Cummings as Tony. The 57th floor of the Kirby Building, tallest and most impressive structure of a great American city. On a door opposite the elevator is a brass plate bearing the legend, Anthony P. Kirby Company, Bankers. And behind 7 other doors marked private is the inner sanctum of the great Kirby himself. The famous tycoon cannot be disturbed just now. With his son Tony and a small group of associates, he's engaged in the ceremonial dance of modern business, a very important conference.
Gentlemen, we're going ahead exactly as planned. Our company will be the largest individual corporation in the world, particularly with Ramsey lined up.
Why, we'd control the whole field of production.
Exactly, gentlemen.
But, AP, Ramsey would never permit himself to be absolved by anybody.
Oh, won't he? Earlier this year, Ramsey floated a new issue, didn't he? What for? For expansion, new production facilities, all right. Where's he going to build these new production facilities? I own every 12 square blocks completely surrounding his factories.
You own them? We didn't know anything about that, AP.
Of course you didn't. Nobody knew. The Blakely Real Estate Company's been buying it for me a piece at a time, but my name was kept out of it.
That's brilliant, AP.
So you see, gentlemen, we can proceed without any trouble. Well, you know what to do. Come on, get busy.
Yes, sir. We'll hop right to it.
Oh, Douglas, get me Mr. Blakely on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Well, Tony, how does it feel to be a vice president?
Well, it's been painless enough so far, Dad.
You talk as if you were having a tooth yanked.
Look, Dad, maybe sometime when you've got a week or two off, you can sort of let me in on what the banking business is all about, huh?
Oh, now, don't give up, Tony. Sure, it's complicated, but, you'll get used to it. How's your mother been?
Oh, she's fine. Said she'd drop in later.
Mr. Blakely's on the phone, sir.
Good. Hello, Blakely.
Hello, A.P.
How's it going, Blakely? You got that property yet?
Well, I'm having a little trouble, A.P. I've got all 12 blocks except one house, 25-foot front, and the man won't sell.
Well, make him sell. Those 12 blocks are useless unless I can buy every inch.
Well, I'm trying, A.P., but the old man's a crank. I offered him $50,000 yesterday, and he turned it down. I tried to get him in here today to talk some sense into him, but I don't know.
You listen to me. I don't want any excuses. I want his house. And remember this, Blakely. Unless you buy the whole 12 blocks, you don't get a penny commission. Goodbye.
But, Mr. Kirby... that man's got ice water in his veins. I tell you, John, we've got to get that property.
You can't force a man to sell his home.
Well, what did he say when you offered him the $50,000?
I'm not sure, but I think someone began singing, someone else danced, and Grandpa Vanderhoff himself sat down and played a mouth organ.
A mouth organ? What are they, a bunch of nuts?
Mr. Vanderhoff is here, Mr. Blakely.
Oh, Mr. Vanderhoff. Well, send him right in. No. Have him wait.
Yes, sir.
Let him cool his heels a while.
Psychology, eh?
It never fails.
Mr. Vanderhoff, Mr. Blakely will see you in just a minute.
Oh, that's all right. I'm not in any hurry.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Say, mister, what are you doing with that there machine?
Huh? Oh, why, this is an adding machine. Oh, my goodness, made a mistake. First time in 20 years.
I suppose that calls for the building to collapse, hmm? What do you have to do that for?
Well, I have to add up these figures and see if they check against these other figures.
Why? Say, do you like it, this work you're doing?
Oh, my goodness, no. Oh, for land's sakes, what am I saying?
Then what do you do it for? What would you rather do?
Rather do? Well, I make up things.
Poetry?
Oh, no, things. Gadgets.
Let's see, you got anything here?
Well, look back here behind the desk. See? This is one of the things I made up. The bunny comes out of the cabbage, looks around, and it goes back.
Now, that's kind of cute. Seems to me, Mr.
Poppins.
Seems to me, Mr. Poppins, that's the sort of thing you ought to be doing all the time.
Yes. Well, maybe someday when my ship comes in.
A lot of people waiting for that ship, Mr. Poppins. Meanwhile, they don't have any fun. Look, how would you like to come over to our house for a while and work on your gadgets?
Over to your house?
I don't feel bashful about it. Mr. DePinna, he's the Iceman, came over 9 years ago. Got interested in making fireworks down in the cellar with my son-in-law, Paul, and he's been living with us ever since. Over at our place, everybody does exactly what he wants to do.
Really? That's wonderful. But how do you live? Who takes care of you?
The same one who takes care of the lilies of the field, Mr. Poppins. If you like, you can come over and be a lily, too. Say, let's hear that bunny again, will you?
Well, all right.
It's a wonderful invention, Mr. Poppins. Ought to be fun making it, too.
Oh, goodness, it's Mr. Blakely.
What's this? What's going on here?
Well, you see, sir, this gentleman...
Mr. Poppins was showing me his invention, that's all.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Vanderhoff. Well. Come in. Come right into my office.
No, thank you, Mr. Blakely. I was just going.
Going? Well, what are you talking about?
Say, that's a bad twitch in your eye. You've been working too hard. You ought to take a vacation.
Well, Mr. Vanderhoff, if it's all the same to you, let's quit playing games. I'm a very busy man.
Then I don't want to disturb you. Bye, Mr. Blakely.
Look. I have a check here for $100,000 made out to you.
You don't say. Look out for that twitch, Mr. Blakely. Coming, Poppins?
I'd like to, but I don't
You, Poppins, this is all your fault. You and your confounded toys. Get it out of here.
Oh, you broke it. You broke my... wait a minute, Mr. Vanderhoff. I'll get my hat.
If you leave here, Poppins, you needn't come back.
I don't intend to. Mr. Blakely, the die is cast. From now on, I'm a lily.
Fine. Get your bunny, Poppins. Go right in, Mr. Poppins.
Thank you.
Hello, Grandpa. That's
that you?
Yep, Reba. You better set another place for dinner. Mr. Poppins here is going to stay with us for a while.
Now, ain't that nice? How do, Mr. Poppins?
How do you do?
Reba, will you taste a love dream for me? It's a new candy I'm working on with coconut.
Like to, Miss Essie, but I just ate a scallion. It's going to taste like scallions no matter what.
Guess I'll have to ask Mother then. Hello, Grandpa.
This is my granddaughter, Essie, Mr. Poppins. Makes the best candy in the city.
Hello.
Hello.
Just put your hat over there, Mr. Poppins. I'll show you where you can wash up.
Mother, will you please taste a love dream for me?
I don't think I can now, Essie. I'm busy with my play. You have to make candy today. It's so hot.
Well, Ed went out and got a bunch of new orders.
If it keeps on, you'll be opening a store, dear.
That's what Ed was saying last night, but I said no. I want to be a dancer.
Miss Essie, that new batch of love dreams was about ready.
Oh, gosh, I better get back to the kitchen.
Finished the second act yet, Mrs. Sycamore?
Oh, no, Reba. I've got Cynthia just entering the monastery.
Monastery? She was singing in the Paradise Club last I heard.
Well, she gets tired of the Paradise Club, and there's this monastery, so she goes there.
My, I bet she busted wide open.
Wait a minute, Mr. DePinna. I want to show my wife.
Oh, what are you doing down in the cellar?
Look, Penny, the new firecrackers. Mr. DePinna and I just got through with them. We can sell them for 10 cents a string. And they pop like the dickens. Watch. Pretty nice, huh?
Yes, dear, they're lovely.
Mr. Sycamore? Yes, Mr. DePinna?
On this skyrocket, I think we got the powder chamber too close to the balloon.
Bring it up here and let me see.
Mother, Ed's coming home. Ed's coming home. I saw him through the window.
Hey, Essie.
Here I am, Ed.
Well, I delivered the candy. How's my beautiful wife?
Oh, just fine, dear.
I couldn't wait to get home and get at the xylophone. Say, wait till you hear this tune. It's been ringing in my ears all day. Listen.
Oh, I like that, Ed. Is it yours?
No, Chopin.
Got a lot of you in it. It makes me feel like practicing my dancing.
Come on, Mr. Poppins. Come on in and meet the rest of the family. Folks, this is Mr. Poppins. You know Essie. The fella playing the xylophone is Ed. He's her husband. This is my son-in-law, Paul Sycamore.
Hello, Mr. Poppins.
How do you do?
And Mr. DePinna. He's the Iceman.
Very pleased to know you.
How do you do?
And over here is my daughter, Penny.
How do you do?
Oh, hello. Were you ever in a monastery, Mr. Poppins?
No, I never have been.
What's the matter, Penny? Stuck?
Well, I've got her in a monastery, and I can't get her out.
Hey, where's Alice? Isn't she coming home for dinner?
She didn't say. I think she ought to stop working in that millinery shop. They make her stay so late.
Why, Penny, she hasn't worked there for 5 months.
Really?
She works for some bankers now, Kirby and Son. She works for the Sun.
Bankers? Now, isn't that nice? Reba!
Yes, Mrs. Sycamore?
Reba, will you please call up Alice at her office and ask her if she's coming home to dinner?
That's at Kirby and Son, Reba.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, she works for the Sun. Now, where was I in my play?
Tony, dear.
Yes, Alice.
Tony, stop me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the telephone ringing?
Say, that's strange. You know, I thought I heard something. Voices in my ear. Voices that say, if you don't kiss Alice Sycamore right away, you're a chump.
Tony, please. This is a business office. Hello. Mr. Anthony Kirby Jr.'s office? Oh, hello, Reba. Wait. Mother wants to know if I'll be home for dinner.
Oh, definitely not.
The man says no, Reba.
Darling.
Tony, stop that. Reba, tell Grandpa I love him as much as ever, but a young vice president has me in his powers. Tony,
Well, I was only kissing you on the back of the neck. What's the matter?
Yes, Reba, of course I'm struggling. Tony, don't you come.
Tony. Good evening, dear.
Oh.
Mother. Oh, hello, Mother. Won't you sort of sit down or something?
No, I see you're busy. If you don't mind, I think I'll go and see your father.
Excuse me, dear. Goodbye, Reba. I've got to hang up now. The ceiling just fell in. Tony, would you mind handing me the want ad section of that paper?
Oh, I'm sorry, Alice. I had no idea my mother was going to pop in like that.
No, I guess you didn't. Well, I'd better go home.
Now, wait a minute. I want to tell you something. Last night I informed the lady that was just in here that I was going to marry you.
Tony! Well, I don't remember your telling it to me.
Well, you didn't ask me.
Did you see the way she looked at me? I know just what she was thinking.
Oh, listen, there seems to be a general impression around here that the Kirbys are ogres or something. Well, that has nothing to do with me. They're just putty in my hands. Never wanted to think I couldn't get up a yell long enough. Oh, it worked like a charm when I was a baby. Here, I'll give you an idea.
Tony! Oh, you crazy.
Sure. And there's one little detail I forgot to mention. I love you, Alice. I love you very much.
Oh, Tony. Tony.
There you are. Do you like it, Mr. Sycamore?
I think it's marvelous. Did you make that just the 2 days you've been here?
Well, I had the parts, you see. But this is a wonderful place to work.
Say, Mr. Sycamore,
Yes?
this new fireworks display is going to be the best we've ever made.
I guess it is, Mr. DePinner.
Did you think a name up for it yet?
No. What we need is something new and big, with plenty of flash. You any ideas, Mr. Poppins?
Let me see. I know. The Russian Revolution. Plenty of fireworks there.
Why, that's brilliant, Mr. Poppins. What do you think of it, Ed? The Russian Revolution.
I think it's swell. Say, you got swell ideas, Mr. Poppins. Say, maybe you got something you'd like me to set up on my printing press.
Why don't you print something about the fireworks? Advertising them. Then put it in the candy boxes, and the people who buy the candy will also buy the fireworks.
Say, that's great. Listen, how does this sound? Watch for the revolution. It's coming soon.
Fine. We got a lot of these red flag firecrackers left. You could write about them, too.
Sure. Red flags will sweep the country. Get your red flags from Sycamore.
Well, that's fine, fine.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Alice.
Hear ye. Don't ring that dinner bell yet, Miss Alice. It ain't even half ready.
Gather round, everybody. It's the town crier herself, and I've got an announcement to make.
Alice, dear, what's the matter?
Oh, it's wonderful, Mother. Listen. A young gentleman is going to call on me in exactly 20 minutes.
Who, Alice? What's his name?
Mr. Anthony Kirby, Jr.
Kirby? Why, that's the boss's son.
Oh, yes, Kirby and Son.
Yeah. What's all the excitement?
Grandpa, I've had a proposal from Tony Kirby, and he's coming to call tonight.
A proposal? Well, why didn't you say?
And, Mother, please, I want him to take us in easy doses. So please don't read him any plays on his first visit, because I like him. And Essie, I wouldn't dance for him if I were you, because we're going to the Monte Carlo Ballet later. Well, now I've got to dress. Bye.
I hope he's all right. Many of these young fellows are just clowns.
Come in.
Hello.
Hello, Grandpa. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, Alice, do you love him?
Love him. Oh, I...
Can't even talk about him, huh?
Not rationally.
Who's asking you to be rational? Listen, when I courted your grandmother, it took me 2 years to propose. Know why? The moment she'd walk into the room, my knees would buckle, and the blood would rush to my head, and the walls would start dancing. Up to the last, I couldn't even look at her without my heart didn't go thump, thump, thump. That's why I've lived in this house so many years and never could move out. It'd be like moving away from Grandma.
Oh, Grandpa, I've got it that way, too.
If you have, then I guess it's all right.
Look, I bought you something. Here. You like it?
Well, bless my soul. A new harmonica. Sure is a beauty, too. I guess I'll run along downstairs and have a whack at it.
There's the bell. He's here now. Tell him I'll be right there, Grandpa.
That's wonderful, Ed.
Ed, stop playing. I think I heard the bell. And remember, everybody, be very nice. It's Alice's young man. Hello. I'm Alice's mother. Come right in.
I'm afraid there's been a mistake. My name is Henderson.
Henderson? But I thought it was Kirby.
Wilbur G. Henderson, Internal Revenue Department. I'm looking for Martin Vanderhoff.
Right here. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down, sir.
Thanks. Mr. Vanderhoff, the government wants to talk to you about a little matter of income tax.
Income tax?
Now, Mr. Vanderhoff, we've written you several letters about this and no reply. And according to our records...
Oh, that's Mr. Kirby now. I'll answer it. Excuse me.
Uh,
Come right in, Mr. Kirby.
Thanks.
Hello, son. Glad to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Mother, is that Mr. Kirby?
Yes, dear. He's lovely.
Sit down, son. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you very much.
Mr. Vanderhoff, I hope you'll excuse me, but I've got to be going.
Oh, I'm sorry. Drop in again sometime for dinner.
If you don't mind, I'd like to get my business over before I go.
Oh?
Mr. Vanderhoff, our records show that you have never paid an income tax.
That's right.
Why not?
I don't believe in it.
You don't believe in it?
No, sir.
Well, whether you believe in it or not, you owe the government 22 years back income taxes.
Yes? Now, look, Mr. Henderson, suppose I pay you the money, mind you. I don't say I'm going to, but just for the sake of argument. What do I get for my money?
Get? What? Why, you get everything.
What?
Well, everything. Look at Congress and the House and the Senate. We've got to pay them, don't we?
Not with my money, no, sir.
Now, listen.
Well, here I am.
Oh.
Hello, Tony.
Hello, Alice.
I hope you all got acquainted.
Oh, yes. I think you two will make such a lovely couple.
Mother.
Look, Mr. Vanderhoff, there's no two ways about it. You've got to pay your taxes.
How's that?
I said you've got to pay it.
Well, they've got to show me.
They don't have to show you. I just told you. Look, who's going to pay for all those buildings down in Washington and interstate commerce and the Constitution?
The Constitution was paid for long ago. And interstate commerce, what is interstate commerce anyway?
Oh, look, there are 48 states, see? And if it weren't for interstate commerce, nothing could get from one state to another, see?
Why not? Have they got fences?
No, they haven't got fences. They've got laws. Oh, holy smoke, I never ran across anything like this before.
Well, I might pay you about $75, but that's all it's worth.
You'll pay every cent of it, like everybody else. And if you think you're bigger than the law, you've got another thing coming. Oh, holy smokes, what's that? What's that? Let me out of this place. Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
You see, Tony, my father makes fireworks in the cellar.
Oh, well, I hope you don't get into any trouble, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Not me. I don't owe the government a cent.
Alice, dear, here's your wrap.
Thanks, Mother. Already, Tony? We'll be late.
Hello, everybody.
Mr. Kalenko!
Tony, you're just in time to meet Mr. Kalenkoff. He's Essie's dancing teacher.
Ah, my little Alice. My little Aliska. Never have I seen you look so magnificent.
Mr. Kirby, Mr. Kalenkoff.
How do you do?
I have a slight pain in the chest.
Oh, Mr. Kalenkoff, I practiced today.
Oh, my Pavlova. Grandpa, I am in time for dinner, no?
Of course you are.
If you'll pardon us, Mr. Kalenkoff, we're going out to the Monte Carlo Ballet.
Monte Carlo Ballet? It stinks.
Yes, well, goodbye, everybody.
I'm glad to meet you all. Goodbye.
Dinner's ready.
Come on, everybody. Well, let
Can
me
you
get my
imagine
place
Alice
right here,
marrying
if you
the
don't
Kirby?
mind.
We can put the altar right in that corner.
Thank you very much.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
Did you notice his manners, Paul?
Quiet, Penny. Grandpa's going to say grace.
Well, sir, we've been getting along pretty good for quite a while now, and we're certainly much obliged. Looks like Alice is going to get married, and I think she'll be happy, because we just met the boy you sent to her, and he looks fine. Remember, all we ask is to just go along the way we are and keep our health, and as far as anything else is concerned, we leave it up to you. Thank you.
Who has the pickles? Pickles, Mr. Poppins?
I'm not very
The curtain falls on Act One of You Can't Take It With You. And the course of romance promises to be rather stormy in the Vanderhoff household. During the brief intermission, before we go on with the second act, a member of our official family, Mr. Ruick, has an interesting interlude for you.
Yes, I should like to tell you about a conversation that some of us had last night. We were sitting around a table at the Brown Derby when someone brought up the subject of how men differ from women in their attitude towards the simple things of life. For instance, men don't like plays that are sad as much as women do.
And men sing in the bath, Mr. Ruick. That's right, Mr. Ruick. And we've made up a little song about that, which we think is cute. Want to hear it?
We certainly do. Go ahead.
Here's what we've heard nearly everyone say. Women are different from men. Ladies, when bathing, are not half so gay. while men sing or whistle and then sing again. If they're Irish, the tune goes like this. Da, 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 da. If they're Scotch, here is one they won't miss. Da, 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 da. Maybe they'll whistle and you will hear. For men are always full of good cheer.
That's enough, girls. That's enough. You've proved your point. Men do sing in the bathtub or shower, and it's up to the wise wife to see that this happy mood isn't broken. Don't, please, give them a soap that's sort of stingy in its lather. Don't give them soaps that sting and smart. In short, do give them Lux toilet soap. Its rich, active lather works up fast and cleanses thoroughly and quickly. Yet it's gentle and mild. It makes a bath a pleasure. And best of all, it leaves a man sure of fastidious grooming.
Mr. Ruick, we have a 2-line encore to our song.
Fine, let's hear it.
Here is how you can keep husbands always gay. Let them take baths the Lux soap way.
Yes, Lux toilet soap is a bath soap men like. Here's our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of You Can't Take It With You, starring Walter Connolly as Grandpa Vanderhoff, Edward Arnold as Mr. Kirby, Robert Cummings as Tony, and Fay Ray as Alice, with Nedda Harrigan as Mrs. Kirby and Lee Patrick as Penny. It's later the same evening. On every side of the city park, skyscrapers send up 1,000,000 lights to challenge the stars. But Alice and Tony, who found a secluded bench beneath the trees, are not concerned with the miracles of man or nature. Just now, they have eyes only for each other.
What are you thinking, Tony?
I'm thinking how much better this is than going to the ballet.
And what are you really thinking? About my family. It's not a family you can just ignore.
No, it isn't. You know, I think they're great. They seem to do just what they want to do.
Yes. Grandpa started it 35 years ago. He suddenly quit business one day. Started up the elevator, came right down again, and never went back. He said he wasn't having any fun.
Well, that's exactly what I mean.
And Mother. You know why Mother writes plays? Because 2 years ago, a typewriter was delivered to the house by mistake.
Well, now I know why you're so different. You know, I think that your family is the answer to what's wrong with the world. People spend their lives building castles in the air, and yet they never try to make them realities. You know, in school, another fellow and I had an idea. Oh, do you mind if I start talking about myself?
I'd love it.
Well, this fellow and I had an idea how to utilize the energy in grass. You know, grass, just like this. Did you know that every blade of grass has an energetic force that has never been used for anything?
No.
Oh, yes. Well, we worked on it all the time, every spare moment, all night sometimes. We get so excited we forget to sleep. And, well, then we left school. He's selling automobiles, and I'm in some mysterious thing called banking.
Tony, why don't you...
No, don't say it. Don't say it. I know what you're thinking. But the Kirbys come from a long line of bankers, and the line simply must not be broken. Gosh, that's been pounded into my head, and it's still just giving me softening the brain.
Oh, that's silly, Tony. You're still young, and there's plenty of time to decide about those things. Besides, I resent what you said about your brain. I think it's beautiful.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, that's wonderful. Now tell me, when do we get married?
We don't.
Oh, darling, What'd you say?
I said we don't. Not for a while.
Why?
Because I've been thinking. We could save ourselves a lot of embarrassment later on if our two families could meet first.
Oh, so that's what's on your mind, huh?
I want you to bring your folks for dinner Wednesday, Tony.
Now, wait. I'm not going to put you on exhibition like a freak in a circus.
I don't mind.
Well, I do.
Well, it's worth it if we get their approval. Oh, be sensible, Tony. They've centered their whole lives around you, made all sorts of plans. Suddenly I come along and everything's upset. Tony, there's no two ways about it. Your family has to meet mine.
All right. Wednesday for dinner. It's a date.
Anthony, aren't you dressed yet?
No, I'm not.
Well, hurry, dear. Tony said 8 o'clock.
Look here, Miriam. Are you serious about taking me on this slumming tour?
The more we fight, Tony, the more he'll resist. It's the only thing to do.
Yes, but the dinner
That's
and some
just
awful...
it. She's probably from some dull middle-class family. As soon as Tony sees us all together, he'll realize how impossible the situation is.
Yeah, that, I take it, is what is known as being subtle.
Yes.
Oh, Oh, heaven only knows what they'll have to eat. You know how sensitive my stomach is, Miriam?
They're sure to have some vegetables, Anthony.
Probably cooked. You know mine have got to be raw.
Anthony, please hurry. They're expecting us at 8 o'clock.
All right. Give me a chance.
Hey, Reba.
Yeah, Mr. Ed.
Reba, look out the window and see if there's a man standing in front of the house.
What you so excited about, Ed?
There's a man been following me, Grandpa, the last few nights when I've been out delivering candy.
Maybe he wants a piece.
Huh?
I don't see nobody, Mr. Ed.
Someday, Alice, you're going to break your neck sliding down that banister.
Someday I'm going to do it without holding. Essie, dear, you're going to give Reba the kitchen all day tomorrow, aren't you? She'll need it.
Oh, yes, that's why I'm making the love dreams now, so I'll be way ahead.
Thank you, darling. And look, Mother, tomorrow night before the Kirbys come, will you have Reba put everything down in the cellar? The typewriter, the kittens, and the xylophone?
Certainly, dear. Reba, remind me.
The Kirbys are certainly going to get the wrong impression of this house tomorrow night.
Well, I'll be upstairs if anybody wants me.
Oh, Mrs. Sycamore.
Yes, Mr. DePinner?
Look what I found in the cellar. Remember? Over 8 years ago.
Why, of course, Mr. DePinner. It's my painting of you as the discus thrower. Oh, I always meant to finish it, but I got started on my plays and never painted again.
Well, it's just as well. I'd have been the next one to strip.
You know what? I think I'll finish it tonight. Is the costume still down in the cellar, Mr. DePinner?
Sure, we use the bath towel.
You go get it, Mr. DePinner, and I'll go upstairs and get my palette and brushes.
Oh, boy.
Door, Reba.
All answered, Grandpa. Hello, Mr. Kalinko.
Reba's here.
Well, Grandpa, I'm in time for dinner, no?
Yes, sir, Mr. Kolenkov. Right on time.
That is why I like to... What is that thing?
That? It's a picture of Mr. DePinner. Penny painted it.
It stinks.
Let's see. Yep, I guess it does.
Oh, Mr. Kolenkov, I'll get my dancing clothes and be right down.
Oh, my Pavlova, you are like a beautiful swan.
Essie making any progress in her dancing, Mr. Kolenkov?
Well, confidentially, she stinks.
Well, as long as she's having fun.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kolenkov. Oh, dear, it seems so nice to get into my art things again.
Ah, Mrs. Sycamore, you are like a breath of Paris.
Oh, thank you. It's the Tam O'Shanter does it, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm ready, Mrs. Sycamore. Where are you going to work?
Right here, Mr. DePinner.
The toga looks pretty good, huh?
Well, all right now. Pose, Mr. DePinner.
All ready, Mr. Kolenkov? My new ballet dress.
Good, Essie, good. And now, Ed, music, please. For tonight's lesson, we use the dance of the hour.
Okay.
Now, ready? We begin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pirouette. Pirouette.
Could you pull your stomach in a little, Mr. DePinner?
4. A little freer with the hands. And the music must be freer, too.
Mrs. Sycamore, Mrs.
Oh,
Sycamore.
wait, Reba, not now. Your stomach in a little more, Mr. DePinner.
Mrs. Sycamore, it's the Kirbys. They're here.
Oh, my.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Well, good evening, Tony. Good evening. You're Mr. and Mrs. Kirby, aren't you?
How do you do?
Are we too early?
No. Sit right down and make yourself at home. It's perfectly all right.
Why, yes. Only we thought it was tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? Tony.
Well, that's funny. I thought...
Really, this is most embarrassing.
Not at all. We weren't doing a thing.
Of course, we were just having a quiet evening at home.
Now, don't let that bother you. This is Alice's mother, Alice's sister, Mrs. Carmichael, Mr. Carmichael, and Mr. Kolenko.
How do you do?
And, oh, yes, the discus thrower is Mr. DePinner.
How do you do?
Don't mind my costume. I'll take it right off.
Oh.
I'll call Alice. Alice, dear.
What is it, Mother?
Will you come down, dear? We have a surprise for you.
Be right there.
Well,
I feel very uncomfortable about this. It's very careless of you, Tony. Very.
Penny, how about some dinner for these folks?
Please don't bother.
Oh, no bother at all. Ed, call up Murphy's and get a half a dozen bottles of beer and some canned salmon. Do you like canned salmon, Mr. Kirby?
Please don't trouble. I'm not very hungry.
We're having frankfurters, but I don't think we'll have enough now that you've come. Make it frankfurters, Ed, and see if Reba has enough.
Okay. Hey, Reba.
I can do it without holding.
Hello, Alice.
Oh, Oh, dear.
What do you think, Alice? They thought it was tonight.
Oh, but Tony, I thought... Oh, I'm so sorry. You see, I was planning such a nice party tomorrow night.
Well, perhaps we could come tomorrow night.
Oh, no. We'd better see about getting you some dinner.
Oh, that's all done, Alice. I sent out.
What did you send out for?
Mr. Kirby should have told you he suffers from indigestion.
Now, Miriam, it isn't as serious as all that.
Well, perhaps it is not indigestion at all, Mr. Kirby. Perhaps it is stomach ulcer.
Stomach...
Oh, sit down, Mr. Kirby. Tell me, how do you find business conditions?
Well, that depends on what side of the fence you're on.
Isn't this nice? A real chat. Have you any hobbies, Mr. Kirby?
Business is my hobby, Mrs. Sycamore.
Tony told me you once raised orchids.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Grandpa plays the harmonica.
Oh, really?
Yes. Ever played one, Mr. Kirby?
When Mr. Kirby was a boy, the harmonica was associated with street corner loafers.
Oh, were they, Mother?
Of course.
Well, then Dad's been holding out on you. He used to be a champ. He told me so himself.
Here's the grub. Only they didn't have any more frankfurters, so I got pickled pig's feet.
Oh.
Never mind, Dad. Just bring everything in the kitchen. I'll fix some scrambled eggs for Mr. Kirby.
Well, Alice, wait a minute. I'll help.
Well, Tony, that's that, I guess. A fine impression we're making. How could you make such a dreadful mistake? You knew it was tomorrow night.
Sure did.
Tony, you mean you brought them tonight purposely? Why?
Well, I wanted their approval of you just as you are, not a trumped-up evening with everybody acting unnatural.
But I wanted them to like us. Oh, you've spoiled it. I planned such a nice evening.
Oh, a fine pair to plan things for. They're out there acting like a couple of people on a slumming tour.
Reba, fix some scrambled eggs, please. Come on, we'd better get back.
Now, the perfect hobby should improve the body as well as the mind. The Romans were a great people. Why? What was their hobby? Wrestling. In the wrestling, you have to think quick with the mind and the body.
That's quite true. When I was young, I was quite good at it. But unfortunately, as the years go on...
Foolish. Once a wrestler, you never forget. I have not wrestled in 6 years, and I forget nothing. Look, Mr. Kirby, stand up.
Now, wait a minute.
Mr. Blankoff, leave Mr. Kirby alone.
Now, you hold me so, and I hold you so.
Now, listen, I don't want to
What
wrestle.
do I do? I do this.
Mr. Kirby. Oh, look what you've done to Mr. Kirby. Oh, let me help you up.
My
Mr.
glasses.
Kirby.
Where are my glasses?
Oh, here they are, Mr. Kirby. They're broken.
Well, I am sorry, but when you wrestle again, Mr. Kirby, you will, of course, not wear glasses.
If you don't mind, perhaps we'd better be going.
Oh, now, Mrs. Kirby, don't be silly. No use rushing off like this.
I want to stay here and talk to you, Alice.
I'd rather you didn't. There's nothing to talk about.
Good night.
Well, it's been very nice to have met all of you.
Stay right where you are, everybody.
Oh, good heavens.
What's all this? Who are
Which
you?
one was it, Joe?
This guy here.
Hey,
Grab
what
it.
is this? What is this? What do you mean?
Say, here, we don't belong in this house. We're
Keep
only
your
visiting
mouth
here.
shut. You, what's your name?
My name is Edward Carmichael. Say, I haven't done anything.
Hey, what's all this about?
Police department.
Ed, what have you done?
Nothing else. See, I told you somebody was
Shut
following
up.
me.
This door lead to the cellar?
Yes, it does.
Go down there, Joe, and look around.
Okay, Chief.
Now, nobody move. Come here, Carmichael. Ever see these papers before?
Huh? Why, sure. They're my circulars.
You print this stuff?
Yes, sir.
And you put them into candy boxes and get them into people's homes?
Oh, but I didn't mean anything.
Oh, you didn't, eh? Well, listen. Watch for the revolution. The red flag will sweep the country.
Radicals, they're radicals.
But I didn't mean...
Shut up!
Chief.
Hey, what is it, Joe?
Well, you were right, Chief. They've got enough gunpowder down in that cellar to blow up the whole city.
But we only use that to make fireworks.
Shut up! Oh, everybody in this house is under arrest.
What's that?
Oh, my heavens.
Look here, officer. This is all nonsense.
Excuse me, officer, but I've got to go down
Oh,
in the
no,
cellar.
you don't. What's your name?
Mr. DePinner. But I just remembered I left my
Get
pipe
back
down
there.
But I got to get my
Grab
pipe.
him, Joe.
All right. Let me go. I got to get down
You
there.
stay right where you are.
There, I told you, my pipe.
What's that?
The fireworks.
Get them all out, boys. The whole joint's pinched.
Why not? I'm an American citizen. You can't come to me. I tell you, I've got my right.
Act 2 of You Can't Take It With You ended rather abruptly. We'll see what happens in Act 3. If anyone can get out of a fix like that, our money's on Grandpa. Perhaps his secret is friendliness. And here's another gentleman who seems to know that secret.
After a brief intermission, we will go on with Act 3 of You Can't Take It With You, starring Edward Arnold, Walter Connolly, Fay Ray, Robert Cummings, Neda Harrigan, and Lee Patrick. A few weeks ago, I mentioned on this program a conversation I'd had with Joan Bennett. A few days later, I got a letter that made me think that perhaps I'm not always as grateful as I should be. The letter says, well, here, Sally, you read it.
Dear Mr. Ruick, so you know Joan Bennett. You big lucky. I wish I knew her. Why don't you tell us some more about the stars you know personally? Shall I read the way it's signed?
Well, certainly, why not? Go ahead.
Well, it's signed An Admirer.
Oh, that. She doesn't mean me, Sally. She means she admires Joan Bennett. And by George, so do I. What a complexion she has.
Are you going to do what she asks?
Who, Joan Bennett?
No, an admirer.
Oh, you mean to talk more about the movie stars I know? Well, I know Olivia de Havilland. And believe me, I was glad I did the other night.
Why, Mr. Ruick?
Because I was at the Trocadero, and she came in. She looked so absolutely beautiful that everyone in the place turned to look.
She has lovely skin.
Indeed she has. And she uses Lux soap. She's a real fan for it. Says it does a swell job for her. And besides, she likes to use it because it has such a nice perfume. You can bet a girl like Olivia wouldn't use Lux unless it did work, because she's really a practical little thing. So businesslike about everything. Expects results.
9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux soap. That means they get results, doesn't it, Mr. Ruick?
It certainly does, Sally. Lux soap has active lather that does a thorough job, makes you sure of perfect cleansing. And that means it's the soap for every woman who wants her skin to have the best of care. Smooth, soft skin is a joy to everyone who looks at it. And everyone does look at it and admire it. So let Lux toilet soap help you win the love and admiration you ought to have. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with the third act of You Can't Take It With You. The long arm of the law has reached into the Vanderhoff household and scooped up the entire family, and with them the aristocratic Kirbys. In the police station, the men have been herded into a single barred room, reserved especially for the drunk and disorderly.
Well, Tony, I hope you're satisfied. And I only hope it teaches you a lesson. Go fooling around with stenographers.
I'm sorry, Dad, but I intend marrying Alice.
Yes, I know. I intended marrying a waitress once. But fortunately, my father knocked it out of me.
Mr. Kirby, you'd be a lot better off if you'd relax a little.
Ah, relax. With my son being snatched from under my nose, with my being arrested like a common criminal, this may jeopardize the biggest deal of my career.
Stop worrying, Mr. Kirby. What if all your deals fall through? Might be a lucky break for you.
Are you crazy?
Maybe I am. I was just like you once. But I quit because I wasn't having any fun. That was 35 years ago.
Yeah, and you haven't done a thing since.
Oh, yes. I went to the zoo when I got the notion. Took up the harmonica again, made a lot of friends, and even found time to notice when spring came around.
It's a fine country we'd have if we all spent our time at the zoo and played the harmonica. It's a lot of nonsense.
Too bad you can't find time for a lot of nonsense like that. Maybe you'd stop being so desperate about making more money than you can use. You can't take it with you, Mr. Kirby. So what good is it? From what I can see, there's only one thing you can take with you. And that's the love of your friend.
Oh, why don't you go out and get a pulpit for yourself?
I'm sorry.
Which one of you is Vanderhoff?
Right here, sir.
There he is, mister. 5 minutes.
Thanks. Hello, Mr. Vanderhoff. Remember me?
Oh, sure. Mr. Blakely, isn't it?
Yes. Heard you were in trouble and came over to help you out.
I see. Well, you're wasting your time, Mr. Blakely. I don't intend selling my home.
What?
No, sir. Not so long, young fellow, and run along and let me alone.
Well, we'll see how long you can hold out. You just wait till a few more things happen to you.
Oh, so it was you who arranged this arrest?
Yes, and it's only a starter.
Blakely, did you do this?
Mr. Kirby.
Why, you idiot. Do you know what you've done?
But, Mr. Kirby, I never dreamed that you knew
Get out of
people.
here, you blundering idiot, and if you have 1 ounce of brain, see if you can dig up my attorney.
Yes, sir. I'll phone them all. Yes, sir.
So, you're the one that's been holding up my deal.
Kind of funny, isn't it?
What's so funny about it?
I mean, you're engineering this thing and then getting caught in your own trap.
Well, you won't think it's so funny when I take that house away from you.
Listen to him. Talks like a tsar.
I'll show you how business is done the Kirby way.
Business? You are not a businessman. You are a lion in the jungle.
Yes, and I've got the longest and the sharpest claws, too. That's how I got where I am. That's why I'm on top. And scum like you are in the gutter.
Oh, Dad,
Who
stop
are
it. You're an idiot, Mr. Kirby. A stupid idiot.
You can't talk to me like that.
Oh, yes, I can. Scum, are we? What makes you think you're such a superior human being? Your money? With all your wealth, you're the poorest man I know. Poorer than any of these people you call scum. Because I'll guarantee they've got some friends. You may be a high mogul to yourself, Mr. Kirby, but to me, you're a failure. A failure as a man, a failure as a human being, yes, even a failure as a father. I'm sorry, Mr. Kirby. I hadn't lost my temper like that in 30-some-odd years. If I could make it up to you anyway, how'd you like to have my harmonica? It's a new one. Here, you might want to play it sometime.
All right, everybody. Night court's open. Have your slips ready. Come on, move along.
Silence. Mr. Vanderhoff, for disturbing the peace, you and the rest of your family are, by your own plea, guilty. But I shall suspend sentence.
Thank you, sir.
But for manufacturing explosives without a license, I'm sorry, but I'm forced to fine you $100.
$100? That's a lot of money.
Your Honor, I'll pay his fine.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Kirby, but I couldn't let you do that.
We got to help Grandpa. He's our neighbor.
Order. Silence, please.
Oh, Grandpa, don't worry.
Why, Maggie.
Your Honor, we're Grandpa's neighbors. We'll take care of that fine for him. We'll take up a collection.
Sure, we are, will you, Mr. Vanderhoff? Sure we are.
Very well, but quietly, please.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, folks, let's pony up.
You're a lucky man, Mr. Vanderhoff, to have so many friends.
Yes, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I'd like to dismiss the charge of disturbing the peace against the Kirbys. But if these people were guilty, then I must assume the Kirbys were guilty, too. Unless, of course, they can explain what they were doing there.
I don't see that that's important. Haven't we been embarrassed enough?
Your Honor, if I may say something.
Yes, of course, Mr. Vanderhoff.
These people just dropped in to see me about buying my house.
Why, of course. That's all we were there for.
That's not true.
Now, Alice.
Now, let me alone. I won't stand for it. I won't stand for our being humiliated like this. Your Honor, they're ashamed to admit that they came to look my family over to see if I was good enough to marry their precious son.
I never heard
She's
of
right,
anything.
Mother. That's just why we were there.
It's time you spoke up, Tony Kirby. Why, it's your family that isn't good enough. I wouldn't be related to a bunch of snobs like that for anything in the world. How do you like that?
Penny, Essie, Paul, come here.
What's the matter, Grandpa?
Look, it's a letter from Alice. Here, read it.
Alice? What did she say? Where is she?
She coming home? Read it out loud, Penny.
Oh, wait a minute. My hands are shaking. She's staying with Helen, her school friend, in Riverside. That's in Connecticut.
Read what she says, Ma.
Oh, let me see now. I know now the situation between me and Tony is impossible. I should have stayed in my own backyard. But, oh, my darlings, I'm so lonesome for you. Last night I cried myself to sleep. I wish I could rush back home, but how can I if I want to forget?
Sounds to me like she's not coming back.
Well, I guess that settles it.
Who are you calling, Grandpa?
I'm calling that fella Blakely.
Blakely, you're not going to sell the house?
Alice is right. She can't come back here. She'd be miserable. Mr. Blakely, please. We'll find a place where she is. And hello, Mr. Blakely. This is Mr. Vanderhoff. Still want to buy the house? All right, draw up the papers. That's all right. Quite a crook, that fella.
Mr. Vanderhoff, why won't you tell me where she is?
Because there's an unwritten law in our family against snitching. And Alice doesn't want to see you, Tony.
Grandpa, is the moving man down there?
He just took out the xylophone. Pretty busy today here, son, moving and all.
Mr. Vanderhoff, if you see Alice, will you tell her, tell her that I've quit the banking business, and I'm going to work on that grass thing.
Grass, sure.
Grandpa! I just seen Miss Alice coming up the walk.
Miss
Alice is home.
Oh, heavenly days. But we were going to see her.
Mother! Grandpa! I'm back.
Oh, Alice, darling.
Grandpa, what are you doing? I came as soon as I got your telegram. Oh, I'm too late. You've already sold the house.
Of course I sold the house. I was getting tired of
But
it.
now everybody on the block has to move. And what about Grandma? You're moving away from her.
Alice.
Well, Mr. Kirby, you wanted the house and you got it. Well, now get out.
But Alice, please,
Don't talk to me. Oh, Grandpa.
It's all right, Alice. It's all right. Now, don't cry, honey.
The desk was right here, wasn't it? Settle down, Harry.
Say, what is this? What are you bringing that furniture back in here for?
Orders, Grandpa. Come on, Harry.
What in the world?
May I come in?
Dad.
Why, it's Mr. Kirby.
Mr. Kirby?
Do you mind if I sit down?
Of course not. We're a little short on chairs.
Well, you won't be. I told the men to bring your furniture back.
You did? Why?
Mr. Vanderhoff, you told me I was a failure as a man and as a father. I guess maybe you were right. My son walked out on me today.
Oh, Dad.
But I'm not giving up. I want my son back. I want to be a success as a father. So the first thing I've got to do is to be a success as a man. My big deal isn't going through, and strangely enough, I don't care.
Mr. Kirby, you know what I do when I'm facing a crisis of some kind?
No.
I just take out my harmonica and play until the crisis fades away. I think right now if you and me could get together on a duet. You brought the harmonica I gave you, didn't you?
Well,
Fine. How about Polly Wolly Doodle?
Polly Wolly Doodle.
I'll start it and you join in.
All right.
Oh, that's beautiful. Paul, isn't it lovely?
Look, it's the jungle line on the harmonica.
Ah, my Russian wrestling friend.
What are you doing here?
I'll show you. I hold you so. You hold me so. What am I doing? I'm doing this.
Oh, magnificent.
Thank you. Come on, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Ed, how about the xylophone?
Okay with me, Essie. Where's the stick? Where like
Alice, I guess everything's all right now, huh?
Oh, Tony, I can't say a word.
Gee, I feel like screaming. Guess it's coming over me. Yeah, I gotta.
But you've got what you want, Tony.
Oh, Alice. Oh, gosh.
We need more chairs. Don't mind us.
Thank you. Yeah, right here.
Quiet, everybody. Grandpa's going to say grace.
Well, sir, here we are again. We had a little trouble, but that's not your fault. You spread the milk of human kindness, and if some of it gets curdled, that's our lookout. Anyway, things have turned out fine. Alice is going to marry Tony. The Kirbys are coming to live with us for a while. And everybody on the block is happy. We've all got our health, and as far as anything else is concerned, we leave it up to you. Thank you.
Has anybody got the pictures? I'll take
The Vanderhoff clan are rather interesting people. And four other interesting people are coming back to our microphone now. Edward Arnold, Walter Connolly, Fay Ray, and Robert Cummings.
That's quite a mob you got here tonight, CB.
Gangsters? Where?
Not gangsters, Walter, just a mob. You know, two's company, four's a mob.
Why, the retrenchment. A DeMille mob scene ought to have about 4,000, shouldn't it?
Sometimes 4 good actors can outshine 4,000, Bob.
Yeah, but they can't make as much noise.
That depends on their ammunition. You 4 made plenty tonight.
Well, we're all a little shell-shocked after rehearsing under firecrackers all week.
Well, I do think it was carrying realism too far when the man put firecracker off under my chair.
That was rather a low trick. But, Eddie, wasn't that in the spirit of the Low Jinks Festival at the Bohemian Club?
Well, we have 2 important pilgrimages a year, CB. The High Jinks, which is serious, and the Low Jinks, which speaks for itself. It's quite a sight, actors making fun of themselves.
Oh, no, Ed. Impossible. Actors never make fun of themselves.
Well, I've seen it with my own eyes. I'll take you all up sometime, show you. All except Faye. It's strictly stag.
Oh.
Educational, but not co-educational. Right? Well, never mind, Faye. How did you enjoy that summer theater in Maine?
Oh, it was grand. The only way I know of to get paid for taking a vacation in Maine. And I have something to report that will interest you, CB. I found in my summer theater that Lux soap is just as popular backstage as it is in Hollywood. Naturally, I took some with me when I went to Maine because I've used it for years. And I discovered that almost everyone else uses it, too. They know, as I do, what a help it is in keeping one's complexion soft and smooth.
Reports like that make the heart grow fonder.
Well, you know, Mr. DeMille, it's time for you to give a report of yourself. What have you done about next week's play?
Next Monday night, we're going to have Irene Dunn and David Niven. And the play... The play, which I think everyone will like, is The Sisters. A story about a girl who cast her lot with a reckless adventurer, fought for love, and won a victory.
Irene Dunn and David Niven in The Sisters. That's a wonderful cast and a fine play. I bet a lot of people have been asking for The Sisters.
Well, the Arnold family will be listening in, and it's time for me to get out of here. I got to go to work again. I think we all enjoyed doing You Can't Take It With You. Goodbye, CB.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. And our gratitude is one thing you can take with you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and David Niven in The Sisters. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Ruick, asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Kolenkov, Sally Payne as Essie, Edward Marr as Ed, Ralph Sedan as Poppins, Wally Mayer as Henderson, Griff Barnett as Hughes, Gil Patrick as Secretary, Abe Reynolds as DePinna, John Fee as First Associate, Victor Rodman as Blakely, Jane Morgan as Secretary, Libby Taylor as Reba, Harry Humphreys as Paul, and Earl Ross as Guard. Edward Arnold will soon be seen in the Columbia picture Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Walter Connolly is now appearing in the RKO production Fifth Avenue Girl. Robert Cummings' current film is The Underpup, a Universal production. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Hollywood Cavalcade. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert in It Happened One Night, with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Clark Gable, Claudette Colbert, Walter Connolly, and Roscoe Carnes. Our play, It Happened One Night. Told to the tune of a roaring bus motor, it's a fast-moving story of a runaway society girl and the reporter who helped her run. Our guest is a real-life cross-country bus driver, Mr. Harold Burnham. The music of the Lux Radio Theater is under the direction of Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the world's largest-selling package soap for fine fabrics. Lux is safe in everything, safe in water alone. And it's thrifty. About a penny's worth of Lux, unless the water's hard, does under things 3 times, or stockings 4 times, or both a sweater and a dress. In hard water, a little extra Lux gives you wonderful, rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Keep the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes in the bathroom, laundry, and kitchen, too. Give your things the care they deserve, and help your hands stay nice-looking, too. You'll do that, won't you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, our host and producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It happened one night that a husky son was born to Mr. and Mrs. William Gable of Cadiz, Ohio. When the boy grew older, it happened one night that a friend who was an actor invited him backstage to witness a performance of the local stock company. The young man was allowed to peer through a peephole in the curtain, saw a vast bank of upturned, expectant faces, and discovered that it thrilled him, lured him as irresistibly as fate itself. Then came a swift, amazing series of ups and downs, until at last it happened one night in Hollywood that Clark Gable tossed a coin to decide whether he should continue to fight for a chance in the movies or head for home. The coin fell heads up, and he remained to become one of the most popular stars the screen has ever known. Clark is now working in Gone with the Wind and appears tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. It happened one noon that a pretty young girl was crossing the Paramount lot on her way to lunch when a producer stopped her and asked her how she'd like to play the part of the wickedest woman in the world. Without a second's hesitation, she answered, "I'd love it." I was the producer, Claudette Colbert was the girl, and the picture was the sign of the cross, in which Miss Colbert appeared as Papier, the queen who invented the milk bath for beauty. Soon afterward, Frank Capra borrowed Claudette for the leading role in a film that became one of the great classic romantic comedies of the screen, and which we have adapted for radio. And that, roughly, is how it happens tonight that we're presenting It Happened One Night. Our stars repeat their Academy Award-winning parts in the Academy Award-winning film when Clark Gable plays Peter Warren and Claudette Colbert plays Ellie Andrews. Claudette will be seen shortly in the Paramount film Midnight and is currently working in It's a Wonderful World for a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production. Other excellent artists who grace our stage tonight, playing the same parts they fill so ably on the screen, are Walter Connolly as Mr. Andrews and Roscoe Carnes as Shapley. And now in the Lux Radio Theater, the cross-country bus stands waiting. The oil is checked, the tank is full. And we're ready to start with Clark Gable, Claudette Colbert, Walter Connolly, and Roscoe Carnes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it happened one night. A bus terminal in Miami, Florida. Passengers are milling about the ticket office, crowding around the newsstand, fighting for places at the lunch counter. In a telephone booth at the far end of the station, Peter Warren, a news reporter, has just put through a long-distance call to his paper.
Hello. Is this the New York Globe?
Yes, sir?
Well, this is Peter Warren talking. I want to speak to Harry Gordon right away.
Who?
Gordon, the managing editor.
Oh, one moment, please.
Fire me, huh? I'll show him, the big baboon.
Hello?
Hello, Gordon?
Yeah?
This is Peter Warren.
Well, what of it?
Say, what's all this about my being fired?
You got my wire, didn't you?
Sure, but...
Well, it goes. You're through.
What for?
You know what for. Go on home and sleep it off.
What? Hey, listen here, monkey face. I'm the best news hound your filthy scandal sheet ever had.
Don't make me laugh. What were you doing last night?
None of your... I sent you my copy.
Sure. All about the bathing beauties of Miami Beach. It was lovely. But did you know that Ellie Andrews disappeared last night from her father's yacht?
What?
Ellie Andrews. She disappeared. Do you know that?
No.
Well, that's why you're fired.
Hey, wait. Hello. Hello. No.
Us waiting for Palm Beach, Savannah, Jacksonville, Philadelphia, New York.
Hey-o, get your newspapers. Read all about it. Wealthy heiress runs away. Hey-o, read all about it.
Hey, boy.
Yes, sir. Want a paper?
What's the headline?
Oh, that's about a society girl. Her name's Ellie Andrews. She just run away from her old man's yacht.
Ellie Andrews, the banker's daughter, huh?
Yeah. Want a paper, mister?
Hey, what'd you run away for?
Oh, I don't know. She wants to marry some aviator guy, and her old man don't want her to, see? So she runs away. And then the old man... Hey, look, why don't you buy a paper? You can read the whole thing for 3 cents.
Who, me? I never read newspapers.
Well, for crying out...
Here's a dime. Buy yourself an automobile.
Okay, thanks, mister.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do I get the bus to New York?
Right outside the terminal.
Thanks.
Hey, get your paper here. Read all about it.
Hey, driver, does this bus go to New York?
There's a sign on the front. Can't you read?
Sorry, but I never got past the 4th grade. Where do I sit?
That don't worry me any.
Okay. If you'll be good enough to move this pile of newspapers, I'll take the seat here.
Move them yourself.
Fine.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you think you're doing?
Huh?
The papers. What's the idea of throwing them out?
Oh, the papers. You know, it's a long story, my friend. I never did like the idea of sitting on newspapers. I did it once and all the headlines came off of my white trousers.
You...
No, on the level. It actually happened. Nobody bought a newspaper that day. They just followed me around, read the news off the seat of my pants.
Ah, fresh guy, huh? What you need's a good sock on the nose.
Now, listen, partner. You may not like my nose, but I do. I always wear it out in the open, where if anybody wants to take a sock at it, they can do it.
Oh, yeah?
Now, that's a brilliant answer. Why didn't I think of it? Our conversation could have been over long ago.
Oh, yeah?
If you keep that up, we're not going to get anywhere.
Oh, yeah?
You got me.
Pardon me, I want to get by.
Yeah, come on through. This is liable to last all night.
Don't mind me. Thank you.
Hey, wait, you can't sit there. That's my seat.
I beg your pardon?
Listen, I'm putting up a stiff battle for that seat, so if it's just the same to you, scram.
Driver, are these seats reserved?
First come, first served.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, driver. These seats accommodate 2 people, don't they?
Well, maybe they do, and maybe they don't.
Thanks. Move over, sister.
Ow.
This is a maybe they do.
Well.
There. Comfortable?
Oh, very.
That's good. There's nothing like being comfortable when you have 2,000 miles to... Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
I'm afraid not.
Funny, but I think I have. You ever had your picture in a newspaper?
Never.
Not even on the society page? Oh, well, my mistake. I could have almost sworn I've seen you before.
Really? Well, perhaps it was the livestock show in Chattanooga. I often go there with my old maid aunt from the country. We're simply mad about the merry-go-round.
Ford!
Take it away.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. You have a good sleep?
Oh, fine, thank you. Well, everybody's gone. Where are we?
Jacksonville. We just got in. We change buses here and pull out in half an hour.
Oh, it was so foolish of me to fall asleep on your shoulder like that. Why didn't you push me away?
Oh, I hated to wake you up. You look kind of pretty asleep. How about some breakfast?
Oh, no, thank you. I never eat on a bus.
You mean you've never traveled on a bus?
I beg your pardon?
Let it go. But you ought to eat something. You got to watch out for your health, you know.
Thank you. I can take care of myself. Excuse me, please. I'm getting out.
Sit down. I want to talk to you.
Oh, do you?
You'll never get away with it, Miss Andrews.
What are you talking about?
I said you'd never get away with it. Your father will stop you before you get halfway to New York.
You must have me confused with someone else.
Quit kidding. It's all over the front page. You know, I've always been curious to know what kind of a girl would want to marry a front-page aviator like King Wesley. Take my advice and grab the next bus back to Miami. That guy's a phony.
I didn't ask for your advice.
No, that's right. You didn't. Well, I guess I'll step out and send a telegram.
No, wait. You're not going to notify my father, are you?
What for?
You could probably get some money out of him.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Now, listen. If you'll promise not to do it, I'll pay you. I'll pay you as much as he will. You won't gain anything by giving me away as long as I'm willing to make it worth your while. And I will. Just as soon as I get to New York, I'll pay you.
Cut it.
What?
I said cut it. You know, I had you pegged right from the start. You're the spoiled brat of a rich father. The only way you can get anything is to buy it. Now you're in a jam and all you think of is your money. It never fails, does it?
But
Ever hear of the word humility? No, you wouldn't. I guess it never occurred to you to just say, please, mister, I'm in trouble. Will you help me? No, that'd bring you down off your high horse for a minute. Well, let me tell you something. Maybe it'll take a load off your mind. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not interested in your money or your problems. You, King Wesley, your father, you're all a lot of hooey to me. So long, Miss Andrews.
Hiya, sister. All alone, I'll keep you company.
I'm sorry, you can't sit here. This
My
seat is
name's
taken.
Shapley. Might as well get acquainted. It's going to be a long trip. Gets tiresome later on, especially for somebody like you. You look like you've got class. Yes, sir, with a capital K. Well, I'm the guy that knows class when he sees it. Believe you me. Ask any of the boys, they'll tell you. Shapley sure knows how to pick 'em. Yes, sir, Shapley's the name, and Shapley's the way I like 'em. Say, what's the matter, sister? You ain't saying much.
Seems to me you're doing excellently without my assistance.
That's pretty good. It seems to me you're doing excellently without my assistance. Well, shut my big, nasty mouth. Looks like you're one up on me. You know, there's nothing I like better than to meet a high-class mama that can snap 'em back at you. Yes, sir. You're just my type. Believe you me, sister, I could go for you in a big way. Fun on the side, Shapley, they call me. And the accent's on the fun. Believe you me.
Believe you me, you bore me to distraction.
Looks like you're two up on me now.
Hey, you.
Huh?
There's a seat over there for you.
What's the idea?
I'd like to sit next to my wife, if you don't mind.
Your wife?
Yeah. Come on, come on.
Oh, yeah, sure, Doc. I was just trying to make things pleasant for her. I didn't know it was your wife. You understand what I mean, don't you?
If you'll promise not to snap my head off, I'd like to thank you.
Yeah, forget it. I didn't do it for you. His voice was getting on my nerves. Say, your clothes are soaking wet. Did you get caught in that shower back at the last stop?
Yeah, it was a cool shower, too.
Here, take my coat and put it around you.
No.
Sure, go ahead. You're as helpless as a baby.
Thank you.
How'd you happen to get caught in it anyhow?
Well, those things do happen, don't they? I just ran into the terminal to buy a box of candy and...
Candy? Are you crazy?
What do you mean?
Let me see your purse.
Now, please, give me my purse.
Just as I thought. $1.60. Say, how do you expect to get to New York if you waste your money on candy?
That's none of your business.
You're on a budget from now on. Here's your purse. I'll keep your money.
Now, just a minute.
Shut up. From now on, I'm the boss. Hey, driver, what's the matter?
There's a sign there that says the bridge at Dawson's been washed out. We might as well put up here for the night.
But where are we?
Dyke's Auto Camp. They got cabins here.
No chance of getting through, huh?
Not tonight.
That's enough for me. Come on, Brad.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. We're stopping here for the night. Let's go.
Here's your cabin, Mr. Warren.
This one here?
Yes, sir.
Come on, kid. This is it.
Oh, I'm dripping.
Well, good night. I hope you and your husband rest comfortably, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Well, go on in. What are you going to do? Stay out here in the rain all night?
Oh, darn clever, these Armenians.
Yeah, it's a gift.
I just had the unpleasant sensation of hearing you referred to as my husband.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you about that. I registered as Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, you did? You know, compared to you, my friend Shapley's an amateur. Now, just whatever gave you the idea I'd stand for this?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Let's get this straightened out right now. If you're nursing any silly notion that I'm interested in you, forget it. You're just a headline to me.
A headline? You're not a newspaper man, are you?
Chalk one up for your side. Now, listen. You want to get to your fiancé, King Wesley, in New York, don't you? All right. I'm here to help you. What I want is your story. Exclusive. A day-to-day account. All about your mad flight to happiness. I need that story. Just between you and me, I've got to have it.
Isn't that just too cute? There's a brain behind that face of yours, isn't there? You've got everything nicely figured out for yourself. Even including this.
This? Oh, you mean the Mr. and Mrs. business. Oh, that's a matter of simple mathematics. These cabins cost $2 a night. And I'm sorry to inform you, wifey dear, that the family purse won't stand for our having separate establishments. You understand?
Yes, I guess so.
Smart girl. And now we come to the problem of retiring for the night. Which of these beds do you prefer? That one? Take it.
Thanks. Now that the popularity contest is over, what happens next?
Oh, simple. Give me the clothesline over there. Thank you. Now, we tie up one end of it here on the wall, like this. Pretty knot, don't you think?
About average.
The other end goes over this nail, and we tie it up on the opposite wall. So, that makes a clothesline extending from wall A to wall B, and passing exactly between beds X and Y. Then we take the blanket, G, and place it over the clothesline, A, B, so that you in bed X will not be troubled with the disturbing sight of me in bed Y. Do you follow me?
I suppose that makes everything all right.
I hope it does. I like privacy when I retire. Hence, the walls of Jericho. Maybe not as thick as the ones that Joshua blew down with his trumpet, but it's a lot safer. You see, I have no trumpet.
Well, now that is a relief.
And to show you my heart's in the right place, I'll give you my best pair of pajamas. Here.
Thanks.
Now, do you mind joining the Israelites on the other side of the wall?
I think it might be better. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's the stuff, Brett. Don't be worried. The walls of Jericho will protect you.
Would you mind putting out the light?
Oh, not at all. Turning in?
Mm-hmm.
Say, would you mind taking those things of yours off the walls of Jericho?
Oh, I'm sorry. How's that?
Better. It's nice, isn't it? Lying here and listening to the rain.
By the way, what's your name?
What's that?
Who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm the whippoorwill that cries in the night. I'm the soft morning breeze that caresses your lovely face.
You've got a name, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a name. Peter Warren.
Peter Warren. I don't like it.
Don't let it bother you. You're giving it back to me in the morning.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Warren.
Pleasure's all mine, Mrs. Warren.
Good night.
Good night.
In a moment, you'll hear Act Two of It Happened One Night, starring Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert. During our brief intermission, we bring you our favorite family, the Brownings. It's late at night, and the girls have come in from a date. They're getting ready for bed, I hope.
Gee, it was fun tonight, wasn't it, Midge?
I'll say. You know, Dot, I always sort of envy you when I see you with a crowd of people.
Why? What do you mean, Midgie?
Oh, it's just that you always look so pretty and fresh, and people sort of flock toward you like you were a magnet or something. They never do that with me.
Oh, now, Midge, you just imagine it.
Well, I'm too sleepy to think about it now. You about ready for bed?
No, not quite. I've got to lux my undies first.
At this hour? Goodness, why don't you skip it?
Oh, not on your life. Aren't you going to do yours?
No, I'm too tired.
Oh, but Midge, you must.
Oh, what difference does it make?
Oh, it's so much nicer putting on fresh things in the morning.
Well, just this once won't matter.
Oh, but Midge, dear, you're always saying that. Now, see here, honey. You say you want heaps of friends and parties and fun.
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, believe me, daintiness has a lot to do with that. Here, give me your undies now, and I'll lux them with mine.
You angel. I'll do yours and mine both tomorrow night. Honest, I will.
Oh, girls, it takes only a few minutes to lux your things after every wearing. A quick dip in Lux Suds removes every trace of perspiration and leaves things fresh and lovely looking. There's no harmful alkali, absolutely nothing in Lux to fade colors or hurt fabrics. You can use it safely for anything safe in water alone. So keep the generous large-size box of Lux Lace in the house all the time. And Lux underthings after every wearing. Your dresses often. This dainty habit means so much to your happiness. Helps you stay sweet and lovable. A woman everyone admires. And now, here's Mr. DeMille.
It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable, with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. It's early the following morning. In the tourist cabin, Peter is setting the table for breakfast as Ellie returns from the showers.
Hello.
Morning, wifey. About time you got back.
Oh, I met some very interesting women at the showers. We got to chatting about this and that. You know how time flies.
Mm-hmm. Come on, sit down. Breakfast all ready.
How nice. Scrambled egg.
Egg. 1 egg, 1 donut, black coffee. That's your ration until lunch. Any complaints?
Nope, no complaints.
That's nice for a change. Donut?
Thanks. You think this whole business is silly, don't you? I mean running away and everything.
No, it's too good a story.
Yes, you do. You think I'm a fool and a spoiled brat. Perhaps I am, although I don't see how I can be. People who are spoiled are accustomed to having their own way. I never have. I've always been told what to do and how to do it and where and with whom. Nurses, governesses, chaperones, even bodyguards. Oh, it's been a lot of fun.
One consolation, you can never be lonesome.
It had its moments. It got to be a sort of a game to try and outwit Father's detectives. I did once. Actually went shopping without a bodyguard. It was swell. I felt absolutely immoral, but it didn't last long. They caught up with me in a department store. I was so mad, I ran out the back way and jumped into the first car I saw. Guess who was in it?
Santa Claus.
King Westley was in it.
No, is that how you met him?
Mm-hmm. We rode around all afternoon. Father was frantic. By 6 o'clock, he was having all the rivers dragged.
I can see it. Say, where did you learn to dunk? In finishing school?
Oh, now don't you start telling me I shouldn't dunk.
Of course you shouldn't. You don't know how to do it. Dunking's an art. Don't let it soak so long. A dip and plop into your mouth. If you let it soak so long, it'll get soft and fall off. It's all a matter of timing. I ought to write a book on it.
Thanks, Professor.
This goes to show you. 20 millions and you don't know how to dunk.
I'd change places with a plumber's daughter any day. What's the matter?
Shut up. Somebody's outside.
Now, wait a minute. Now, how do I know who you are? I never saw you before. You can't go around bothering my tenants. Besides, how do I know you're a detective?
Oh, show him your credentials, Mac.
Detective?
Oh, that's Father at work. Peter, what'll I do? Maybe I can jump out of the window. They wouldn't see me.
Come here and get yourself all mussed up. Push your hair down over your eyes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I got a letter from Aunt Bella last week. She says if we don't stop over at Wilkes-Barre, she'll never forgive us.
What are you talking about?
What's the difference? Say something.
I
I guess I'll write to Aunt Bella today.
Yes, I would if I was you. Letters are always cheering to invalids.
Yeah, she says she's got the hay fever again.
You don't say.
Excuse me.
Oh, look, a man, darling.
I want to see you, miss. What's your name?
Are you addressing me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Hey, wait a minute. That's my wife you're talking to. What do you want anyway?
We're looking for somebody.
Yeah? Well, look your head off. Only don't come busting in here. This ain't a public park. I got a notion to take a sock
Now,
at you.
take it easy, son. Take it easy.
They're detectives, Mr. Warren.
I don't care if they're the whole police department. They can't come busting in here and shooting questions at my wife.
Now, don't get so excited, Peter. They just asked a civil question.
Oh, is that so? Say, how many times do I have to tell you to stop butting in when I'm having an argument?
Oh, you don't have to lose your temper.
Just a minute.
You don't have to lose your temper. That's what you said the other time, too. Every time I try to protect you.
Oh, keep quiet.
I won't keep quiet. You're just like your old man. Once a plumber's daughter, always a plumber's daughter. Ready to announce the brains in your whole family.
Oh, Peter, Warren, you've gone far enough. I won't stand here and be insulted like this.
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
Oh, now you see what you've done. You've disturbed my guest.
Yeah, what do you mean by it anyway?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Warren, but you see, we got to check up on everyone. We're looking for a girl by the name of Ellen Andrews, daughter of the Wall Street King.
Yeah, well, it's too bad you're not looking for the daughter of a plumber. Quit bawling. Quit bawling.
I'm sorry, folks. My mistake.
There, now, didn't I tell you there was a perfectly nice married couple?
Are they gone?
Yeah, they're gone.
Peter.
Yes?
Peter, wake up.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm trying to get some sleep?
Shapley's back with us. Did you know that?
Sure, what about it?
Look at him. He's got one of those newspapers with my picture in it. Oh, Peter, I'm afraid.
What are you afraid of? Haven't you still got me with you? Hey, where did Shapley get that paper?
We stopped a few miles back while you were sleeping. He must have got it there.
Well, it's too late to do anything now.
He's looking at me again. Do you think he recognizes me, Peter?
We'll find out soon enough. He couldn't keep a thing like that quiet if he cut his tongue out. Just sit tight and let things happen.
But what will we do?
Wait till the next stop. I'll get him into a conversation outside, and if he suspects anything, well, we'll see. Hello, Mrs. Shapley.
Hello. Nice to get out and stretch your legs, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is. I see you got a paper there.
That's right. Maybe you'd like to take a look at it.
Yeah, I don't mind if I do.
Well, hold it here in the headlights, and you can read while you're waiting. Traveling like this, you sort of lose track of what's going on in the world. Take that story there, for instance, about Ellen Andrews. If I was to see that dame, you know what I'd do?
No. What?
I'd go 50-50 with you.
Why?
Because I don't believe in hogging it all, see? A bird that figures that way always ends up behind the 8-ball, is what I always say.
What's in your mind?
5 G's or I crab the works.
5 G's, huh?
You heard me.
Yeah. You know, it's a lucky thing my running into you. You're just the man I need.
You made no mistake, believe you me.
You pack a gat?
Huh?
A gat, a rod. Got any fireworks on you?
Why, no.
Well, it's all right anyway. I got a couple of machine guns in my suitcase. I'll let you have one of them. May have a little trouble up north. May have to shoot it out with the cops.
Huh?
If you come through all right, these 5 G's are as good as in the bag.
Yeah, but...
Of course, I'll have to talk with the killer, see that he takes care of you.
The killer?
Yeah, the big boy, the boss of the outfit.
Say, you're not kidnapping her, are you?
What else, stupid? Say, you don't think we're after that penny ante reward, do you? $10,000? Chicken feed.
Well, pardon me, mister. I guess I don't want that dough after all.
Say, listen, you're in on this thing and you're staying in, get me? You know too much.
Yeah, but I won't say anything. Honest, I won't.
How do I know that? Say, I got a good nurse to plug you right now.
No, you can trust me, mister. I'll keep my mouth shut. My wife and my kids.
What's your name?
Oscar Shapley.
Where do you live?
Orange, New Jersey.
Got a couple of kids, huh?
Yes, sir. They're just babies. A little golden-haired girl.
You ever hear of Bugs Dooley?
Bugs Dooley?
He was a nice guy, just like you. But he made a mistake one day, got a little too talkative. You know what happened to his kids?
No.
Well, I can't tell you. But when Bugs heard about it, he blew his brains out.
Oh, gee, that was terrible.
Yeah. Now beat it.
Yeah, thanks, mister, thanks. Can I go back now?
To the bus? Say, what do you think I am? Crazy? You're walking, Z.
Yes, sir.
Come on, scram.
Sure. Anything you say, mister. You ain't going to shoot me in the back, are you?
If you don't beat it...
I'll go.
All right, come on, get going.
All right, folks, all aboard.
Hey, wait a minute, driver.
Come on, get in.
Never mind, we're getting off here, me and the young lady.
What's that?
Come on, Brad.
What's the matter?
Come on, don't ask so many questions. Here, give me your hand.
Got your suitcase?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, now that we're stranded in the middle of a country road in the dead of night, maybe you'd let me in on the big secret. What's the idea?
The idea? We're going to take a little walk, Brat. Mr. Shapley may shoot off his mouth after all.
Where are we going to walk to?
Next town, wherever that is. Come on. Pick 'em up and lay 'em down. We've got a long way to go.
How long does this cross-country hike keep up? My feet are killing me.
Stop here if you want.
Here? Where are we?
Virginia?
Oh, I know, but where?
I can't say for sure right now, but from the looks of that hayrick, I guess we're on somebody's farm.
Where's the farmhouse?
What difference does that make?
You don't mean we're going to sleep out here in the open, do you?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to give a fairly good imitation of it.
Peter.
What?
I'm awfully hungry.
Oh, that's just your imagination.
No, it isn't. I'm hungry and scared.
You can't be hungry and scared both at the same time.
Well, I am.
If you're scared, it scares the hunger out of you.
Not if you're more hungry than scared.
Yeah, all right. You win. Now, let's forget about it.
I can't. I'm hungry.
Holy smokes. Why did I ever get mixed up with you? If I had any sense, I'd be in New York by this time.
What about your big story?
Taking a dame back to her fiancé. I turned out to be a prize sucker, all right. Here, your bed's all ready. Come on.
You mean I'm supposed to sleep on that hay?
That's the idea.
Oh, it's all crackly.
Oh, shut up and go to sleep. I'm sick and tired of listening to a lot of complaints.
You know, you're becoming awfully disagreeable lately. You just snap my head off every time I open my mouth. If being with me is so distasteful to you, you can leave. You can leave any time you see fit. Nobody's holding you here. I can get along. I can get along very nicely without you. Peter, are you listening? I said I can get along very Oh, Peter? Peter? Where are you? Oh, Peter!
What's the matter? Hey, what are you yelling about?
Oh, Peter, I was so worried.
What got into you? I was only gone a minute. I went to try to find you something to eat.
I know, but...
Well, here's a watermelon. I swiped it in the next field.
I don't want it now.
Well, I thought you said you were hungry.
I was, but...
But what?
But I was so scared it scared the hunger right out of me.
Holy jumping catfish. You'll drive a guy crazy.
I guess...
Shut up.
I was only going to say, I guess you're right.
You're darn tootin' I'm right. Now go to sleep and forget about everything.
Yes, Peter. Peter,
What?
what are you thinking about?
By a strange coincidence, I was thinking of you.
Really?
Yeah. I was wondering what makes dames like you so dizzy. What a morning. Look at the sun. Look at those fields.
Yes, look at my shoes. This dirt road is certainly hard on leather. By the way, what did you say we were supposed to be doing?
Hitchhiking.
Oh, you've given me a very good example of the hiking. Where does the hitching come in?
A little early yet. No cars out.
If it's all the same to you, I'm going to sit right down here and wait until they come.
Suit yourself.
I intend to. Peter, suppose nobody stops for us.
Oh, they'll stop all right. It's all a matter of knowing how to hail them.
You're an expert, I suppose.
I'm going to write a book about it. Call it The Hitchhiker's Hail.
There's no end to your accomplishment, is there?
Oh, you think it's simple, huh?
No.
Well, it is. It's all in the old thumb, see? Now, here, some people do it like this. Kind of a half wave and half point with a thumb, drooping across the palm. It's all wrong. Too indefinite. Never get any place.
Oh, the poor thing.
Yeah, but this old thumb never fails. Now, take number 1, for instance. Elbow close to the side, thumb rigid, and parallel to the right shoulder. Then a short, jerky movement, just the hand and wrist. Like this. Shows you independence. You don't care whether they stop or not. Got money in your pocket, see?
Clever.
Yeah, but number 2, that's a little wider movement from the elbow. The thumb describing a graceful arc from shoulder to waistline. A smile goes with it, like this. See? That means you got a brand new story about...
Uh-huh. You figured that all out by yourself, huh?
Ah, that's nothing. Number 3, that's a pit. Yeah, that's the pitiful one, you know. When you're broke and hungry and everything looks black.
Is that so?
Yeah, shoulders saggy, mouth down, chin drooping. It's a long, sweeping movement of the whole arm, like this. You gotta follow through, though.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, but it's no good if you haven't got a long face to go with it.
Oh, Peter, here comes the car.
Yeah, okay, now watch me. I'm gonna use number 1. Keep your eye on that thumb, baby, and watch what happens.
Mm-hmm. I've still got my eye on the thumb.
Something must have gone wrong. I'll try number 2 this time. Hey, you!
Maybe he doesn't appreciate genius.
Let's try this, baby. Maybe number 2 won't work in us out. Going up, mister? I'll try number 3 the next time.
When you get to 100, wake me up, will you?
I don't think I'll write that book after all.
Oh, think of all the fun you had. Do you mind if I try the next one?
You? Oh, don't make me laugh.
Oh, you're such a smart aleck. Nobody knows anything but you. I'll stop this car, and I won't use my thumb.
What are you going to do?
It's a system all my own. Left hand gracefully on left hip, head back and incline gently in the direction of travel, eyes twinkling. It's the twinkle that does it. Step aside, please. Oh,
Hello, sister. You going my way?
Yes, thank you very much.
Well, hop right in. My name is Baker.
Oh, it's so sweet of you, Mr. Baker. Would you mind if this gentleman rode with us, too?
Oh, him?
Yeah, me.
Well, I don't like his looks any too much, sister.
Oh, that's all right. He's my uncle. He can't help looking like that. He used to be a newspaper man.
Oh, well, all right. Get in the back.
Thanks.
As I was saying, it's a system all my own.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I think I'll write a book called The Feminine Touch or Go Thither with a Come Hither.
Oh, shut up.
So you want a cabin for a week, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
For you and your wife?
That's right.
That'll be $875.
Sold. Which one?
Take number 4 and pay in advance.
Now, listen, mister, I don't want to talk business right now. We're tired. I'll settle up with you in the morning.
Well, all right. Night.
Good night. Come on, Brett.
What will you tell him in the morning?
Now, think of that then.
Oh, I'm glad I can lie down for a change.
Yeah, me too. Well, we're on our last lap. Tomorrow morning, if all goes well, you'll be in the arms of your fiancé. The dope.
Mm-hmm. You'll have a great story, won't you?
Yeah. Swell.
Thanks.
Well, you certainly outsmarted your father. And I guess you ought to be happy.
Am I going to see you in New York?
Nope.
Why not?
I don't make it a policy to run around with married women.
There's no harm in your coming to see us.
Not interested.
Won't I ever see you again?
What do you want to see me for? I've served my purpose. I brought you back to King Wesley, didn't I? That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Peter, have you ever been in love?
Me?
Yes. Have you ever thought about it at all? It seems to me you could make some girl wonderfully happy.
Sure, I've thought about it. Yeah, who hasn't? If I could ever meet the right sort of girl. Yeah, but where are you going to find her? Somebody that's real. Somebody that's alive. They don't come that way anymore. You know, I saw an island in the Pacific once. Never been able to forget it. That's where I'd like to take her. She'd have to be the sort of a girl who'd jump in the surf with me and love it as much as I did. You know, nights when you and the moon and the water all become one. And you feel you're part of something big and marvelous. Those are the only places to live, where the stars are so close over your head that you feel you can reach up and stir them around. Sure, I've been thinking of it. Boy, if I could only find the girl who was hungry for those things.
Take me with you, Peter. Oh, please take me to your island. I want to do all those things you talked about.
You? You're crazy.
No, I'm not. I love you, Peter. Nothing else matters. We can run away. Everything will take care of itself. Please, I cannot let you out of my life now. I couldn't live without you.
Ellie, you'd better go over there. Go to sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
Good night, Mr. Warren.
Ellie, did you really mean that? About the island? Would you really go?
Certainly not. You think I'm crazy?
Yeah, I guess I did. Just for a minute.
Peter? Peter? Where are you? Peter! Peter!
Good morning, Miss Warren.
Oh, good morning. Did you see Mr. Did you see my husband?
Husband? Oh, he's gone.
Gone?
Yes, ma'am. Left about an hour ago.
He didn't say where?
Not a word. But I heard him calling long distance. He spoke to a Mr. Gordon at the New York Globe office. Said he had a great story and was going right into New York to see him.
I see. Where's the telephone, please?
I don't think your husband will be there yet, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, stop calling me Mrs. Warren. I'm not Mrs. Warren. I never will be Mrs. Warren. My name is Andrews.
Yes.
Ellie Andrews.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Now, where's that phone?
Over there, ma'am. Right over there.
Thank you.
Ow! Think it was my fault or something. My name ain't Mrs. Warren. My name is Andrews. Andrews? Ellie Andrews. Ellie! Oh, Ma! Ma! Ma, come here quick. Ma!
I want to call New York, please. Yes, person to person. Mr. King Wesley. Wesley. W-E-S-T-L-E-Y.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain falls on Act Two of It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable, with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. Mr. DeMille introduces our guest for the evening in a moment. But first, a word about our product. You want to cut down on stocking runs, don't you? Then lux your stockings after every wearing. With these gentle flakes, there's no cake soap rubbing, No harmful alkali to damage the delicate silk threads. Lux saves elasticity and cuts down on runs. Helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. And remember this. One large-size box of Lux Flakes, unless the water's hard, will do your stockings for nearly 3 months. And in hard water, a little extra Lux makes wonderful rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our bus driving guest.
For a cross-section of America, take a cross-country bus. On board, you'll find people whose personalities and purposes are as varied as their destinations. And the man who observes them best is the man behind the wheel, the bus driver. Since a cross-country bus carries so much of the action of tonight's play, we're bringing you a typical pilot of these streamlined stagecoaches. He's Harold Burnham of the Pacific Greyhound Lines. After driving buses for 13 years and over 1.5 million miles without an accident, he's learned that he's required to do more than just get 'em there on time. He must be a diplomat, information bureau, nursemaid, counselor and guardian, and at times, even a motion picture actor.
Yes, they used one of our buses in the picture. It happened one night. And they happened to pick me to drive in a few of the scenes. But I guess I'd sooner be a bus driver than an actor. You meet so many interesting people.
As interesting and romantic as the Ellie Andrews and Peter Warren of our play?
I should say so. There's something about a bus that encourages romance. It even affects the hack hands themselves.
Hack hands?
Well, that's our name for a driver. I'm one of the very few hack hands who didn't first meet his wife as a passenger. There's a romantic angle about my favorite passengers. 5 years ago, on my regular run to Fresno from Los Angeles, a young couple met on my bus, and just a year later, they were back again. This time as husband and wife. They've been coming back every year on May the 15th to take the trip over again. Sentimental, but nice. I feel sort of responsible.
Well, from a hack hand's point of view, Mr. Burnham, what constitutes an ideal bus trip?
A solid load with plenty of chinners. By chinners, I mean talkers. That is, we like a bus full of people who like to talk. That makes the trip go quicker, and the passengers enjoy themselves more.
Well, while you're in a translating mood, will you explain what those headlight signals are that you often exchange on the highways with other buses and trucks?
Well, we want to warn a bus or truck coming the other way that they're about to run into a bad piece of road. We flash them 3 times with a spotlight. If there's a cop ahead who doesn't like us, we give 2 flashes. But I'm glad to say that most cops and hack hands get along swell. And the same goes for reefers. Reefers are big trucks. It's the road hog and fruit haulers or small trucks that keep our nerves on edge and our feet on the corks. Corks being our name for brakes.
What turned you into a bus driver, Mr. Burnham, and what's keeping you at it?
Well, it's pretty exciting, Mr. DeMille. I really mean that, because I quit the Army Air Corps to take my present job. There's something about it that gets you. You're out in the open all the time, and more or less on your own, always on the move. And I guess I like people, little kids traveling alone, strangers who need help, and even the lady who once came aboard with the stork and had a fine baby boy right on the bus. Yes, sir, you've got to be prepared for any emergency. But I guess I better put the corks on myself and let the people hear some more from 2 swell people, Mr. Gable and Miss Colbert. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Drive on, Mr. Burnham, and good luck to you. Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert in It Happened One Night with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. The thread of an accidental meeting, which bound the lives of Ellie and Peter, has become a tangled knot. Ellie is convinced that Peter walked out on her and has given him no chance to explain. It's a week later, the morning of Ellie's marriage to King Wesley. The bride-to-be sits alone in her room, staring mournfully at her reflection in the glass. Her father knocks at the door.
Ellie. Ellie.
Yes, Dad.
May I come in?
Come in. Hello, Dad.
I knocked several times.
I'm sorry. I must have been daydreaming.
Yes. Well, everything's set for the wedding. Great stunt King is going to pull, creating quite a furor.
Stunt?
Yes, landing on the lawn in an auto gyro.
Oh, yes, I heard.
Yes. Personally, I think it's silly, too. You look lovely, child. Are you pleased with the gown? Ellie.
Oh, the gown. Yes, it's nice, isn't it?
What's the matter, child? What's wrong?
Nothing.
You haven't changed your mind about King Wesley, have you?
No.
Because if you have, it isn't too late. You know how I feel about him. But you gave me such a scare when I couldn't find you. You know, the old pump isn't what it used to be.
I'm sorry, Father. I wouldn't hurt you for the world.
What's the matter, child? Aren't you happy?
Oh, Dad.
I thought so. I knew there was something on your mind. Oh, there now. What's the matter? You haven't fallen in love with someone else, have you? Have you? I haven't seen you cry since you were a baby. This must be serious. Where did you meet him?
On the road.
Now, don't tell me you've fallen in love with the bus driver.
No.
Who is he?
I don't know very much about him. Except that I love him.
Well, if it's as serious as all that, we'll move heaven and earth to...
No, it's no use. He despises me.
Oh, come now.
Yes, he does. He despises everything about me. He thinks I'm spoiled and selfish and pampered and thoroughly insincere.
Ridiculous.
He doesn't think much of you either.
Oh? No?
No. He blames you for everything that's wrong with me. He says you raised me stupidly. Oh, he's marvelous.
Eh? Well, what are we going to do about it?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a talk with him.
No, it wouldn't do any good. I practically threw myself at him.
Well, under the circumstances, don't you think we ought to call off this wedding off?
No, I'll go through with it. What difference does it make? I'll never see Peter again.
Is that his name?
Yes, Peter.
Peter Warren?
Yes. Do you know him?
No, not exactly.
Oh, Father, you haven't heard from him, have you?
Well, this letter came this morning addressed to me.
From Peter?
Yes. Here you are.
Well, dear sir, as your daughter has probably forgotten to tell you that there's a little financial matter connected with her safe return to your indulgent arms that I would appreciate your settling with me at your earliest convenience. Yours truly, Peter Warren. Oh. Well, I guess that was his only interest in me, wasn't it? The reward. $10,000.
I'm sorry you read it.
Are you going to see him?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I sent word to him to come out here this afternoon. I suppose he'll show up soon.
Of course he will. Well, pay him off. He's entitled to it. He did an excellent job. He kept me thoroughly entertained. It's worth every penny he gets.
Sit down, Mr. Warren.
Thanks.
I was surprised to get your note. My daughter hadn't told me anything about you, about your helping her.
That's typical of your daughter. Takes all those things for granted.
I've discussed the matter with her since hearing from you, and she thinks you're entitled to anything you can get.
Oh, she does, huh? Now, isn't that sweet of her? Well, I've got it all itemized.
May I see the statement, please? Thank you. Cash outlay, $8.60. Top coat, $15. Suitcase, $7.50. Hat, $4. 3 shirts, $4.50. Total, $39.60. All the above items had to be hocked to provide food and shelter.
And I sold some shorts and socks, too. But I'm throwing them in.
Yes, I know, but...
Say, what's the matter? Isn't it cheap enough? A trip like that would cost you $1,000. Maybe more.
Now, let me get this straight. You want $39.60 in addition to the $10,000.
What $10,000?
Why, the reward.
Who said anything about a reward? All I want is $39.60. If you give me a check for it, I'll get out of this joint. Gives me the jitters.
You're a peculiar chap.
We'll go into that some other time.
The average man would go after the reward. All you seem to
Listen, did anyone ever make a sucker out of you? This is a matter of principle. Something you probably wouldn't understand. But when anybody takes me for a buggy ride, I don't like the idea of having to pay for the privilege.
Were you taken for a buggy ride?
With all the trimming.
Well, my daughter seems to think she was on that ride, too. She thinks you walked out on her.
Listen, your daughter can think anything she wants. I went to New York to raise a little dough for your daughter so she could get out on that tropical island. And what do I get?
What tropical island?
Oh, none of your... I come back to get her, she skipped. That's great, that is.
Now, wait a minute.
What about my dough? Do I get it or don't I?
Certainly.
Thank you.
But I'd like to ask you one question. Do you love my daughter?
Any guy that'd fall in love with your daughter ought to have his head examined.
That's an evasion. Do you love her?
A normal human being couldn't live under the same roof with her without going nutty. She's my idea of
I
nothing.
asked you a simple question. Do you love her?
Yes! Don't hold that against me. I'm a little screwy myself.
Well, well, well. Look who's here.
Hello. I was hoping I wouldn't have to bump into you.
Really? I hope you got your money.
You bet I did.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Same to you.
Ellie, dear.
Stay around and watch the fun. King's going to drop down out of the skies any minute now on his favorite gyro. You'll enjoy it immensely.
I would, but I've got a weak stomach. Goodbye, Miss Andrews.
Pleasant fellow, isn't he?
Ellie, dear, you shouldn't have talked to him like you did. He's a really fine boy. We had quite a conversation.
I'm not interested.
Now, see here, Ellie.
I tell you, I'm not interested. I don't want to hear another word about him.
What on earth is that?
King, I guess. Landing on the lawn in his gyro.
He seems to be creating quite a lot of excitement among the guests. Well, Ellie?
Come on, Dad. Let's go down and get it over with.
King is waiting at the altar. All right. Take my arm. Let's go. You know, Ellie, you're a sucker to go through with this. That guy Warren is okay.
Please, Dad.
He is. He didn't want the reward. All he asked for was $39.60 that he spent on you.
What?
Sure. He loves you, Ellie.
How do you know?
He told me so.
Oh, Daddy. Oh. Well, it's too late now.
Is it? You don't want to be married to a mug like Wesley. I can buy him off for a pot of gold. And you can make an old man happy. Pete Warren is a swell guy.
Oh, please don't.
If you should change your mind, your car's waiting at the back gate. What do you say, Ellie? You still got a few seconds.
Oh, Dad.
Is it Pete? Or is it this dumb cluck of an aviator?
It's Pete.
Hooray!
Daddy, quick, kiss me.
Goodbye, Ellie.
Goodbye.
Run, Ellie! Run! Go on, Ellie! Go on! They'll never catch you! Go on! Go on!
Peter.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do with the marriage certificate? I can't find it anyplace.
Don't worry, Brad. It's safe and sound in my inside pocket.
Oh, I was getting scared again.
You afraid I was going to back out?
It's too late now, Mr. Warren. Oh, Peter, I'm so happy. Where are we going for our honeymoon?
I got the place all picked out. A tourist cabin near Philadelphia.
A tourist cabin? Oh, Peter, that's grand.
Yeah. See that big bundle of stuff I bought in the last town?
Yes, what's in it?
Oh, lots of things. A rope.
A rope?
Yeah. And a green blanket.
The Walt of Jericho.
Right.
Oh, is there anything else?
Hand me that little package.
This one?
That's it.
What's in it?
You'll see. There.
A trumpet. A toy trumpet.
Yeah. I never took a lesson, but I guess I can manage it. Listen to this.
Oh, Peter, that's beautiful.
The curtain falls on Act 3 of It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable. In a moment, you'll hear from our stars personally. But first, let's indulge in a little fancy. Suppose your hands could talk. What would they say? Well, let's imagine Jane's hands are talking to each other while she's playing cards with her friends at the bridge table.
Isn't it fun? We fooled these women again.
Haven't we, though? They think Jane has a maid.
It's a great joke, isn't it? Why, we've been washing dishes for years.
Yes, and no one would guess it. Lux Flakes helps us to stay so lovely looking.
Yes, I'm sure that's the way your hands would talk if you use Lux for your dishes. Lux Flakes are kind to your hands. There's no harmful alkali to dry out the natural oils in your skin. No, indeed. Lux helps your hands stay soft and young-looking.
The kind of hands every woman wants. Just try Lux Flakes for your dishes. You'll like them. They're fast, they're gentle, and they're thrifty. Yes, unless the water is hard, the large-size box of Lux will do dishes about 60 times. In hard water, a little more Lux gives you wonderful, rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Buy the generous large-size box, won't you? And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The happy journey from Miami to New York is ended, but our stars make a return trip to the microphone. We present Ellie Andrews as Claudette Colbert and Peter Warren as Clark Gable.
As Claudette Andrews or Ellie Colbert or whoever I'm supposed to be, I'd like to say that it's been great to do another play in the Lux Radio Theater.
As Pete Gable, I'd like to say that I can't imagine a better place to take a busman's holiday.
Well, assuming my most difficult characterization, that of Cecil B. DeMille, I'd like to compliment you both on a great performance.
Thank you, C.B. And I'm glad to learn from your introduction to the play that you're a fatalist.
Yeah, what?
Seems to me I heard the word fatalist. You know, C.B., one of those people who think that, C.B., one of those people who think that everything happens for the best, if it doesn't happen for the worst.
But I never said I belonged to such a cult.
Claudette probably assumes, from the way you talked about everything happening one night, that you're a believer in uncontrollable destiny.
Well, it's really nothing to be ashamed of, you know. Some very nice people are fatalists. You simply believe that everything happens for a purpose. And if you don't believe that way, you've nothing left but suppositions. For example, suppose Columbus had sailed east instead of west, or Paul Revere's horse had tripped over a cobblestone. That's you.
Oh, it's Mr. Gable. Suppose Claudette hadn't...
We have it here for you, sir.
Down to Mr. Gable for me. It's Mr. Gable, I think.
Suppose Claudette Colbert hadn't taken seriously when a playwright she met at a party in New York said you ought to be an actress. Or suppose she hadn't starred on Broadway in The Barker. Would she be in Hollywood now?
I suppose that coin Clark tossed to see whether or not he'd remain in Hollywood hadn't fallen tails. Where would he be now?
Well, children, I'll give up. Where would you be now?
You mean seriously?
Sure, why not?
Well, let's see. I've gone back east. Not all the way east. Maybe I've stopped off in Texas again. I'd probably have gotten my old job back in the oil fields and, well, I'd probably be fairly happy.
That's right. Pollyanna Gable, his friends would be calling him. Well, come along, Clark. It's time to blow. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Zeke.
Good night, fatalists.
Mr. DeMille will be back shortly with news of next Monday night's play and cast. Our cast in It Happened One Night included John Gibson as bus driver, Chester Clute as Mr. Dyke, Eddie Waller as Mr. Dobbs, Lou Merrill as Harry Gordon, Walter Tetley as a newsboy, Marion A. as telephone operator, and Frank Nelson as a detective. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film Alexander Graham Bell. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Hollywood recently observed its most important event in many months, the presentation of the Academy Awards, the highest tribute that the screen can give its personalities. For the second consecutive year, top acting honors among men went to the star whom you'll hear on this stage next Monday night, Spencer Tracy. And with him, we present one of the screen's loveliest ladies, Loretta Young. They'll bring Lux listeners the sharply realistic and romantic play for which they're so well remembered on the screen, A Man's Castle. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young in A Man's Castle. And, ladies and gentlemen, before I say good night, I want you to make a...
Hollywood, California, Monday, February 1st. The Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur in Mr. Deeds Goes to Town with Lionel Sander. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the makers of Lux Flakes bring you Gary Cooper, Jean Arthur, and Lionel Sander. As special guests, Sidney Skolsky, nationally known Hollywood columnist, and Fay Gillis, noted aviatrix, and foreign correspondents. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silver. Welcome, everyone, to Hollywood and to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. And now, before introducing Mr. DeMille, I'd like to share with you a letter from a California woman, one of our unseen radio audience, Mrs. Roberta Hurst of San Jose.
I'd like to thank you not only for the treat you give us on the air Monday night, but for the Boone Luxes to my household. I use Lux Flakes for all my lingerie, all fine laundering, and for dishes. In every instance where my hands come into contact with soapy
I'm sorry we cannot give you the rest of Mrs. Hurst's enthusiastic letter, but I'd like to emphasize one point. Lux Flakes do protect a woman's hands just as they protect fine fabrics. So why not use Lux for all soap and water jobs, especially dishwashing? Lux protects the natural oils of the skin, leaves your hands soft and white. Start using Lux Flakes for your dishes tomorrow. And now, we present Hollywood's foremost producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur were born to the roles they play tonight. Mandrake Falls, where our play opens, might have been any one of the prairie towns Gary once called home, while the town Mr. Deeds goes to is the town Jean Arthur came from, New York. As Babe Bennett, Jean writes lines for a New York paper, while before she came to Hollywood, she delivered lines from a New York stage. Longfellow Deeds devoted his spare moments to writing greeting card poetry. And Gary also likes to use a pencil. But instead of making rhymes, he draws pictures. He confided to me that his artistry is merely a case of advanced doodling, which had its beginning when he filled in all the O's in his third-grade reader. Their work in Mr. Deeds convinced me that Mr. Cooper and Miss Arthur were definitely the stars I wanted for the roles of Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane in our picture, The Plainsman. I knew that Gary, raised in a saddle, could be as western as sagebrush in the setting sun. Whatever hesitation I might have had about Jean Arthur was dispelled when I saw her practicing to snap a 15-foot bullwhip around a cowboy's wrist to make him drop a bottle. By letting her use my outstretched arm as a target, Jean had the chance to do what many stars have wanted to do, whip a director. Lionel Sander, in resuming his role of Corny Cobb, gives us another member of the original cast, together with the celebrated Pixelated Sisters. Mr. Deeds has been voted the best comedy of 1936 by the New York critics, a well-deserved feather in the cap of Columbia Pictures and director Frank Capra. We've had both its brilliant author and adapter on this program, Clarence Buddington Kelland and Robert Riskin. Now, we present the stars and the story. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater spotlights Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur with Lionel Sander. Our story begins in the little town of Mandrake Falls, population 600. On the porch of an old-fashioned frame house, two men are waiting for an answer to their knock. They're clearly out of their element here, clearly city folks. As the older man, a sharp-eyed attorney, taps his foot impatiently, the door is opened by a motherly old lady.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is Mr. Longfellow Deeds at home?
Why, no, he isn't, but I'm expecting him any minute. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. My name is Cedar. I'm an attorney. This gentleman is Mr. Cobb.
How do you do, Mr. Cedar? How do you do, Mr. Cobb?
Hi.
Come right in here, gentlemen. Mr. Deeds is in the park arranging for the bazaar. They're trying to raise money for a fire engine. Sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you. Are you related to Mr. Deeds?
Oh, no. I'm Mrs. Meredith. I'm his housekeeper.
Oh, then perhaps you can tell us something about him. What does he do for a living?
Why, he and Jim Mason own the tallow works. But that isn't where he makes his money. He makes most of it out of his poetry.
Poetry? He writes poetry?
My goodness, yes. Longfellow's famous He writes those things on postcards, you know, for Christmas and Easter and birthdays.
Yeah. How long do you think you'll be?
Oh, he won't be long, 'cause 'tain't raining. When it rains, he likes to take long walks.
Likes
There he is now. I'll tell him you're here.
Hey, Peter, did you hear that? Yeah. The old man must have been goofy to leave all his dough to this yokel.
Oh, well.
How much do you figure the estate will amount to after the taxes are deducted?
About $20 million.
Better be careful how you spring it on him. He's liable to keel over from the shock.
Good morning, gentlemen. Oh, good morning. Are you Longfellow Deeds?
That's right.
My name's John Cedar, of the New York firm of Cedar, and Buddington. My card.
Cedar, and Buddington. Buddington must feel like an awful stranger.
Not bad.
This is Mr. Cornelius Cobb, Mr. Deeds.
Hi.
Very well, thanks.
Mr. Deeds, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
Excuse me, Mrs. Meredith,
Yes, Longfellow?
have you seen the mouthpiece for my tuba?
Why, it's right there on the table.
Oh, that's right. My new mouthpiece. I keep losing them all the time. Go ahead, Mr. Cedar. Don't pay any attention to me. I just want to see if this thing fits my new bass horn all right.
Mr. Deeds, we have some news for you.
Yeah. I suggest you sit down, though, Mr. Deeds.
Mr. Deeds, does the name of Martin W. Semple mean anything to you?
Not much. An uncle of mine, I think, although I never saw him.
Well, he passed on. He was killed in a motor accident in Italy.
He was? Well, now, that's too bad. If there's anything I can do...
Mr. Semple left a great fortune when he died. He left it to you, Mr. Deeds. Deducting taxes, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million.
Well, for crying out loud.
What about lunch? Are the gentlemen going to stay?
Perhaps you didn't hear me, Mr. Deeds. I said the whole Semple fortune goes to you. $20 million.
Oh, I heard you all right. $20 million. That's quite a bit, isn't it?
Oh, it'll do in a pinch.
Yes, indeed. I wonder why he left all that money to me. I don't need it.
I give up.
I wish you'd tell me about lunch if the gentlemen are going to stay.
Sure, they'll stay. Mrs. Meredith's got some fresh orange layer cake.
Some more coffee, Mr. Cedar?
No thanks. You see, Mr. Deeds, Cobb here is an ex-newspaper man. Been associated with your uncle for years as a sort of buffer.
Buffer?
Yeah, glorified doormat.
You see, rich men need someone to keep cranks away.
Cedar, and Buddington. It's funny, I can't think of a rhyme for Buddington.
Why should you?
Oh, whenever I run across a funny name, I always like to poke around for a rhyme. I've got one for Cobb.
Huh?
There once was a man named Cobb who kept Semple away from the mob. Came the turn of the tide, and Semple, he died. Now, poor Cobb is out of a job.
Sounds like 2 weeks' notice to me.
Huh?
I've gotten a sackaroo in many ways, but never in rhyme.
Oh, no. I didn't mean that. I'm sure I'm going to need your help.
Are you married, Mr. Deeds?
Who, me? No.
He's too fussy. That's what's the matter with him. There are a lot of nice girls in Mandrake Falls who are just dying to...
Don't pay any attention to her.
Oh, he's got a lot of fool notions about saving a lady in distress.
Saving a lady in distress, huh? Well, we all have those dreams when we're young. Well, we'd better get started. You'll have to pack, Mr. Deeds.
What for?
You're coming to New York with us.
When?
Tonight, at 6 o'clock train.
Well, that's rather sudden, isn't it?
My dear Mr. Deeds, there are a great many important things to take care of.
I'm kind of nervous. We've never been away from Mandrake Falls. But I'd like to see Grant's tomb at that.
Fine. We'll walk around town now, Mr. Deeds, and we'll meet you at the train station.
Once more now, boys, a farewell song to Longfellow Deeds, the pride of Mandrake Falls.
Come on, Deeds. You can stand on the observation platform.
So long, Charlie. So long, Ed. So long, Mrs. Meredith. So long. So long. So long.
What?
Cedar in Buddington. One moment, please.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cedar.
Mrs. Buddington in?
He's waiting for you in your office, Mr. Cedar.
Thank you.
Cedar in Buddington. Hello. Office, Mr. Cedar.
Cedar, you're back? Morning, Buddington.
Well, what happened? What's this fellow Deeds like?
We've got nothing to worry about. He's as naive as a child.
Did you get the power of attorney?
No, not yet.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Well, give me a chance. We only arrived this morning.
John, if you don't mind my saying so, we can't afford to have...
Yes, I know, Buddington. We can't afford to have the books investigated right now.
But the $500,000. Goodness me, where are we going to get it?
Will you stop worrying? Just relax and leave it to me. Those books will never leave this office.
Well, I hope not. If they ever do, we'll all land in jail.
Listen, I'm going to see Deeds this afternoon. I'll have that power of attorney the first thing in the morning. Leave it to me. I tell you, Buddington, the boy's a simpleton.
I'll take that, Deeds. Hello? No. I said no. We ain't got any statements to make. Mr. Deeds has taken over his uncle's Fifth Avenue mansion, that's all. That was the press.
Oh, where were we, Mr. Cedar?
Oh, yes. We were talking about the power of attorney. It's just a suggestion, Mr. Deeds. But if you'd give it to us, we could take care of everything for you. It would save you a lot of annoyances. Every shark in town is going to try to sell you something.
Yes, there have been a lot of them around already. Strangest kind of people. Salesmen, politicians, and moochers, all wanting something. I haven't had a minute to myself. Haven't seen Grant's tomb yet. By the way, where's all the money? In a bank?
No. There's approximately $1.5 million in cash. The accountants are working on the books now. Be ready in several weeks.
It sounds complicated.
Oh, yes. That's why I suggested you're letting us take care of it. A rich man should unburden himself.
You mean besides wanting to be my lawyer, you also want to handle my investments?
Why, yes.
Well, outside of your regular fee, how much extra would it cost?
Oh, nothing. No extra charge.
No charge. But there'd be a lot of extra work, wouldn't there?
Oh, it's an added service a firm like Cedar and Buddington usually donates.
Only thing, I haven't been able to think of a rhyme for Buddington yet.
Neither have I.
Mr. Deeds,
Listen. The fire engine. Hey, I gotta see it.
There it goes. Boy, look at it. Mr. Deeds, please.
Let him alone, Cedar. If he likes to watch fire engines, that's his business.
Gee, that was a pip. We expect to have one in Mandrake Falls pretty soon, with a siren, too.
Mr. Deeds, I wish you'd give that matter some thought.
Huh?
This matter of the power of attorney.
Oh, yes, I will. I'll give it a lot of thought. A fellow by the name of Winslow is in here and wanted to handle my affairs for nothing, too. It kind of puzzles me why people want to do a lot of work for nothing. It isn't natural. So I guess I'll have to think about it some more.
Quite right. You have a good business head, Mr. Deeds. Being an attorney for you is going to be a very simple affair.
You're not my attorney yet, Mr. Cedar. Not till I find out what's on your mind. Suppose you get the book straightened out right away so I can look into everything.
Are you suggesting that?
No, sir, but I'd just like to look the books over. After that, I'll let you know if you're going to be my attorney or not.
I see. Good day, Mr. Deeds.
Good day. You know, Cobb, I think there's something fishy about him.
There once was a cedar, so tall and so green, chopped down by a hick to the size of a bean.
New York Evening Mail? Hello? New York Evening Mail? Mr. McGowan? One moment. I'll connect you. Hello? New York Evening Mail?
Hello, McGowan speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Hines. Yeah? Yeah, sure, Mr. Hines. I'll get something on him right away. Well, that was the boss again, babe. He's yelling murder. He says this guy Deeds is news and big news.
Sure, but how do you expect me to get at him? Cobb keeps him under lock and key. I'm a reporter, not a magician.
Well, you won't be a reporter long if you don't get some dope on this guy, and I won't be an editor. Hines is yelling for human interest stuff. What this guy Deeds thinks about the big town. How does it feel to be a millionaire? Is he going to get married? Is he smart? Is he dumb? That's the angle. And we've got to get it for him.
Well, how about it, babe?
I'll do my best, Mac, but it'll take time.
Listen, babe, you get the story and you can have anything you want.
How about a month's vacation?
With pay.
With pay. Keep 4 columns open on page 1 tomorrow.
Now you're talking, babe. I'll keep the whole front page open. How are you going to do it?
I don't know yet, but I'll get to him if I have to pull a phony feint right on his doorstep.
Hey, what's the matter here? Are you hurt, miss?
Oh.
Here, let me help you up.
I must have fainted on the steps. I sat down for a moment and... I'm sorry.
Can I help you?
No, thank you. I'm all right.
Well, this is my house. I'd like
Oh,
to...
no, really, I'm all right.
What happened?
Oh, I guess I walked too much. Been looking for a job all day. I found one, too. I start tomorrow. Oh, you've been very kind. Goodbye.
Please, you must let me help you.
I'm sorry.
Have you had your dinner?
Dinner? Why, isn't that funny? I forgot to eat.
Forgot?
Oh, yes, I do that lots of times. I just get to thinking about something and I forget.
Well, look. I'm going to a place called Tulio's, and I think you better come along, too. Feel better now, Miss Dawson?
Does this taste good? I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Deeds.
I wish you'd let me help you some.
Please. I asked you not to talk about it.
I'm sorry. You know, you're the first person I've met in New York who didn't want something. Tell me more about yourself.
Well, I've told you everything. My folks live in a small town near Hartford. I'm here alone trying to make a living. I'm really a nobody.
You were a lady in distress, weren't you?
What?
Oh, nothing.
Anything else, sir?
No, thanks. Oh, waiter.
Yeah?
Anybody come in yet? Writers, I mean?
Huh? Oh, no. Nobody important.
You'll be sure to point them out, won't you?
Uh-huh.
I'm a writer myself, you know.
That's so?
I write poetry.
That's so. Well, I'll let you know.
Thanks. He's a nice fellow, isn't he?
Yes. Well, you've had quite an exciting time since you've been here, haven't you? All those meetings and business deals and society people. Aren't you having fun, Mr. Deeds?
No, at least I didn't. Not till now. I like talking to you. It's funny, my finding you right on my doorstep.
Yes, wasn't it?
Oh, Mr. Deeds.
Yes?
Brookfield just came in.
The poet?
Where? Right over there.
Look, Miss Dawson, there's Brookfield, the poet.
Really?
Who's that with him, waiter?
Anna Berry and Morrow.
Anna Berry and Morrow. Why, they're famous authors. Great liberals.
Not with their tips, they ain't.
Gee, that's marvelous. Right here in the same room with me. Gosh, I wish I could meet them.
Well, I might be able to fix it for you.
Could you?
Sure. I'll be right back.
You hear that, Miss Dawson? I'm going to meet them. Talk to them. Gosh, what a night.
Mr. Deeds, wake up, sir. It's late.
Shut it off. Shut that alarm off.
Yes, sir. It's very late, sir. 11 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
You're my butler, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure.
If you permit me to say so, sir, you were out on quite a party last night.
Was I? Oh, my head feels like it. Has Miss Dawson phoned?
No, sir.
She was a lady in distress, Walter, but she wouldn't let me help her. She's got pride. I like that.
Deeds.
Oh, hello, Cobb.
I got to speak to you right away.
Get some coffee, will you please, Walter?
Very good, sir.
Now listen. Where were you last night?
Why, I met a young lady, Miss Dawson. Went to Tulio's.
Did you sock somebody there? A poet?
Yes, a fellow named Brookfield.
Why? Why?
Oh, I thought I'd better teach him some manners. You see, he invited me over to his table, but after I got there, I found out he only wanted to make fun of me.
So you up and socked him?
Not very hard. He said some things in front of Miss Dawson that I didn't like.
Go on. After you socked him, what happened then?
Well, another writer there, he was in the same party. He congratulated me, said Brookfield should have been stalked long ago. Well, this other writer, he invited me out to see the town, so we went.
Yeah. And then what happened?
Well, it's a little hazy after that.
Well, take a look at the newspapers. They ought to refresh your memory. Look, Cinderella Man on spree. Punches literary light at Tulio's. Shows big city how to cut up. Holds up traffic at 3 a.m. feeding donuts to horses.
Cinderella Man. What do they want to call me that for?
They'd call you anything if you give them half a chance. They got you down for a sap.
I think I'll go down and punch the editor on the nose.
No, you don't. Listen, get this clear. Punching people is not the solution to anything.
Sometimes it's the only solution.
Not editors. Take my word for it. Not editors.
But what about this Cinderella Man?
That's my job. I'll keep that stuff out of the papers if you'll help me. But I can't do anything if you go around talking to people. Please, will you promise me to be careful from now on?
Yes. I guess I'll have to.
Thanks. If you feel the building rock, it'll be me blasting into this editor.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Cobb. Your coffee, Mr. Dean.
Thanks. You know, Cobb's right, Walter. I mustn't talk to anybody.
Miss Dawson just called, sir.
Who? Miss Dawson?
She's on the phone now, sir.
Fine, I'll talk to her. Hand me the phone, quick. And remember, Walter, I've got to play safe. She's the only one I'm going to talk to from now on.
Tune in for a moment on a typical Lux home. Mrs. Ellison and her 16-year-old daughter have been listening to our play.
Wouldn't it be wonderful, Mother, if someone left us a lot of money like they did to Mr. Deeds?
What would you do with it, Betty?
Buy heaps of new clothes, for one thing, and dozens of new undies. Those lovely French handmade ones with lace. And,
now, child, you have plenty of pretty clothes. And nice undies as it is.
Oh, but, Mums, I haven't. Why, even those new slips I got for Christmas look sort of run down now.
That, my dear, is your own fault. How often have I told you to take care of your underthings? Wash them every night with Lux Flakes. Mine stay new looking for months, even years, thanks to Lux.
Mrs. Ellison is right. Gentle Lux Flakes do keep your silk things new looking far longer. They make your lingerie really clean without hurting colors or fabrics. Things not only wear longer when luxed regularly, but you'll be delighted at how sweet and fresh they are. So why not play safe and be thrifty, too? Get the habit of dipping your underthings into Lux Flakes Gentle Suds after each wearing. Start tonight. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur with Lionel Stander. Unaware that his newly discovered friend, Miss Dawson, is really a newspaper reporter, Longfellow Deeds has taken her completely into his confidence. She is the source of all the Cinderella Man stories that are now making front-page headlines. But she's beginning to feel the pangs of conscience. We find them now, sitting on a bench in Central Park.
This is getting to be sort of a habit with us, isn't it?
What?
Well, I mean taking walks and going places.
Yes.
Here you are, people. Read all about it. Cinderella Man plays the tuba. To give reception to society. Read all about it. Cinderella Man.
There they go again. Cinderella Man.
Does it hurt you so very much?
I don't know. I've tried not to worry about it. They'll write those articles till they get tired. Only, I don't understand. Why do people have to go around hurting each other? Why don't they try liking each other for a change?
You know, you said something when you met me, something I've thought about a great deal.
What's that?
You said I was a lady in distress.
Oh, that.
What did you mean by that?
Oh, nothing.
You said it as though it had some significance.
Well, you see, I always had an idea that someday, have you got are you engaged or anything?
Why, no. Are you?
No,
You don't go out with girls much, do you?
I haven't.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you must have met some swell society girls since you've been here. Don't you like them?
I haven't met anybody here I like particularly. Except you, of course. Last night after I left you, I was walking along and looking at the tall buildings and got to thinking. They created a lot of grand palaces here. But they didn't create any noblemen to put in them. I'd rather have Mandrake Falls.
I'm from a small town, too, you know.
Really?
Probably as small as Mandrake Falls.
Gosh, what do you know about that?
Oh, it's a beautiful little town, too. Row of poplar trees right along Main Street. Always smelled as if it just had a bath. I've often thought about going back.
Have you?
Oh, yes. I used to have a lot of fun there. When I was a little girl, I used to love to go fishing with my father. He was something like you, my father was. He played in the town band, too.
He did? What did he play?
The drums. Taught me to play some.
He did?
I can accompany myself to Swanee River. Would you like to hear me?
Sure.
Well, wait till I find a couple of sticks.
Well, here's one.
All right, this bench will have to do as a drum. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. There's where my heart is going ever. There's where the old folks stay.
See, that's swell. Now, you do it again, and I'll sing humoresque.
All right. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. There's where my heart is going ever. There's where the old folks stay.
Hey, there's a fire. Here comes the engine. Hey. Well, you're just going to share. Say, will you do me a favor?
Sure, what?
Wait here for me. I want to check that engine and see how they do it. I'll be right back.
Cinderella man proves himself fire-eating demon, jumps on board engine, volunteers to help firemen. Did you do that?
Sure. But I didn't know they'd make another story out of it.
I tell you, they'll make a story out of everything. But what gets me is, who's on the inside? Where are they getting their dope?
I don't know.
I pleaded with you not to talk to anybody. You promised me you wouldn't. But no, you've been blabbing your head off to the whole town. What have you been doing every night?
Going out?
So I noticed. You're not going out tonight, I hope.
Yes? Why?
Have you forgotten you've got a reception here? All the society people in town are coming.
Gosh, that's right. I forgot.
Well?
I had an appointment. I was going to meet somebody for dinner.
You can't dodge your own reception. It ain't etiquette.
No, I suppose not. Only
what?
Well, let me think it over. I'll let you know.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Dees.
Hello. Can I come in?
Of course. Oh, I didn't expect to see you this evening. I didn't think you could get away with your reception and everything.
Oh, I wouldn't let them stop me from seeing you. I threw them out of the house.
You threw them out? You mean bodily?
Yes. They got on my nerves, so I threw them out. Well, I guess that'll be in the paper tomorrow. Something else for them to laugh at.
Yes, I suppose it'll have to be in the paper.
I don't mind, though. I had too much fun doing it.
Sit down.
Thanks. I can't stay long, though. It's pretty late.
It's all right.
Is there anything wrong?
No, why?
Well, you just look sort of funny. I mean, sad.
I get that way sometimes. How's everything going?
Not so good. I'm finding things out. A lot of things.
What?
Well, first of all, it's not so much fun being a millionaire. I wouldn't mind if they'd let me alone, but you know how it is.
Yes.
I once had an idea I could do something with the money. Some good, I mean. But they keep me so busy here, I didn't get to figure anything out. I guess I'll think of something when I get home.
Oh, you're going home?
Well, a man ought to know where he fits in. I just don't seem to fit in around here. Mary?
Yes.
I was thinking of... Well, I wish you could come to Mandrake Falls sometime.
Me?
Yes. You know, within a couple of miles of my house, you can find nearly every kind of tree and bush and flower in the world. I used to spend hours in the woods just hiking around. It was wonderful. I generally take a girl with me.
A girl?
No, not a real one. I'd make one up, just to have somebody to talk to. She was beautiful, too. I always knew that someday I'd meet her. Mary.
Oh, wait a minute. You said you found things out. Well, so have I. This town gets you somehow. It makes it coarse, unfeeling. It's done it to me.
You?
Listen, dear. Don't let anybody hurt you anymore. They can't. You're too real. And you go back to Mandrake Falls. You belong there. These stories about you will stop. They'll stop right now.
Mary.
Yes.
Remember that poem I told you about? The one I was writing about you? Well, it's finished. Would you like to read it?
Of course.
It's to you. But you don't have to say anything after you read it. You can tell me tomorrow what you think.
I tramped the earth with hopeless feet, searching in vain for a glimpse of you. Then heaven thrust you at my very feet, a lovely angel, too lovely to woo. My dream has been answered, but my life's just as bleak. I'm handcuffed and speechless in your presence divine. For my heart longs to cry out, if it only could speak. I love you, my angel. Be mine. Be mine.
You don't have to say anything now, Mary. I'll wait to hear from you tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Good night, Mary.
Good night.
Oh, stop it, babe. Stop it. Well, what do you mean you're quitting?
Too, Mac. I'm walking out on you. I'm through.
What's bothering you, babe?
Last night he proposed to me.
Proposed to you? You mean he asked you to marry him?
Yes.
Why, babe, that's terrific. Cinderella man woos mystery girl. Who is the mysterious
Drink
girl?
one word of that and I'll blow your place up.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry, babe. Say, you haven't gone and fallen for that mug, have you? Well, I'll be a... Oh, that's tough, babe. I'm awfully sorry. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm telling the truth.
Well, tell him you're Babe Bennett. Tell him you're making a stooge out of him.
I've got a lunch date with him. Expect an answer. It's going to be pretty.
Oh, don't be a sucker, babe. You can disappear, can't you?
Oh, I thought of that, too.
You need never see him again.
That's the rub.
Oh, it's as bad as that, huh?
Telling him's a long shot. I'm going to take it. Hand me the phone, will you, Matt?
Now, listen, babe. Listen, are you sure you're doing the right thing?
Right thing. It'll be a novelty for me.
Hello? Oh, good morning, Miss Dawson. No, Mr. Deeds is not here just now. Yes? I'll tell him. Not at all.
Good morning, Walter.
Oh, Mr. Deeds.
Has Miss Dawson called yet, Walter?
Yes, sir. She was just on the phone, sir.
Is she coming for lunch?
She didn't say, sir. She'll call later.
Oh, here you are.
Hello, Cobb.
I want to speak to you.
Sure.
I don't mind you making a sucker out of yourself, but you made one out of me, too.
Huh?
I finally had sense enough to have you followed last night. Who's that girl you've been running around with?
Why, she's Mary Dawson.
Mary Dawson, huh? Mary Dawson, my eye. She's Babe Bennett.
Babe Bennett?
Yeah. She's the star reporter on the Mail. And every time you opened your kisser, you were giving her another story. That's the dame that slapped the moniker on you, Cinderella Man. You've been making love to a double dose of cyanide.
Shut up. Get me the newspaper on the phone.
Sure. Hello? Give me Wall, 70689. Yeah. Now you'll see. Hello? Evening Mail? I want to speak to Babe Bennett. Yeah. Hello? Miss Bennett? Hold on a minute. Here, take it.
Hello? Is that you, Mary? Well, this is Longfellow Deeds. Mary, I want you to tell me something. Are you the one who's been writing those articles about me? I see. No bother. There's nothing to explain. Goodbye.
Well, was I right or wrong?
She said she was going to tell me today. It's too late now.
What are you going to do?
I'm going home.
Home? But what about the estate? You can't just walk off and leave everything like that. What's going to happen?
I don't care what happens. I never wanted the money. You can give it away. For all I care, give it to the people that need it. It never did me any good. Just a lot of trouble and pain. I don't want it. I'm going back home where I belong.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
In a few moments, we'll resume Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper in the title role and Jean Arthur as the reporter. We hear now from another lady of the press, Fay Gillis. Miss Gillis fell rather than rose to fame. One of the best-known ladybirds in America, she became the first woman member of the Caterpillar Club, whose ranks are composed solely of those who have saved their lives by parachute jumps from aeroplanes. When Wiley Post made his record-breaking flight around the world, it was Miss Gillis who met him in Siberia with food and fuel. The place occupied by Will Rogers on his tragic flight with Wiley Post was relinquished to Mr. Rogers at the last moment by Miss Gillis. She is now in Hollywood, reporting for the New York Herald Tribune, and expects to leave shortly for the Orient. Ladies and gentlemen, Fay Gillis.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Becoming a member of the Caterpillar Club, Miss Gillis, must have been a very exalting experience.
On the contrary, it was decidedly a come-down. I still think flying is the safest means of transportation and use commercial planes whenever I can. But I've had to give up private flying temporarily because it's too much of a luxury.
Oh. Which do you consider the most important syllable of luxury?
Lux, of course.
Oh.
And I'll never give that up. In fact, I carry it with me wherever I go, though it's hardly necessary anymore, for I find it everywhere, from Vladivostok to Paminok and Java. By the way, here's another use for Lux Flakes, washing leopards. I've had my pet leopard Snooks ever since she was a little bundle of fur caught in the African jungle, and she's with me now in Hollywood. Snooks has the most beautiful coat you ever saw. There's a reason. Since babyhood, she's had a bath twice a month with Lux Flakes and loves it.
Trying to put Lux on the spot, huh? Fay, you must find Hollywood rather dull after reporting wars, coronations, and other exciting events.
Why, no. When my feet start itching, I can take a trip around the world by touring the studios. I can visit Tibet on the Columbia lot where Harry Cohen has erected spectacular Shangri-La for Lost Horizon, the magnificent new film directed by Frank Capra, who also directed the screen version of tonight's play, Mr. Deeds. I can visit Naples on the set of Dodsworth, India and Afghanistan and Shirley Temple's new film, Wee Willie Winkie, Berlin in The Road Back, Westminster Abbey in The Prince and the Pauper, Dublin in The Plough and the Stars, and China in The Good Earth. And now, thanks very much, Mr. DeMille. I'll be seeing you at Paramount before long, slinking through the bayous of Louisiana with Lafitte, the buccaneer.
Good night, Globetrotter. Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur with Lionel Stander. Completely disillusioned, Longfellow Deeds started giving his money away to needy farmers. But Mr. Cedar, acting for some distant relative of Old Simple's, immediately entered the charge of insanity. Deeds, confined to the county hospital for observation, refused to speak or enter any defense. And now, on the opening day of the insanity hearing, with the little courtroom jammed, Cedar is just finishing his address to the bench.
The innocence of my client, the only other living relatives of the late Martin W. Semple, we cannot permit a fortune so huge to be dissipated by a person whose incompetency and abnormality we shall prove beyond any reasonable doubt. We present our first witness, Your Honor, Miss Louise Bay Bennett. Quiet. Miss Bennett, you're employed by the Evening Mail.
Your Honor, this is ridiculous.
You will please answer the question.
The whole hearing's ridiculous. That man's no more insane than you are. They're trying to railroad this man for the money they can get out of him.
No.
Young lady, another outburst like this, and I shall hold you in contempt. Proceed.
Are you employed by the Evening Mail?
No. I resigned last week.
Prior to that time, were you employed by the Evening Mail?
Yes.
Were you given an assignment to follow the activities of Mr. Longfellow Deeds?
Yes.
Did you subsequently write a series of articles about him?
Yes.
Are these the articles?
Yes.
You were present when all these things took place?
Yes.
Are they true?
No.
But they did take place.
They're colored just to make him look silly.
But you saw them happen.
Yes, but I...
That's all.
It isn't all. I'd like to explain
That's all, Miss Bennett.
Your Honor, what kind of a hearing is this? What are you trying to do? Persecute the man? He's not defending himself. Somebody's got to do it.
Miss Bennett, please. I'm willing to listen to anything that anyone has to say, but I insist it be done in an orderly fashion. When you learn to show some respect for the court, you can return. Until then, you'd better go back to your seat and calm down. Mr. Deeds, do you wish to say anything in defense of these articles? Oh, very well. Go on, Mr. Cedar.
Our next witnesses will testify together, Your Honor. Take the stand, please.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Jane Faulkner. This is my sister, Amy. Yes, Amy.
I'll direct all my questions to you, Miss Jane. You can answer for both. Do you know the defendant, Longfellow Deeds?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course we know him.
How long have you known him?
Since he was born. Yes, he was a 7-month baby.
Yes, that's fine, thank you. And do you see him very often?
Most every day. Sometimes twice.
Must we have the echo?
Suppose you just answer, Miss Jane. Now tell me, what does everybody back home think of Longfellow Deeds?
They think he's pixelated. Oh, yes, pixelated.
He's what?
What did you say he was?
Pixelated. Mm-hmm.
Perhaps I can explain, Your Honor. The word pixelated is an early American expression, derived from the word pixies, meaning elves. They would say the pixies have got him, as we nowadays would say a man is balmy. Is that correct, Miss Jane?
Mm-hmm.
Why does everyone think he's pixelated? Does he do peculiar things?
He walks in the rain without his hat and talks to himself. Sometimes he whistles and sings. We always run in the house when we see him coming. He sure is pixelated. Oh, yes, he's pixelated all right.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. That'll be all. You see, Your Honor, the man's actions speak for themselves. I have one more witness whom I'd like to present at this point, Dr. Emil Fraser, the eminent Austrian psychiatrist. Dr. Fraser, will you give us your opinion, please, in simple terminology, if possible?
Certainly. It is my opinion that Longfellow Deeds is a manic depressive. In cases of this kind, patients sometimes go on for years before they are detected.
Why is that, Dr. Fraser?
That is because their moods change so quickly and so often. First, they are extremely depressed, melancholy. Then the mood changes again in the other direction until they reach a state of high exaltation. Here, everything is fine. Here, the world is beautiful.
How would you say, Dr. Fraser, that this applies to Mr. Deeds?
The symptoms are obvious. When he is on top of the waves, he plays his tuba, writes his childish poems, chases fire engines in his desire to help humanity. This is contrasted with his present mood, which is so low that even the instinct for self-preservation is lacking. Another significant point was his desire to give away every bit of his fortune. Oh, yes, there's no doubt. He is an obvious case of manic depressive.
Thank you, Dr. Fraser, thank you. That is all, Your Honor.
Deeds, you're not going to let him get away with this, are you? At least let me ask for a postponement. Cedar will settle out of court for $2 million. He told me that.
Mr. Deeds, before I arrive at a decision, isn't there anything you want to say?
Come on, don't be a sucker.
Oh, very well, if you won't speak. Mr. Deeds, in view of the testimony, I think it advisable for your own safety that you be sent to a state hospital. You need medical attention, Mr. Deeds. Perhaps in a little while...
No, wait a minute. You can't do it. Please, you've got to make him talk. Let me try. Darling, please. I know everything I've done. I know how horrible I've been. If you never see me again, no matter what happens, do this for me.
Miss Bennett, please.
You said I could speak. You said I could have my say if I were rational. I'm rational. I'll take the witness chair.
Your Honor, what she's saying has no bearing on the case.
Let's not speak.
I know why he won't defend himself. That has a bearing on the case, hasn't it? He's been hurt. He's been hurt by everybody he's met since he came here. Principally by me. He's been the victim of every conniving crook in town. The newspapers pounced on him, made him a target for their feeble humor. I was smarter than the rest of them. I got closer to him so I could laugh louder. Why shouldn't he keep quiet? Every time he said anything, it was twisted around to sound imbecilic. He can thank me for it.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Certainly I wrote those articles, but I stopped writing them when I found out what he was all about. When I realized how real he was. when I found out he could never fit in with our distorted viewpoint, because his was honest and sincere and good. If that man's crazy, Your Honor, the rest of us belong in straitjackets.
This is absurd, Your Honor. The woman is obviously in love with him.
What's that got to do with it?
But you are in love with him, aren't you?
Yes!
Quiet, please. In the interest of the defendant, I've tolerated a great deal of informality. If there's one more outburst, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
Your Honor, I'd like to put in my 2 cents. I've known this man,
Quiet.
well.
Sit down.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Deeds?
I'd like to put in my 2 cents worth.
Go ahead, Mr. Deeds.
Well, I don't know where to begin. There's been so many things said about me. Of course, Mr. Cedar has a right to think I'm loony. I once considered paying him $100,000 a year for his services. About my playing the tuba. Seems like a lot of fuss has been made about that. If a man's crazy just because he plays the tuba, somebody better look into it, because there are a lot of tuba players running around loose. Of course, I don't see any harm in it. I play mine whenever I want to concentrate. That may sound funny to some people, but most everybody does something silly when they're thinking. For instance, the judge here is an O filler. What? An O filler. You fill in all the spaces in the O's with your pencil. I was watching you.
Proceed, Mr. Deeds.
Yes, sir. Well, that may make you look a little crazy, Your Honor, just sitting around and filling in O's, but I don't see anything wrong because that helps you think. Other people are doodlers.
Doodlers?
Well, that's a name we made up back home for people who make foolish designs on paper when they're thinking.
Oh.
Called doodling. Almost everybody's a doodler. Did you ever see a scratch pad in a telephone booth? People draw the most idiotic pictures when they're thinking. Dr. Fraser here could probably think up a long name for it, because he doodles all the time. I picked up this paper he was scribbling on. I can't figure out what it is. 1 minute it looks like a chimpanzee, and the next it looks like a picture of Mr. Cedar.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Looks kind of stupid, doesn't it, Judge? But I guess it's all right. If Dr. Fraser has to doodle to help him think, that's his business. Everybody does something different. Some people are ear pullers, some are nail biters. Mr. Cedar is a nose twitcher. See him? So you see, Your Honor, everybody does funny things to help them think. Well, I play the tuba.
Your Honor, this is becoming farcical. I suggest Mr. Deeds dispense with his side remarks. Let him stick to facts.
Be quiet, please. Go on, Mr. Deeds.
Now, about the Faulkner sisters. That's funny. I mean, about Mr. Cedar going all the way to Mandrake Falls to bring them here. Do you mind if I talk to them?
Not at all.
Jane, who owns the house you live in?
Why, you do, Longfellow. Yes, you own it.
Do you pay any rent?
No, we don't pay any rent. Good heavens, no. We never pay rent.
Are you happy there?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Now, a little while ago, you said I was pixelated. You still think so?
Oh, yes. You've always been pixelated, Longfellow. Always.
No, that's fine. I guess maybe I am. Now tell me something, Jane. Who else in Mandrake Falls is pixelated? Come on. Who else in Mandrake Falls is pixelated?
Why, everybody in Mandrake Falls is pixelated. Except us. All except us.
There's just one more question. Do you see the judge here? He's a nice man, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's pixelated?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Well, that's all, ladies.
You haven't touched on the most important thing, Mr. Deeds. This rather fantastic plan of yours to want to give away your entire fortune is, to say the least, most uncommon.
Well, I was getting to that, Your Honor. Of course, I don't know why all this hullabaloo has been raised about my giving the money away. The plain fact is I don't want it. I never earned it, and so far it's brought me nothing but hard luck. Now, my idea was very simple. I was going to give each farmer who needed help 10 acres of land, a horse, a cow, and some seed. And if they work the farm for 3 years, it's theirs. Now, if that's crazy, maybe I ought to be sent to an institution, but I don't think it is. And what's more, Mr. Cedar doesn't either. Right before the hearing started, he offered to call the whole thing off if I made a settlement with him for $2 million. So you see, he wouldn't think I was crazy if he got paid off.
Lie. Deeds is drawing on his warped imagination.
You'll please permit Mr. Deeds to finish? Anything else, Mr. Deeds?
No. Yes. There's one thing more I'd like to get off my chest before I finish.
Go ahead, Mr. Deeds.
Thank you. Mr. Cedar, I've tried to teach a few people some manners here lately. You're next.
Don't sock him, Deeds. Don't!
Order. Mr. Deeds, the court has come to a decision. There's been a great deal of damaging testimony against you. Your behavior, to say the least, has been most strange. But in my opinion, you are not only sane, but you are the sanest man that ever walked into this courtroom.
Thanks.
And you're free to go now. And best of luck.
Gosh, thanks. That's swell. Wait a minute. Where's Mary? Hey, Mary! Mary!
I've got her. Here she is.
No, please let me go.
Mary!
You don't want to speak to me.
Yes, I do. I can leave now, Mary. Look, the judge said so, and I'd like you to come with me back to Mandrake Falls.
Mandrake Falls?
Will you, Mary?
Mandrake Falls?
Don't get hysterical, kid. It ain't as bad as that.
It's a beautiful place. I know it is. And I'd love it.
Oh, gosh, Mary.
Well, I guess that's settled. I'll get the tickets and pack up your things, Deeds.
Gosh, you're wonderful, Mary.
I said I'll get the tickets and pack up your things, Deeds.
Huh? Oh, thanks. And Cobb.
Yeah?
Don't forget my tuba, will you?
Mr. Deeds has gone to town, but there'll be a word or two a little later from Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur. We in Hollywood respect Sidney Skolsky for a wit as sharp as his pencil, for his persistence in turning up news and turning down the merely sensational, and for his willingness to hold back a story if printing it would hold back someone's career. Sid and I have flung many a scorching syllable at each other, but this Broadway bantam who keeps his finger on the Hollywood pulse for the New York Daily News is always ahead of the headlines. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Skolsky goes to town. Well, DeMille, here I am again. I watched you work the last time you were here, and I'd like to ask you a question. What is a columnist?
That's a little difficult. Columnists are born, not made.
You're the perfect size for a columnist. You're just tall enough to reach the keyhole.
I like that line even when I used it.
You columnists know everything, don't you?
I know enough to know that while peeping through keyholes, I have observed the wardrobe departments in all leading Hollywood studios using Lux Flakes to wash the silk stockings of the movie actresses.
Very nice, Skolsky. If you'll answer my question, what is a columnist, I'll let you get on with your specialty.
All right. A columnist is the only person who is minding his own business when he is minding your business.
Good enough, Mr. Skolsky. Now, go to town.
I hope I don't have any detours. Hollywood is a place where Carol Lombard doesn't close her dressing room door, where Myrna Loy, while waiting on the set to play a sophisticated lady, knits. It's a town where a producer, advised to take a trip around the world, said, "No, there are plenty of other places I'd rather see first." It's a town where a sign on the road to Jean Harlow's house reads, "Danger, curves ahead." Where Harpo Marx declared that he wanted to keep his marriage a secret until after the divorce. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where the billboards read, "Garbo loves Taylor." But Greta would like you to know that they should read, "Taylor loves Garbo." It's a town where Grace Moore stands in an evening gown and cooks. Where a person whispering a secret says, "I'll tell you this if you promise to let it go further." Where Simone likes the gags about her name and gave her boyfriend, John Swope, a watch inscribed to Swope Swope. Where James K. McGinnis, when invited to dinner by an actor he didn't like, answered, "I'd like to go, but I have a previous engagement, which I will arrange as soon as possible." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Ginger Rogers, after dancing all day with Fred Astaire, goes dancing at the Trocadero with James Stewart for fun. It's a town where Jack McGowan sits on the permanent New York street at Metro and wishes he were in California. It's a town where Joseph von Sternberg presses a button in his house and creates the effect of rain beating on the roof. Where a Hollywood biggie complained to his wife saying, I work for you, I slave for you, and what do I get? Nothing but thanks, thanks, thanks. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Joan Crawford always has a favorite dish for every guest at dinner, where William Powell, the thin man, hates detective stories. It's a town where a bank on Hollywood Boulevard advertised picture night and gave away a 7-reel film with every deposit. It's a town where Billy Rose, on his way to stage the Texas Centennial, declared, Boys, I'm going to make Texas the biggest state in the Union. Where Ernst Lubitsch said to a group of writers, now what this scenario needs is a scene with a typical Lubitsch touch. Got any suggestions? But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Mary Astor sat in the Brown Derby gaping at a tourist, where the Earl of Warwick was suggested for the role of an earl in Parnell, but was turned down because he wasn't the type. It's a town where you can wear a Palm Beach suit with woolen underwear, where Robert Taylor's landlady reduced his rent because she wanted Robert Taylor in the house, where Groucho Marx, on meeting an actress, said, I'll never forget a face, but I'm going to make an exception in your case. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Thanks. Good night. Good night, Mr. Chesterton. Once more outside. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Cooper and Dean Arthur.
This has been great, and I've had a slow time. Now the door, Gary. The pleasure's been mine.
In case you don't know, it's 2009.
Maybe that's just what this interview needs. It must be the spirit of Longfellow Deed.
Excuse me for breaking the music, Mr. Below, but this program doesn't need a thing, not even that elegant purpose. As one of your most loyal Monday nighters, I think the Lux Radio Theater is one of the finest contributions to entertainment from Hollywood.
Mr. DeMille, this is the first time the three of us have been together since we made the Kingsman. The Peter, and what have you been doing? Well, I'm preparing to film the second air. The story is John Lafitte. How about playing that pirate for me, Gary, if you're free? Well, there's nothing I'd like better. I've been getting my sea legs now, playing in souls at sea, but I see Mr. Rourke before things will not be time for me to get along. Thanks for this opportunity to refer again on what I think is the air's #1 program. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Maribel. Good night, Calamity Jane. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Rourke. Before Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's play and stars, may I say that Mr. Cooper and Mr. DeMille appears to courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Mr. Sanders, Columbia Pictures, and Mr. Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film On the Avenue. And now, Mr. DeMille. Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you a story of love behind the throne. A story that starts in New York through the chance meeting of a young American with a strange and beautiful girl, then crosses the Atlantic to a tottering kingdom, torn with revolt. Graustark, a tense drama of romance and royalty, starring Gene Raymond and Anna Sten with James Gleason. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Gene Raymond and Anna Sten in Graustark with James Gleason. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Francis D. in Broadway Bill with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn.
Lux presents Hollywood. Broadway Bill, the story of a young man and three characters who dominate his life. 2 girls and a racehorse. Broadway Bill brings to our microphone Robert Taylor, Francis D., Gail Patrick, and Raymond Walburn, with one of the greatest personalities of the American turf, Alfred G. Vanderbilt, as the evening's special guest. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. And now, before hearing from our producer, some timely news for the ladies. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the thrifty care for your silks, rayons, cottons, linens, and woolens. Just a few flakes make so many suds. A penny's worth of Lux goes a long, long way. For instance, about a penny's worth of Lux, unless the water is hard, will do your underthings 3 times, your stockings 4 times. Just a little more than a penny's worth will do a sweater and a dress. And in hard water, just a bit more Lux softens the water, gives you an abundance of suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And it's safe. Safe for everything, safe in water alone. So keep the generous large-size box handy. And remember, Lux is safe and it saves. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The actor who plays the title role in tonight's play has never been on Broadway, and what's more, has refused to speak a word over our microphone. It's no breach of confidence to tell you that Broadway Bill is a racehorse. And to star with him, we've chosen 2 of the screen colony's foremost lovers of horseflesh, Robert Taylor and Francis D. Right now, some 30 head of horses are grazing on the 1,000-acre ranch owned by Miss D and her famous husband, Joel McRae, who co-stars for me with Barbara Stanwyck in Union Pacific. While also out in the San Fernando Valley, Robert Taylor devotes many of his off-screen hours to raising and riding some of the finest thoroughbreds this side of Kentucky. When she's not in the saddle, Miss D's favorite means of locomotion about the ranch is an old-fashioned buggy left by a former owner. That buggy is rather typical of the style of living on the D. McRae premises. They have no phone there, and when Paramount wants to get in touch with her, they signal frantically by shortwave radio. Miss D makes her Lux debut tonight as Alice Higgins. Robert Taylor is here through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio, where he started his screen career for $35 a week. He came to Hollywood from Pomona College and his hometown, Beatrice, Nebraska. A small-town boy who played the cello, won prizes for oratory, and wanted to be a psychiatrist. He'll appear shortly with Myrna Loy in MGM's Lucky Night and comes to our stage as Dan Brooks. Welcome is also written on the doormat in great big letters for Gail Patrick, who just completed Man of Conquest for Republic. Gail is the most vociferous rooter for our local baseball club, the Hollywood Stars. And tonight she plays Margaret. Raymond Walburn again shows his superiority in character roles in the part of Colonel Pettigrew. Our stars are at the post. The weather is clear, the track fast, and we're off as the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Francis D. in Broadway Bill with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn. The thriving little town of Higginsville, named for its founder and first citizen, Jeremiah L. Higgins, who lived in Higgins Park, if we may believe the bronze plaque on his statue, from 1790 to 1844. While he's long since been laid to rest, another J.L. in the person of his grandson carries on, still very much Higginsville's public citizen number 1. From his office on Main Street, he controls the destiny of his tiny world.
And I want them at my house tonight. All of them.
Yes, J.L.
And on the dot of 8.
Yes, J.L.
Especially Mr. Dan Brooks, if he can spare the time.
Yes, J.L.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go call him.
Yes, J.L. Sorry, J.L.
Oh, Miss Peterson, I've been waiting to see you.
Not now, Mel. J.L.'s on a rampage. This is the first of the month, and there's the usual board of directors meeting. I have to call all his sons-in-law and remind them. Hand me that list, Mel.
What list?
What do you think? The J.L. Higgins Iron Company, the J.L. Higgins Furniture Company, the J.L. Higgins Department Store, Real Estate Company, Lampshade Corporation, Paper Box Company. You know, I never have understood why J.L. didn't take over Old Man Sumter's undertaking parlor while he was at it.
Give him time. Give him time. Higgins, that's not a family. It's a disease. Here's them numbers.
No, just watch the little boys jump.
This is Mr. Winslow speaking, Mrs. Peterson. Meeting? Of course I'll be there.
Just tell JL he can count on me.
Mr. Early speaking. Meeting tonight? Thank you. I'll be there right on the dot.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Peterson. I wouldn't miss it. 8 o'clock. Tell Mr. Higgins I'll be delighted.
Yes, this is Mrs. Brooks. No, Mr. Brooks isn't at home, Mrs. Peterson. Well, are you sure he isn't at his office? Oh, I see. Well, don't worry. I'll see that he gets my father's message about the meeting. Mary?
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Will you try to reach Mr. Brooks, please? Tell him there's a family meeting tonight. My father wants him to be there.
Yes, ma'am. Where shall I call him, ma'am?
If I'm not mistaken, you can reach Mr. Brooks at the race.
There he goes into the stretch. Come on, Broadway Bill. Give him his head, Whitey.
How's he doing, Dad?
Oh, swell. Come on, Bill. Ride him, Whitey. Come on, boy. That's it. Oh, what time? What time?
What did he make it in?
1:40.
1:40. Gee, that's marvelous.
Bring him over here, Whitey.
How's that, Mr. Dan? If this horse is going fast, nobody's going to see him with the naked eye.
Nice riding, Whitey. Nice going, Bill.
Hot diggity dog, look at that there rooster there, Mr. Dan. He's coming right to set up on Broadway Bill's neck.
Hey, what is this?
Miss Alice here been training that there Skeeter to do that.
Skeeter, that's the rooster's name, Dan. I christened him.
Well, mascot and everything, huh? All right, Whitey, take Bill in and rub him down.
Yes, sir. Come on, Broadway Bill. Get up there.
Incidentally, Alice, I'm beginning to think you know more about this horse than I do. You've been hanging around the stable an awful lot lately.
Want to make something out of it?
No. I was just thinking of Emperor Higgins. You better not let him catch you, Princess.
Emperor J.L. Higgins doesn't know I'm alive. I'm just the young brat of the household.
Well, you will stay single. If you'd get married and give him another son-in-law,
I'd have to be pretty clever to do that.
Huh? Oh. That's right. Funny, but you've always seemed just as much one of J.L.'s daughters as Margaret herself. Somehow I can't get it through my head that you're just a lowly niece.
Lowly's the word. The black lamb daughter of a black sheep brother. Ever hear about my dad?
No, I don't mention him much.
No. He was the one Higgins in history who refused to hig. You know what he did? Threw over his whole share in the family enterprises to get away from this place and do the things he wanted to do.
Swell.
Oh, he never exactly found any pots of gold lying around. But he did find what's more important. I never saw my mother. She died when I was born. And I only had Dad till I was 11.
That was pretty tough.
Yeah. But Dad had a sort of creed, I guess you'd call it. He said, you've got just one life, remember that. And always make the best of it. Jail's helped me to do that. All the affection he was too proud to show Dad, well, he's poured it out to me. He's treated me like a daughter, all right. I love the old tyrant. Hey, listen to me, will you? The biography of Alice Higgins in 6 easy chapters. Well, I've got to go now, Dan. How about tomorrow? Another workout for Broadway Bill?
Sure. But Alice, if you got other things to do...
No, thanks. I love to watch that horse run. Only thing is, I'd like to see him run against something besides jackrabbits.
Yes, so would I. He ought to be racing right now. He's got everything, that horse. Stamina, breeding, everything.
Dan, the Imperial track opened last week.
Yeah, don't I know it?
Why don't you, Dan?
What?
Take Broadway Bill down there and start him racing.
You crazy? What about my job?
Oh, what about it? You've been wanting to chuck it and Higginsville, too, ever since you got here.
Listen, when I came here, I was just a racetrack mug, a bunch of horses and nothing else.
Now? You happy now, Dan?
Sure, of course I am.
Sure. Of course you are. Well, so long, Dan. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Brooks, I've been looking all over for you. Your wife wants you to come right home. Oh, and says to remind you there's a family meeting tonight.
Get out of here.
Huh?
You heard me. I said... never mind. I'm sorry, kid. Thanks. He made it in 140. What do you think of that, Margaret?
Who made what in 140?
Broadway Bill, and with Whitey up, too.
Oh, Dan, you're not dressed yet. Do you want to be late for the meeting?
Late for it? I want to duck it completely.
Don't talk nonsense. Here, fasten my dress.
Okay. But look, darling, there's a swell full moon out. Let's go and sit under it all night. For 2 nights. For a week.
Dan, Father expects us at that meeting, and we're going to be there.
All right, suppose we aren't. What difference does it make? Your father will do all the talking, and we'll just sit there with our heads on a hinge. I'll tell you what, let's just stand in front of the house and throw rocks at the windows.
That'd be cute. Oh, Dan, when are you going to grow up?
Sure, I know. I'm a big businessman now. Crown Prince of the Higgins dynasty, husband of the eldest daughter, and... See, why don't you put a zipper on this thing?
Someday you'll be calling the meetings. You wouldn't want others to throw rocks.
If they didn't, they'd be saps. There you are, all fastened.
Now, hurry and dress.
Margaret, listen to me.
Well?
Suppose I should tell you that I'm miserable here, that I'm dying a slow death. Would you go away with me?
Where to?
Someplace where I can earn my own living, doing the things I want to do.
Back to the racing business, I suppose, so that I can live in cheap boarding houses, not knowing where my next meal's coming from.
Well, isn't that better than this? Isn't it better than having your husband a parasite who only holds his job because he's married to you?
Oh, Dan. Oh, you're just tired, Dan. I'll speak to Father about a vacation for you.
Vacation. You'll never get it into your head that this isn't just a whim of mine, will you? Look, Margaret, I was around horses since I was a kid. They're in my blood.
Of course. And you were marvelous to give them up. I appreciate it. Now kiss me and finish dressing.
Did I ever tell you the story of Broadway Bill, about his mother? She was blind, you know.
Here's your tie, dear.
Well, when Bill was born, the old mare had a problem on her hands. She wanted to be near her baby, but she couldn't find him. It was pitiful. Well, then I got an idea. I put a bell around Broadway Bill's
Dan,
neck.
will you hold still? How can I tie your tie?
I'm sorry, darling. Well, after a while, an amazing thing began to happen. Broadway Bill realized that something was wrong with his mother. He'd never leave her side. Yes, sir, all the other colts had run lickety-split all over the place, but not him. He stuck by his mother, leading her with that bell of his everywhere she went. Now, what do you think of that?
It's beautiful. Now, where's your coat?
How can I help loving the guy after all that? Look, come here to the window. I want to show you something. Now, listen. Hear that? That's Bill. Isn't that swell?
You're still Huckleberry Finn, aren't you, darling? And now, if you'll hurry up, I'll let you go searching for pirates after the meeting.
Okay, Margaret. I guess you just don't get it.
You have the time, Mr. Early?
Of course, J.L. It's just 5 minutes past 8.
Thank you. And what does your watch say, Mr. Winslow?
Why, 8:05 is right, J.L. 15 seconds.
15 is right, J.L.
Don't tell me that turnip of yours has stopped, J.L. I thought the sun came up by it.
This is no occasion for humor, Alice. I was merely checking my own time to give Margaret and Mr. Brooks the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, it seems to me when all the rest of the family can manage to get here on time, Mr. Brooks might manage it, too.
Matilda?
Yes, Father, sorry.
Good evening, Father.
Hello, everybody.
You're late, Margaret. Late, Dan.
Yes, we are, J.L. I'll tell you how it was.
If you please, we will start the meeting.
Sure. Hiya, Princess.
Hi. How's it feel to be in the doghouse?
First of all, regarding the Acme Lumber Company. At 10 o'clock this morning, it became the Higgins Lumber Company. I hope you all approve.
Oh, yeah. Naturally, J.L.
Oh, a wise move, J.L.
Yeah.
Dan?
Of course, J.L.
For the time being, the new company has no active head. It will remain so until, well, I'm sure you all know what I mean.
Sure we do, J.L. You mean until I provide the family with another in-law. Well, you'd better not wait.
What's that, Alice?
The man I marry won't care for the lumber business. If he does, I won't marry him.
Don't you be impudent, Alice.
Sorry, J.L. But it goes.
Now to other matters. I'm happy to say that all the Higgins enterprises are doing excellently. That is all except the Higgins Paper Box Company. There, in fact, the sales have decreased 22%. Mr. Brooks, can you offer any explanation?
Nope.
Then I trust you won't mind if I suggest a cure. Namely, more application on your part. More attention to business and less attention to that ridiculous horse.
What's your point, J.L.?
It's quite obvious. 3 years ago, you came to this town penniless, a man with questionable background, some sort of an association with the racetrack business, I believe. But I overlooked that. You and Margaret were in love, and I gave my approval to your marriage. I even placed you in charge of the Higgins Paper Box Company, the largest of the Higgins enterprises. You were the envy of my other sons-in-law, Mr. Early and Mr. Winslow. In fact, you still are.
Oh, now, J.L. Well, I wouldn't say that.
Please. For 2 years, you were successful, Mr. Brooks. This last year, you've not been. Therefore, beginning tomorrow, I shall expect you to devote yourself exclusively to business. And I shall insist that you dispose of that horse. See that it's done. Now,
Wait
regarding
a minute, Mr. Higgins.
Dan.
Well?
I have no intention of selling my horse. As a matter of fact, I'm leaving Higginsville in the morning.
Hooray! Bravo, Dan. Bravo.
Alice!
You're right, J.L. I have neglected the business. The reason is simple. I hate it. I stuck it out for 3 years, and I've been miserable every minute of the time. For years, we've been making the Higgins special paper box for 4 cents and selling it for 5. If only once we made it for 5 cents and sold it for 4, even that'd help. What do you mean by that? I know I sound crazy to you. Maybe I am. But somehow you strike me the same way. The only thing you're interested in is gobbling up money.
Now, you be careful what you say, Dan.
Look at you, J.L. You haven't had a vacation in 40 years. You're just rotting away in your own little kingdom. Well, I'm getting out. And as for that horse of mine, Mr. J.L. Higgins, I wouldn't give him up for you or anybody else. If it weren't for Broadway Bill, I'd have been out of this town a long time ago. I was broke when I got here, and I'm leaving the same way. There's nothing out of Higginsville that I want. So, if it's all the same to you, you can accept my resignation. I'll wait for you in the car, Margaret.
You needn't bother. I'm staying right here.
Margaret, what's the matter with you? You can't let him go alone. He loves you.
Alice, this is none of your affair.
It is my affair. I won't sit by and see Margaret throw away her life.
What I choose to do is my own business. Dan, you say you don't belong in Higginsville, and you never did. Well, I do. We'll leave it at that.
But, darling, you're my wife, and I've got to go.
You're my husband, and I'm going to stay.
All right. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
You have just heard the first act of Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis Dee with Gail Patrick. During our brief intermission, we bring you the Browning family. It's late afternoon, and all is quiet in the house. Only Great Aunt Cynthia, who is visiting the Brownings, is at home. She's a rather grim, determined old lady who is constantly bewildered by the ways of her up-to-date young nieces. But wait, here comes 16-year-old Dot now, home from a shopping trip.
Mother! Your mother's out, Dorothy. What is it?
Oh, hello, Aunt Cynthia. Look what I just bought.
What is it?
A new slip. Oh, isn't it a honey, Aunt Cynthia?
Looks perishable to me.
Why, Auntie, it's what we always wear.
Silk and lace. In my day, young girls wore more practical things.
But, Auntie, it's so much more fun wearing soft, silky things.
But they don't last.
Oh, but they do. You see, we Lux our things after each wearing. And it's just wonderful the way Lux Flakes keep our things new-looking a long, long time. Well, look at my slip. I've had it over a year.
Over a year? Well, looks new to me.
You can thank Lux Flakes for that. Better try it, Honey. Think how glamorous it'll keep your things.
Really, Dorothy? Glamorous at my age? Well, I must try Lux.
It looks as if Dot has won Aunt Cynthia over to her side. She's right about Lux Flakes, you know. They do keep underthings new-looking longer. Gentle Lux has no harmful alkali. Absolutely nothing to spoil any color or fabric that's safe in water alone. It quickly removes perspiration and leaves your things fresh and lovely-looking. For daintiness, Lux underthings after every wearing. Your blouses and dresses, often. And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And now we're ready for the second act of our play. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis Dee, with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn. With Broadway Bill and the stable boy Whitey, Dan Brooks left the royal empire of the Higgins family and went to the Imperial Racetrack. Starting on a shoestring, he's determined to make a living by racing his horse. But things haven't been going any too well. Back home in Higginsville, Alice runs into Margaret's room, waving the sports section of the newspaper.
Margaret, did you see this?
Sit down, Alice. What is it?
In the sporting section, it's about Dan.
What about him?
All the rotten luck. Dan, he had Broadway Bill in a race yesterday, just a little one. And, well, listen. Hard luck horse of the day was a newcomer to Imperial named Broadway Bill. He acted badly at the post, delaying the start of the race nearly 10 minutes, and then proceeded to throw his rider and thus lose whatever chance he may have had to crash into the winner's circle. Broadway Bill
you needn't read anymore. I heard about all that from Dan. There was a letter from him this morning.
What did he say?
Oh, how he's sorry, and he hopes I understand, and he still loves me.
No, I mean about the race.
Oh, I don't know. The horse won't run without some rooster or some such ridiculous thing.
Skeeter!
Yes, that's it.
Did you send it to him?
Don't be absurd.
But, Margaret, Broadway Bill needs him. He can't win without him. Don't you want him to win?
I want Dan to get this nonsense out of his head and come back.
I don't think he's coming back.
Oh? Well, if that's the way he feels about it, perhaps that's all right, too.
Look, Margaret, I know you've never liked me very much, and I suppose it's pretty fresh of me to give you advice. But don't do it, Margaret.
Do what?
Give him up. Oh, I know you haven't yet, but you're thinking about it. Why don't you go down there with him? Dan is worth hanging on to, Margaret. He's wonderful.
What are you so excited about?
He loves you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
If he loves me, he'll come back. It's the only way I'd be interested.
You deserve to lose him.
Alice.
You're just like all the rest of the Higgins tribe. Hard and cold and practical. I hope you do lose him.
It just ain't no use, boss. 'Tain't only that race the other day, but it's the way he's been working out mornings. He just won't run without that rooster. Think she'll send it, boss?
I don't know, Whitey. We'll enter Broadway Bill again this week and hope for the best.
You got the $25 interest fee, boss?
Yeah.
Well, you better hope for that first.
Don't worry, I'll get it if I have to. Hey, look out there. Isn't that Colonel Pettigrew?
Looks sure enough like him.
Hey, Colonel. Colonel Pettigrew. Whitey, this is straight from heaven. Hey, Colonel, over here.
Well, Dan Brooks, as I live and breathe. Glad to see you, my boy. Glad to see you.
How are you, Colonel?
Exceptionally well, thank you.
Come on in.
Happy, come here, Dan. This is an old friend and business associate, Mr. Oscar McGuire, laughingly known as Happy.
How do you do?
All right.
Well, sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, this is like old times, Dan.
Colonel, I'm certainly glad to see you. I need a friend right now.
Well, you know me, Dan. Anything at all. Anything at all.
That's swell. Look, Colonel, I got a horse, Broadway Bill. He's right on top and raring to go. All I got to do is get him up to that starting gate. He'll do the rest.
You fine. We must get him up there at the first possible moment.
Oh, that's great, boy. Am I glad I saw you.
Nothing at all. You'll be glad a little later. Dan, confidentially, I've got a little proposition down here at the track that figures to clean up $160,000, and I'm going to let you in on it.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir, just for old time's sake.
Yeah, that's mighty nice of you, Colonel.
Nothing at all. It's going to need a little financing, though.
I need what?
Oh, nothing substantial, mind you. A mere matter of $50 placed on a horse I have in mind, and the winnings to be placed on a series of sure things. It can't miss, my friend. It can't miss.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you trying to borrow $50 from me?
Oh, vulgarly speaking, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to borrow $25 from you.
Oh, dear. Well, it looks like a deadlock. I'm sorry, Dan.
Yeah, so am I.
However, I expect to be rolling in wealth in a few days. You look me up then. Do that, Dan.
Sure, I will.
Come along, Happy, my friend. There are greener pastures just over the hill.
Yeah, that's where the poorhouse is, ain't it?
Easy, Bill. Easy, boy. Easy.
Oh, get on now, Bill. Get on. That's the way he's been all the time, boss. Restless like. He won't be no good at all unless we get...
Oh, shut up about that rooster.
Yes, sir. It's just that I kind of figured...
Hey, what's that?
What?
What is it?
Boss, I ain't gonna even guess.
Skeeter!
It's Skeeter!
Hello.
Princess!
Well, here we are, me and Skeeter.
Princess, you're a message from the gods. Give him to me. Here you are, Bill. Here's your boyfriend. Get up there on his back, Skeeter.
Yeah, man, look at that. Snapping out of it already.
How about it, Bill, old boy? Happy?
Is he? Oh, Princess, I could kiss you.
Stand in front of your horse. Nice little place you've got here.
Yeah.
Who sleeps on the cot, so you're the horse?
None of your cracks, Princess. Come on, sit down. Tell me everything. How's Margaret? When's she coming down?
Well, she's fine, but I don't think she's coming down. Matilda has the grip, and, well, you know.
Yeah, sure, I know. Well, give her a kiss for me when you get back, will you?
But I'm not going back. I'm stopping at the hotel in town.
Oh, now, hey, cut it out. You're taking the next train back to Higginsville. Hey, wait a minute. Give me your purse. 10, 20, 25. There, I'm leaving you some.
Thanks.
Big-hearted Dan, that's me. Wait a second. This isn't Higgins' money, is it?
No, it's my own.
That's all right, then. This 25 is going to enter Bill in a race tomorrow. He wins it, earns 500, goes into the handicap and wins 25,000. And the little princess gets her original investment back with a swell present from Dan for interest.
I can hardly wait.
Now, you better beat it back to Higginsville. Go on, now.
Sorry, but I'm staying here until the big race is over.
Are you crazy? What'll Emperor Higgins think?
Hang the Emperor.
Another revolutionary, huh? Beautiful heiress scorns empire.
Think I'll have any difficulty down here?
Well, what do you think you're going to do? Find yourself a nice rosy-cheeked peasant and get married?
Swell idea.
Great. Got anybody in mind?
Oh, you
What about that guy back home? Come on, tell Dan. What's he like?
All right. He's perfect. He's the ideal man. He's 11 feet tall, no ears, and eats little children. You satisfied?
Hey, Princess, don't get sore. Hey, what's the matter with her? 137. That's what the time was on him just now. You know what that means?
Yes, sir, boss. It means that horse is just plain greased lightning, only without no grease to hold him back.
Whitey, it's in the bag. We've kissed our last trouble goodbye.
Just one thing worries me, boss.
What's that?
Old Pop, that feed man. He sure is fixing to get that money of his.
Forget it. All we have to do is stall him off until after the race.
Oh, yeah, I wish that big race was... Boss, Is my nose lying, or does I smell eatments?
Buddy, I think you're right. Take care of Bill.
Hi, partner. About time you got here. Hurry and clean up or you'll be late for dinner.
Hey, what is this? I thought you went home.
Get out of my way. How can I cook if you clutter up my kitchen?
Wait a minute. Where'd you get the food?
You let me worry about that. Whitey tells me you haven't been eating.
Oh, he's crazy. We
can't win races if you don't eat.
I'm not running. What's all this? All these cans of stuff.
Well, I thought while I was buying stuff for dinner, I'd sort of lay in a supply.
Princess, you're pretty swell. Now tell me, what's the idea?
Don't bother me. I'm here and I'm going to stay here.
Okay. Which of these cans do we open tonight?
Oh, the split pea soup and the succotash.
The split pea soup and the succotash, huh? Well, give me the can opener. Oh, the split pea soup and the succotash had a fight once upon a timer. Said the split pea soup to the succotash, without corn you'd be just lima. I never took a lesson in my life. Ooh, gosh darn, said the succotash, you're not so much yourself,
What makes you so happy tonight?
Happy? Well, I'll tell you. I'm happy because at last the old man with the whiskers has his arm around my shoulders. I'm happy because I entered Broadway Bill in a $500 race tomorrow with the money you forced on me. I'm happy because we're going to win it, and that means we can enter the handicap. And that means our troubles are over. Oh, gosh darn, said the succotash, you're not so much yourself, what rhymes with sulfur?
You do want to win that race, don't you?
Sure, I got to. Got to have money to do things. Princess, before I get through, I'm going to have the finest string of thoroughbreds in the country.
Starting to rain.
Margaret will be proud of me then. She'll have to be. Doesn't think much of me right now. I got to show her.
Don't be silly.
That's why I got to win that big race. I got to get her out of Higginsville. Think I ever will?
Sure. Sure you will.
Say, boss, rain's coming in here where Broadway Bill's stall is.
Margaret just wants to be shown, that's all. She really isn't.
Boss, the roof's leaking.
What?
The rain is coming in on Bill. One real storm, boss.
Dan.
Come on. Easy, Bill. Easy, boy. It's all right. Take it easy. Hey, Whitey, those rags over there. Take them, get up there and stuff that hole in the roof just above Bill. Hurry up.
Yes, sir, boss.
Alice, close that window. Easy, Bill. Easy, boy.
You all right, Dan?
I don't know. He just came in from the track. If he gets a chill now, it'll be all off.
Boss, look at his legs. He got a chill sure enough. He's shaking all over right now.
Is he all right, Doctor? How about it?
He's a long way from all right. A mighty sick animal. High fever and needs a lot of care and rest.
But, Doctor, he's supposed to run in a race today.
Race? You want to kill him?
Well, how about Saturday, Doc? He's got to run Saturday. That's the big race.
Saturday, eh? Well, can't tell. Animals are funny. Sometimes they snap out of these things like that. But even so, it's a risk. Bad strain on his heart so soon after a fever like this. But whatever you do, don't run him before then. Give him all the rest you can.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks a lot.
Okay, and I'll send that medicine.
Gee, boss, that old man with the whiskers don't appear to me to be working so good. If Bill is still too sick to run on Saturday...
Oh, he won't be. Will you, Bill, old-timer? You're going to be right in there with him, aren't you?
Dan, he looks so pathetic.
I tell you, he's all right. I'm sorry, Princess. It's just that I...
Sure, I know.
Well, one thing's a cinch. Bill can't run today. That means we still got to raise the $500 for entry fee.
Yeah, but how, boss?
I don't know yet.
Where are you going?
Find the colonel and Happy. There must be some way in this town to raise $500.
Good luck.
Gosh, Miss Alice.
I know. Things sure look terrible. But moaning about it won't change them. Whitey, haven't you got any ideas?
Ideas? Yes, ma'am. I got two of them right here.
You mean a crap game? You might win?
Listen, Miss Alice. The way Lady Luck has been frowning at us, I couldn't win a bad nickel.
But you could try. Wait a minute. Whitey, it's possible that you might win, say, $200 today and another $200 or so tomorrow, isn't it? I mean, if you came and told Dan he'd believe you.
Yes, ma'am, I reckon so.
Whitey, you stay here and nurse Bill. Little Alice has a job of her own to do.
Colonel, any luck?
Dan, it's a little unfortunate. To be frank, we had an excellent proposition, Happy and I. Got a stranger, to pay us $25 for the exclusive information that a horse named Doughboy was a cinch in the fourth race.
Yeah, well, where's the 25?
Wait a minute. Hear all, my friend. Hear all.
I am abashed to confess, Dan, my boy, that in some strange way, the rumor that the stranger spread like wildfire. In fact, it even came to my own tender ears.
You mean you bet the 25 on your own phony tip?
Alas, my head is bowed, Danny, my lad. I did.
Yeah, and Doughboy was never heard from again.
I'm sorry, Dan, sorry. Yes, I am, yes.
Well, you tried anyway. Looks like a big job ahead of us tomorrow. Here's all I could raise, $56.
Dan?
Yeah, what is it?
It's Whitey. You've got money.
Here you are, boss.
Well, thanks, Whitey, but... Hey, there's 108... 200... There's $210 here.
Yes, sir.
Don't wake me. I'm dreaming.
But how, Whitey? Where did you...
I still got my bones, boss.
Oh, Whitey, yours...
Dan, listen.
It's Bill.
He's up. He's on his feet again.
Sure he is, and look at his eyes, clear as spring water. You're all right now, aren't you, Bill?
Think you'll be able to run, boss?
You bet he'll run.
Yeah, forgive me for adding a solemn note to this festive moment, but you've still got less than 300 simoleons for that entry fee.
Yeah,
you need 5.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Whitey, those dice of yours, do you think they can perform as well tomorrow as they did today?
I don't know, boss.
Of course they can, Whitey. You know they can.
Well, I guess so, Mr. Boss. If Miss Alice says so, I reckon they can.
Well, back for your watch already, miss? Your luck must have changed.
No, I want to know how much you can give me on this ring.
Let's see. About 150.
I need 200.
I can't. I'm sorry. 160 is the limit.
Yes, but I've got to have... Wait a minute. This coat. It's mink. How much for that?
But I don't take furs, miss.
That's security, isn't it? Give me 220 on both the ring and the coat, and that's all I need. Please.
All right. As long as it's you. 220.
Oh, thanks. Whitey?
Yes, sir, Miss Alice.
This man will give you $220. I'll take it to Mr. Dan and tell him he can enter Broadway Bill in the big race.
Yes, ma'am.
Split pea soup and the succotash were in love one spring and summer, till the split pea soup caught the succotash on the vest of a traveling drummer.
Hey, must you do that?
No.
That's a relief.
Ah, what an evening. Say, aren't you chilly without a coat?
No, I left it up at the hotel. Well, I'd better say goodnight, Dan.
No, don't go yet. Sit down. It's a swell night. You know, Princess, I'm a very lucky fella.
Your old man with the whiskers has certainly been on the job.
Yeah, you bet I got everything. Great horse inside there, beautiful wife, nice soft shoulder on which to lay my weary head. Princess?
Huh?
Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
You're not really a Higgins at all. I bet you had some real nice people in your family somewhere. Pirates or something.
Dan. Suppose you lose the race tomorrow. What then?
No, we can't lose.
But if we do?
Back to Higginsville. Promised Margaret. Told her if Bill loses that race tomorrow, I don't know anything about horses. Might just well make paper boxes. But we won't lose, Princess. You can't if you wish hard enough. You know what I believe?
What?
That you can wish for something so hard you wish it into existence. You try that sometime.
I have tried it. Lots of times.
I should worry. I got a great horse. Even answers when I call to him. You know that? Listen. Must be asleep. Well, he'll get it this time. Hey, that's funny. He always answers when I whistle to him. Hey, Bill, what's...
Danny's gone.
Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. I've been looking for you. They took him. They done took him.
Who, Whitey? Who took him?
Mr. Jones, the feed man. He come with the sheriff. Had an attachment or something.
Attachment?
Yes, sir. Just walk in with the papers and took him. It was terrible, boss, the way they was jerking him. Had his neck tied to a rope, and they was pulling him along over the cobblestone behind a car.
They'll kill him, Whitey.
I tried to stop him, boss. I chased him as far as I could.
Where'd they take him?
I don't know, boss.
I'll find him.
Dan! Be careful, Dan!
All right, Nick, get in that stall. That's it, Joe. Jug his head around.
I
said get in there, you.
Let go of that horse. Give me that bridle. That's my horse.
What is this? I'll handle this truck horse, and I'll handle him the way I want.
Yeah?
Cut it, smart guy. What do you think you are, Madison Square Garden? You're under arrest.
That's your room now, mister.
But, officer, don't you see I can't stay in here?
Sorry, can't do a thing for you. Socking a deputy sheriff is a serious offense. You'll have to talk to the judge.
But when? What time in the morning do they hold court?
In the morning. There's no court tomorrow on account of the big race. Sorry, brother, but it looks like you're stuck till Monday.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. So ends Act Two of Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis D. During this short intermission, we introduce our guest of the evening. But first, a word about our product. Lux Flakes gives you double help in your dishpan. They're speedy and they're gentle. Lux dissolves quickly and works fast, and Lux is kind to your hands. It has no harmful alkali, absolutely nothing to dry or irritate your skin. Isn't it foolish to use harsh soaps? They're hard on your hands. Or cake soap, it's so slow. Remember, Lux helps you in two ways. It's speedy and it's gentle. It's thrifty, too. So buy the generous large-sized box of Lux Flakes and keep it in your kitchen. And now, here is Mr. DeMille with our guest.
Since the cradle days of the Republic, the breeding and racing of thoroughbred horses has endowed the field of sports with America's finest ideals in ethics, fair play, and tradition. It's men like our guest, Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt, who are keeping that hallowed heritage gloriously alive today. Racing authorities say that this young man is fast becoming one of the greatest personalities on the American turf. He's president of the Maryland Jockey Club, which runs the Pimlico Race Course in Maryland, and owner of Sagamore Farms, where his string of horses include the famous Discovery, Identify, Galley Slave, and Impound. Let's join Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt in New York City.
In your play tonight, Mr. DeMille, Dan Brooks surrenders his home and career for the love of a racehorse. While I don't recommend that other men follow his example, it's very easy to understand Dan's feeling for Broadway Bill. Some people have the idea that men run horses just to collect handsome purses. Believe me, that's not the case. Of all the rewards a racehorse brings its owner, the prize money is not the greatest. The real joy and thrill come by watching a spindly little foal grow into a fine game animal, showing his worth and breeding on the racetrack. Don't think this modern mechanized age is marking the doom of fine horses, racing or otherwise. For in our country there are still more than 11 million horses. But, of course, all these 11 million aren't bluegrass animals. And incidentally, bluegrass is quite green. It's called blue because it has a blue flower, and it's important to breeders because it contains certain chemicals. Many people think Kentucky and Maryland have a monopoly on all bluegrass, but the plain truth is that it grows all over the country. When it comes to monopoly on champions, though, it's a different story. For actually 90% of all the stake winners are raised in 3 states, Maryland, Virginia, and Kentucky. A common misconception in the public mind is that any horse of good lineage is a thoroughbred. The thoroughbred is just one particular breed of horse which goes back 400 years to the time of Henry VIII for its origin. At that time, 3 Arabian stallions were brought to England to be bred to English mares. From then on, the race was kept pure, and every thoroughbred in the world today is related to those 3 Arabian stallions. Thoroughbred ancestry can be traced further back than that of any other living animal. The history of horseflesh shows that horses originated on this continent and then disappeared completely from it at some time in the several million years that have passed since their origin. At first, the horse was only the size of a police dog, with 3 toes on each foot and no means of defending itself in a fight, so it had to develop speed and size in order to survive. In those days, Alaska and Asia were united by land, and some of the hardier specimens of the American horse migrated to Europe that way, keeping the race going in Europe, though it disappeared in America. Explorers like the Spaniard Cortez, who 400 years ago conquered the vast Mexican Empire with 18 horses and a handful of men, were responsible for reintroducing a bigger, stronger horse into America. We have lots to learn from horses, especially in the application of that valuable asset known as horse sense. If I've absorbed any through association with horses, it prompts me now to pull in the reins and let you, Mr. DeMille, get on with your excellent play. Thank you.
Thank you for the horse sense, Mr. Vanderbilt. And now back in Hollywood, we hear Robert Taylor and Francis D. in Act 3 of Broadway Bill with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walborn. It's the following morning, the day of the long-awaited handicap. Dan, in his cell in the Imperial City Jail, has an early morning visitor.
Hello, Princess.
Dan, I tried all night to see you. They wouldn't let me in. What can we do?
Nothing, Princess. We're sunk. I guess we didn't wish hard enough. The old man with the whiskers didn't hear us.
So now it's back to Higginsville?
Yeah, back to Higginsville. I guess Margaret will get a kick out of this. She in jail.
Dan, don't talk like that. It isn't too late yet. Something might happen.
No, it's just not the day for miracles. Might as well scratch Broadway Bill. Get him out of the race and take it over. Get it over with. Need a 1, too. Did you see the morning paper? They got him listed as a 100-to-1 shot. Well, 100-to-1 or 1,000,000-to-1, I still say he'd have won.
He's in here.
Thanks.
We've got a visitor, Brooks. 10 minutes, mister.
That's enough. Hi, Mr. Brooks.
How are you?
My name's Eddie North. I hear you've got a horse in the handicap this afternoon.
I did have. He was scratched.
Yeah, that was too bad. It ain't too late to re-enter him.
How?
All you got to do is to pay off that feed bill. They'll release your horse and you can stick him back in the race.
Yeah, sure. The feed bill's only $150.
I know. I'll pay it if you want.
See, what is this?
Now, here's the idea, Mr. Brooks. Broadway Bill was quoted this morning at 100-to-1. For some reason or other, the odds started to go down. Some slap-happy guy named Pettigrew started a rumor that the horse was a sure thing. And just before you scratched the race, the nag was down to 9-2.
9-2?
Yeah, that's it. So I think he ought to run.
Wait a minute. Are you going to put a bet on him?
Me? No. I'm betting on Gallant Lady.
Oh, I get it. You want my horse back in the race so the odds will go up on Gallant Lady?
That's it. Just a business proposition. Strictly on the up and up. Well, what do you say?
What do I say? Why, this floors me.
Ah, forget it. One old racing man is always glad to help another. Here you are. $150 for the feed bill, huh? And here's another $100 to pay a bail or fine or whatever you need to get out of here.
Look, I'll pay this back just as soon as I get...
Don't worry about it. I'll be paid plenty when Gallant Lady breezes in.
You better switch that bet, mister. Bill's a cinch.
Sure. Say, by the way, how you fixed for a jockey?
Well...
How'd you like to have Ted Williams ride your horse?
Williams? Do you think I could get him?
It's in the bag. I'll have him at your stable in an hour.
Brother, you better get out of here. I'm about to break down and cry on your shoulder.
So long, Mr. Brooks. I've got a fellow waiting for me. See you out at the track.
Yeah, so long, and thanks. Hey, Eddie, did you see him?
Yeah, he's putting the nag back in the race.
Swell. We'll get 5-to-1 on the lady now, easy.
Maybe better.
Sure. Yeah, but say, what about that Broadway Bill nag? They say he's pretty hot.
Listen, Cluck, that horse is a plug.
Yeah?
And even if he wasn't, I've got Ted Williams riding him. And Mr. Williams takes his orders from me.
Easy, Bill, easy. Quiet boy. You're sure, Williams, that you know how to handle him?
Sure, Mr. Brooks, sure. Mr. North said for me to ride a good race for you, and what he says goes.
Bill isn't just an ordinary horse.
He sure ain't.
Now, remember, son, don't use the whip. He doesn't like it.
Oh, I'm glad you told me that.
He'll probably take the lead rider first. We'll let him have it. Don't hold him back. Whatever happens, don't hold him back.
I get it. It's in the bag.
There's the post call.
Listen, son, I gotta win this race. It means more to me than... Well, my whole future depends on it. So go ahead and good luck. Oh, wait a minute. So long, Bill. The old man's counting on you.
Me too, Bill.
And Skeeter, he's counting on you plenty, Bill.
All right, Williams. I'll see you later in the winner's circle.
Oh, Dan. Do you suppose Bill's all right?
All right.
Well, it's crazy, I guess, but I'm scared. He didn't have any too good care last night, and you remember what the veterinary said.
Hey, quit it, will you?
I'm sorry. Don't pay any attention to me. I'm just excited. Well, good luck, darling.
Thanks, Princess.
And you're going to win. You've got to. For my sake.
What does that mean?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, please. It's crazy, I tell you. Come on, let's get up in the stand.
The horses are at the starting gate. As I've already told you, Contender is in the number 1 position. Gallant Lady number 2. Galspar number 3. Sun Up number 4. Broadway Bill number 5. And Broadway Bill just backed out of his stall. They're bringing him up again. Constantine is number 6. Buster Boy 7. And now they're all lined up down there. It looks like a started. And there they go. It's Galspar going to the front. Buster Boy is second. Miss Ann is third. Gallant Lady is fourth. Sun Up is fifth. And Roger B. They're going into the first turn with Galspar in front by a length and a half. Miss Ann is second by 1 length. Sun Up is third by half a length. Gallant Lady is fourth by a nose. Roger B is fifth. And Buster Boy is sixth. At the quarter, it's Galspar in front by 1 length. Miss Ann is second. Gallant Lady is third by 2 lengths.
Sun Up is fourth, the length in front of Raja B. And there goes Gallant Lady. Gallant Lady is coming up fast on the inside and is now first by 1 length. Gals Bar is second.
What's the matter with Broadway Bill? Where is he?
Seventh, but that jockey's holding him back. Let him go. Give him his head. Let him go.
Come on, Bill. Come on, boy.
They're stealing the race. They're pulling him back. Give him his head. Let him go.
Come on, Bill. Get up there, boy.
Oh, you say framed him. They took the race right out from under...
No, that's not. Look, he's moving up. He's coming up. That jockey can't hold him. He'll never hold him. Come on, Bill.
Come on, Bill. Get up there, Bill. Keep moving, boy.
They're rounding the far turn. It's Gallant Lady in front by 3 lengths. Gals Bar is second. Miss Anne is third. Raja B is fourth. And here comes Broadway Bill, moving very fast. It's Gallant Lady in front by 3 lengths. Miss Anne is second. And Broadway Bill is third on the outside. And moving up. They're heading for home. It's Gallant Lady in front by 2 lengths. Broadway Bill is second and Miss Anne is third. It's Gallant Lady and Broadway Bill. It's Gallant Lady by 1 length. Broadway Bill is second. It's Gallant Lady and Broadway Bill. It's Gallant Lady and Broadway Bill. They're running neck and neck. It's going to be a driving finish. Broadway Bill is pulling away. And they're coming down to the line of finish with Broadway Bill, the winner. Broadway Bill moves up fast to nose out Gallant Lady at the finish. It's Broadway Bill by a nose. Just a moment. There's something wrong up there at the turn. There's been an accident. One of the horses is down. I can't see it yet, but it looks like... Yes, it's Broadway Bill. Broadway Bill is down. Clear the track, please. Clear the track, please. Clear the track.
Will you please let me get to him? Bill, what's the matter?
Tough luck, Mr. Brooks. He was a great animal.
Dan, no.
What are you talking about? Get a vet here.
It's no use. Your horse is dead. He won your race for you, but he broke his heart doing it. Sorry, Brooks. And I know that every one of you who stand here on this field today, while we pay last honors to a great horse, were here yesterday to see his triumph. A triumph that no racing man worth the name will soon forget. I can only say on behalf of the Imperial Track that we're proud that Broadway Bill's grave is going to be right here where it is, at the track itself. I never heard of a horse getting just this kind of tribute before, but then I never heard of a horse that so thoroughly deserved it. There's nothing more I can say. The only man who can say anything is Bill's owner, Dan Brooks.
You're wrong, Mr. Collins. If there's anybody who can say anything, it's me. Thanks. Thanks to the track for doing this for Bill. Thanks to so many of you for coming out, for coming here now. As for Broadway Bill, well, what could you say about a horse who'd run his heart out to win for you? All I can say is, thanks, Bill. And so long. Who is it?
It's I, Dan. Margaret.
Margaret. Margaret, oh, darling, you did come. I knew you would. Gee, I'm sorry if I didn't see you at the track just now, but...
Track? But the race was yesterday.
But I mean for the... Oh. Then you didn't come for...
I came to take you home, Dan. Father's held your job open, and I've told everyone that you were just on a vacation.
No. Well, look, Margaret, let's talk about all this some other time. Right now...
We'll talk about it now, Dan. I know how you must feel about your horse, and I'm sorry for your sake, even though... Well, we'll have to admit that things working out as they have made it easier for us.
Easier?
Well, let's be sensible, darling. The one real barrier between us was Broadway Bill. And while I'm sorry he's gone...
I see what you mean.
I'm glad, Dan. Now...
Yeah, you shouldn't be. Because seeing what you mean, I also see for the first time things I should have seen a long time ago.
Dan.
So it was just Bill that stood between us, huh? Well, you're right, he did. But it wasn't just Bill himself. It was what he stood for, Margaret. And he stood for my kind of life. And that's just the opposite of yours. We don't speak the same language, Margaret.
Dan, you either leave here and come home with me now, or I start divorce proceedings in the morning.
All right, start them. Now that I think of it, there have been just two things that ever mattered to you. Yourself and those comical family traditions of yours. Well, you can keep them.
Thank you, I will.
Dan, what happened?
Margaret's gone, Princess. It seems your cousin wants my life run her way, and I want it mine. That's all there is to it. She's starting divorce proceedings in the morning. Well, why don't you say something?
can't I?
I know. You're naturally fond of Margaret and probably...
Oh, will you shut up?
What is this?
Oh, let me alone.
Princess!
Mr. Bowles.
Why, did you see that? What's the matter with her?
You mean you don't know?
How should I know? What are you talking about?
Listen, Mr. Bowles. Where do you think most of that $500 come from to end up building that raise?
Well, you won it.
I won nothing. Miss Alice done hawk all her things and give me that money to give to you.
Whitey...
Mr. Dan, about some things, you're the brightest man I ever see. But about other things, I don't know, Bowles.
No, neither do I.
You all going back to Higginsville, Bowles?
Yeah, but not for a while and for a different reason.
Yes, J.L., you're right, J.L.
Yes, J.L., yes, J.L. Don't yes, J.L. me. Say no once in a while, can't you? Here's a little news for all of you who are still directors of the Higgins Enterprises, particularly my beloved sons-in-law. This is the last of our meetings.
What does it mean?
And another thing. The Higgins Paper Box Company was sold this afternoon.
But, Father, just because Dan and I are divorced was no reason to sell the company.
I'm selling all the companies. The only thing I'm keeping is the bank.
Bravo, J.L.
Father, what is this all about?
I don't even know myself. And I went up to the track the other day, and I saw something that made me sit up a little. I'm wondering now if there isn't more to living than just making money. Like you, Mr. Early, and you, Mr. Morrow, and you, Mr. Winslow.
But what about us, J.L.?
What will become of us? What can we do?
Do what you want. The meeting's adjourned.
Hey!
It's Dan. Look, he's got a... J.L., it's a horse trailer.
With a horse in it. What does it say on the door there?
Broadway Bill II.
Hey, Princess, come on. I can't wait all night.
J.L.
Go on, go on, go on. Don't you be an idiot like Margaret.
Oh, J.L. Goodbye, darling.
Hey, come on.
Well, it's about time, Slowpoke.
Oh, darling.
Come on, get in. We're heading for the Latonia track. There's one thing to do first.
What's that?
Make a queen out of the princess.
Oh, Dan.
Hey, why the tears?
Oh, Dan, it worked.
What?
What you said about wishing. Your old man with the whiskers has finally got his arm around my shoulder.
He has, huh? Well, you tell that old guy I'll stand for no nonsense with my wife. Is that right, young Bill? Hey. The split pea soup and the succotash were loved one spring and summer.
The curtain falls on the last act of Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis D. with Gail Patrick. Our stars return for their curtain calls in just a moment. But first, a word to the ladies. Do you realize that about 1/3 of your silhouette today is stockings? Certainly no time for runs. They're ugly, embarrassing, spoiling your whole costume. You know, you can do a lot to cut down on runs by the proper buying and care of stockings. Here are 3 helpful rules for stocking beauty. 1.
Buy the correct size and the right leg length.
2.
Buy the right weight for the occasion. 1 and 2 thread stockings for evening. 3 thread for daytime. 4 thread or heavier for sports.
3.
Give your stockings Lux Care. Lux saves elasticity and cuts down on runs.
Yes, with gentle Lux Flakes, there's no cake soap rubbing. No harmful alkali to weaken elasticity. Remember that. Lux helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. So keep the generous large size box in the bathroom and Lux your stockings after every wearing. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Our stars are in the home stretch, but we have a few minutes more with them before they cross the finish line. Incidentally, Mr. Taylor, in spite of your confidence tonight in Broadway Bill's speed, did you know that the chances are that in a long race, you could probably beat Broadway Bill yourself?
You mean if I could run with a jockey on my back?
No, I'm perfectly serious.
You mean to say, Mr. DeMille, that if it were Taylor versus Seabiscuit, you'd put your $2 on Mr. Taylor's nose in preference to Seabiscuit's?
Yes, because generally speaking, a man can outrun a horse over a long distance. As far as I know, the last time that was demonstrated was in England, 15 years ago, when George Hall, a marathon runner, raced a racehorse named Blackjack in a 6-day endurance contest. The horse was withdrawn on the 5th day, with Hall 15 miles in the lead and still going strong.
But switching from race horses to iron horses, Mr. DeMille, I understand you're leaving us tonight for the world premiere of Union Pacific next Friday night in Omaha.
I can tell you all about that, Bob. For months I've waited patiently for Mr. DeMille to finish that picture so I might see something of my husband again. But now that it's finished, what's he going to do but take Joel East for the premiere?
Yes, and Barbara Stanwyck and about 20 other celebrities. In fact, to mark the departure, they're opening up the brand new $11 million Union Station in Los Angeles. Mr. DeMille's going to be aboard the first train to leave, a train exactly like the kind they used in the 1860s, with a wood-burning engine, red plush seats in the cars, hanging kerosene lamps.
And signs reading, "Don't shoot buffalo from the train." We'll be stopping at several cities along the way. Salt Lake City, Cheyenne, Denver, and then after Omaha, where the Union Pacific old-timers have arranged a celebration for us, I'm taking the picture further east to open it in Chicago, New York, and Washington.
Well, that sort of complicates things, doesn't it? Now, even if you could run as fast as a racehorse, I think you're going to be just slightly out of breath if you plan to make this broadcast here next Monday night.
I won't even try. Instead, I'll be heard on the program next Monday night from New York City, while one of the most capable gentlemen in motion pictures will be here pinch-hitting for me. The guest producer will be Mr. Leslie Howard.
We'll be rooting for him, Mr. DeMille, and for you, too.
And I hope you have as good a time on your trip, CB, as I did here doing Broadway Bill. Good night.
And just you see that Joel Albert McCrae takes care of himself, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
That's a promise, Francis. Good night, Gail. So long, Bob.
We know you want to hear about the stars and play in store for you a week from tonight. Well, Mr. DeMille supplies that information presently. In our cast this evening, you heard Ernest Whitman as Whitey, Lou Merrill as J.L. Higgins, Elvia Allman as Mrs. Peterson, Victor Rodman as Mr. Winslow, Eddie Kane as Mr. Early, Willis Clare as Eddie North, Hal K. Dawson as Roberts, Niall Andrus as Mel, Frank Nelson as announcer, Frederick Shields as Mr. Morrow, Myra Marsh as Matilda, Joe Duvall as veterinary, and James Eagles as Ted Williams. Broadway Bill was adapted from the Columbia Pictures photoplay of the same name. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new film, The Story of Alexander Graham Bell. Just a reminder, as you know, many localities switch to daylight saving time next Sunday. If your community is one of those changing to daylight saving time, you will hear this program at the usual hour. If your community remains on standard time, tune in 1 hour earlier. Here's our producer.
Damon Runyon wrote the original story on which our play next Monday night is based. Frank Capra directed it, and starred were May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. And these same four celebrities will repeat their performances for us next week in Lady for a Day. It's a story of Apple Annie, a street peddler, a story of laughter and tears, of sacrifice and romance. And in addition to the stars of our cast, Leslie Howard will be with us as guest producer. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe in Lady for a Day, with Leslie Howard as guest producer. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at ChestertonRadio.com.
Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good golf dealer joins the golf companies in presenting the third in a new series of programs. Reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows all the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Betty Davis, Robert Montgomery, Basil Rathbone, Louise Beaver, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third Screen Guild Show, Hollywood's own program, written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry, for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Each week we present a different type show with a different cast of stars. Last week a musical comedy, next week a review starring Mary Boland, Marlena Dietrich, Frank Morgan, and Cliff Nazaro. Tonight, it's a drama, Can We Forget, directed by Frank Capra and written by Mary McCall, Jr., under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. You're invited to a gay party at an exclusive hotel on Park Avenue, where the most photographed, the most discussed, the most envied debutante of the season, Hilda Rutherford, played by Betty Davis, is having her coming-out party. Among her many admirers in the stag line is a young man named Alan Barker, played by Robert Montgomery. Dancing with Hilda at the moment is Paul Ferguson, and acted by Basil Rathbone. Lights. Music. Curtain.
Now, if the stag line doesn't discover this alcove for a minute, perhaps I'll be allowed a few steps with you. Oh, it's a lovely party, Hilda.
Do you think so, really, Paul?
Well, don't you?
Oh, it's wonderful to me. I love the whole silly business. Being rushed, being stared at. Makes up for all the black times of childhood. Like the years I had to wear bands on my teeth.
You never did.
I did so. And I lift. You know, Paul, I didn't think you'd come tonight.
Whatever put that into your head?
Oh, I was afraid you were above Deb parties. Aren't you always merging companies and sitting on board?
Oh, sounds like a very uncomfortable position. Perhaps that's why I was afraid you wouldn't ask me.
Not ask you? Paul.
Well, a man of 35 must appear to you to be on the very brink of his dotage.
May I cut in, please?
Oh, I'll allow it only if I may have the supper dance with you, Hilda.
It's a bargain.
Don't forget.
I won't.
Oh, but you will, though.
I will what?
Forget whatever it is. You'll only remember me.
I don't remember meeting you.
You haven't. We dance well, don't we?
Well, if I've never met you, I couldn't have asked you to my party.
That's right.
You weren't asked.
No, I weren't asked.
You crashed my party.
Yes, but I did it so neatly. More like an incision than a crash. You know, you're not as pretty as your pictures.
Mister, whatever your name is,
But you're much livelier. Makes you shine, kind of. Get your coat, Hilda.
Get my coat? What on earth are you talking about?
About getting your coat. We can't talk here. This place is full of people.
Yes, it's full of people. Full of my guests, my invited guests. And if you think I'm going to leave here with you, you're out of your mind. I never heard such a noise!
No, of course not. She's unique.
Does she always do that?
Yeah, mostly. I call her the Blue Arrow. I bought her on time my freshman year in college for $23.
What's that, a radio?
Certainly it's a radio.
But no brakes.
No, I drag one foot on the hills. Hilda, tell me what you like.
What do you mean, tell me?
Now, don't start that again. I want to know what you like. Food, books, anything.
Well, I like cream cheese and fur bedroom slippers, the smell of heliotrope, horses, Flagstaff's voice, Helen Hayes. What on earth am I doing this for?
Because I asked you to. Now, I'll tell you what I like. I like the west front of the Parthenon. Oh, by the way, I'm an architect. Just out of the shell, but boy, am I talented.
Oh. You know, you must try to get over that inferiority complex. It doesn't do to be too modest.
Don't interrupt. And I like English shoes and eggs Benedict and kissing a girl in the cold and the Mohawk Valley in May and... Oh, Hilda, you're a swell girl. Will you marry me, Hilda?
What's your name?
Alan Baker. What's that got to do with it?
Alan Baker. I think you're the freshest, rudest, most conceited puppy I have ever met. And I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man in the world.
And whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
This carriage will never take the place of your automobile, darling. Does the horse also park?
Well, he's an English horse. I say, old fellow, cease walking. No. Desist. Relax. Halt.
Why don't you just say, whoa?
You make everything so simple, dear. You happy, Hilda?
Oh, yes, Alan, I'm so happy I could purr.
Well, go ahead.
Purr?
It's a mighty poor purr. How about a little music?
You're crazy not to like that funny little phonograph all over Bermuda.
Sure, you know the old saying. She shall have music wherever she goes.
You were playing that song when you first spoke to me, darling.
Uh-huh. That's why I like it. Hilda, if I say something, don't laugh at me, will you?
Oh, no, I'll never laugh at you when you're serious.
Well, all that dizzy business the night we met, dragging you out of your party, that was because I was scared.
Scared?
Sure. If I'd had someone introduce me, I'd have been just another guy. I had to shock you, make you laugh, and make you mad. Because I had to have you.
But, darling, you'd never seen me before.
No, I crashed your party to see the girl who was in all the papers. And there I found you, darling. Hilda, no matter how gay you are, or sad, or anything, you make me feel you're only using part of it. There's so much more to you. I knew that night that I couldn't let anyone but me. Oh, Hilda, always love me.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll always love you, Alan. Even when we're both old, my heart will still jump when I see you. You said that night I had a kind of, well, that I sort of shown. That's only when I'm with you. That's only because of you. Now, these are the place plates, Camille.
Yes,
When you take off the soup plates, you leave the place plates.
Just leave them set?
Yes, that's right.
Oh.
Then you exchange them one by one for the hot dinner plates.
Miss Baker, why don't you all just have a lap supper?
Well, Camille, because Mr. Baker is bringing home a client.
Yes, but a lap supper don't take so much swapping. I was only hired out to you for cleaning, Miss Baker. For waiting, you should have had my cousin Octavia.
You can do it, Camille, if you'll only just try. Now, once again, the place plates. Oh, dear, see who it is.
Yes, only if it's the ice cream, it'll be early to lunch by the time. Yes, sir.
Mrs. Baker?
Well, I don't think she want to see nobody. We got a company dinner on hand.
Yes, but I'm the company. May I come in?
Who is it, Camille?
Hello, Hilda.
Paul?
Yes.
Paul Ferguson. Are you? You're not Alan's client, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, why not? Let me look at you. Oh, you look lovely. No, lovelier. You're very happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes, we're very happy. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
Paul, tell me something. Do you honestly want Alan to do your house? Because if it's to help him because of me, well, Alan and I couldn't accept that.
Oh, don't be silly. I like his work enormously. He has taste and originality, and his plans are practical.
Oh, he is a grand architect.
Well, then?
Then it's all right. Paul, why didn't you come to our wedding?
I was away. I couldn't get back in time.
In here, darling. Paul's here.
Paul who? Oh, hello, Mr. Ferguson.
Hello.
Alan, you idiot. Why didn't you tell me it was Paul Ferguson? I've known him forever.
Oh, my dear child, a struggling architect doesn't call his clients by their first names. He was Mr. Ferguson to me. In fact, he was Mr. Ferguson, God bless him, to me.
Oh.
Miss Baker?
Yes, Camille?
Miss Baker, I'm afraid you're all going to have to do without them place plates.
Oh, Camille.
Well, I told you if it was waiting you wanted, you should have had my cousin Octavia.
Yes, Mr. Baker, you may see her now.
Hilda. Hilda, it's a girl.
Did you want a boy, Alan? You'd never tell me which.
No, I wanted a girl so there'd be two of you. Was it very bad?
No. Have you seen her, Alan?
You bet I have.
Is she all right? Alan, I don't lie to me. Is she perfect?
Perfectly beautiful. Wait till you see for yourself. You want to see for yourself?
Could I?
Yes. The nurse is bringing her. Here she is. I'll take her, nurse.
Keep your hand under her head.
Sure.
Nurse?
Yes, Mrs. Baker.
Could we have her by ourselves? Just for a minute.
Of course. I'll wait outside.
Oh, Alan. She is beautiful.
Gee, I had no idea they were born with fingernails.
Alan.
Well, I mean, not like that. Is it okay to touch her?
Yes.
Well, you feel that skin, though. Say, is she doing that?
Of course.
Well, isn't that pretty advanced? I mean, most kids don't cry right off like that, do they?
Oh, darling, I'm sorry to blubber like this. So wonderful.
Yeah. Well, what do you think I'm doing?
Darling, now why don't you come right out and admit you take 3 sugars?
I don't. 2 in and 1 on the side.
But you always put the side one in.
You mind your own business. I gotta go, sweet. I'll just look in and see Carol. Is that tooth still bothering her?
It's through.
No kidding.
Go look at it. Oh, but don't put your finger in her mouth. She'll snap at you.
Kiss? Thank you. Now, don't forget the new dress.
Oh, not a chance. What color?
Any color, so long as it's red. Bye, darling.
Goodbye, you darling. Camille?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Miss Baker.
Camille, I want to plan a nice dinner tonight because tomorrow night Mr. Baker's taking me out.
It sure is a treat to watch Mr. Baker eat. I likes a hearty man. My husband was the picky kind.
Well, I'll make out a list and call you, Camille.
Yes, sir.
Soup. Beautiful soup, so rich and green. Da-da.
Did you call me, Miss Baker?
Oh, no, Camille, that was singing.
You certainly feel good this morning.
Camille, I feel so good that if I felt any better, I'd bust. Carol has a tooth. Mr. Baker has a new house to do. Tomorrow's our 2nd wedding anniversary, and I'm going downtown to buy a new dress. Oh, Camille, make one of your lemon pies tonight, will you?
Yes, sir.
I'll get it, Camille. Soup, beautiful soup, so rich and green. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Baker. I'm sorry you have to speak very slowly. Oh, but you see, it can't be. You see, he just left. So it can't be. Oh, I'll be right there.
Miss Baker.
Oh, he just left. Camille, you know he only just left. They said he was crossing to the subway, but he was here only a minute ago. Camille, that man said my husband is dead. Alan!
You have just heard Act 1 of Can We Forget with Betty Davis, Robert Montgomery, Basil Rathbun, and Louise Beavers. Now, before we raise the curtain on Act 2, we'll hear a few words from Johnny Conti.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I wish that I could personally introduce to each one of you the good golf dealer in your neighborhood who helps make this program possible. But since I can't, why, I hope you'll take the opportunity of meeting him yourself the next time you're near his service station. You'll find that your golf dealer is a mighty good neighbor. An independent merchant who conducts his business to give you and your car the best in service as well as the best in automotive products. So next time your car needs gasoline or motor oil, visit your good Gulf dealer. Your motoring needs will receive prompt, courteous attention at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc.
And now the curtain is about to rise on the second act of our play, Can We Forget? Hilda Baker has been left alone with her baby daughter, Carol, after the sudden death of her husband, Alan. Hilda's old friend, Paul Ferguson, and Camille the maid are the only ones left to help her forget the tragedy. Lights, music, curtain.
Miss Baker, Mr. Ferguson is here to see you.
Tell him to go away.
Hilda. That's all right, Camille.
Yes, sir.
Paul, please go away.
You've been sending me away for 6 months.
Paul, you've been so wonderful. But I just want to be alone, please.
Hilda, believe me, I know how you loved Alan.
I love him now. Just because he's dead doesn't change anything. Why can't I be dead, too?
Don't say that.
It's true.
But you have Carol to think of.
I've tried, Paul. But how can I think when I keep hearing it over and over? I wake in the night hearing it.
Hearing what, Hilda?
That voice on the phone. That man telling Mrs. Baker, prepare yourself for a shock. Prepare myself.
Stop, Hilda.
Yes, I know. For Carol's sake, I must stop remembering. But, Paul, I hear it. I hear it over and over and over and over.
Hilda! Now you ought to dry your eyes and come out for a drive with me.
Oh, Paul. I can't.
You must. Do you understand?
You going to have dinner with Mr. Ferguson again?
How did you guess, Camille?
He's been doing that pretty regular for 3 years now, ever since Mr.
Yes, Camille.
One of these days, I expect he's going to ask you to marry him.
Yes. Yes, I suppose he will.
You suppose he will? Well, excuse me for speaking right out, Miss Baker, but you ought to hope he will.
Yes, I guess you're right. I ought to hope he will. I do, Camille. There he is. Let him in, will you?
Yes, when he say he'll be here at 7 o'clock, he means 2 minutes after.
Hello, Camille.
Good evening, Mr. Ferguson.
Hello, Paul.
Oh, I like that blue dress. I only hope these will match.
Flowers again? Oh, Paul, you should.
Why not? They grow only for people like you.
That's a very pretty speech, Mr. Ferguson.
My,
I love
my.
it. White orchids. Why, Paul, I haven't had white orchids since... Why, not since my debut.
I'm glad you like them, dear. Where's Carol?
In bed. Of course, she wanted to stay up and see you.
Ah, good for Carol. Come on, dear. This is an important occasion tonight. Mario has a very special dinner waiting for us. Wish me luck, Camille.
I sure does. I sure does, Mr. Ferguson.
They say that the honeymoon's over and married life begins with your first breakfast in your own house.
In such a beautiful house. Alan enjoyed so much planning it for you.
Toast, Mrs. Ferguson?
Yes, thank you.
Just wait till you see that terrace in the spring. There are bulbs scattered all through the grass.
I know. I remember Alan saying they'd bloom next year.
With those long windows open, it'll be like eating our breakfast out of doors.
Yes. Alan planned that, too. Listen. Listen.
What?
I thought I heard someone. Someone whistling.
No, I don't hear anything.
No. I guess it was my imagination.
Or someone passing on the road. That hedge makes us very private.
Alan always said that the planting was part of the house.
Hilda.
What? What did you say, Paul?
What? I didn't say anything, dear.
Oh, I thought... That white birch by the library bay was on the plan the first time he showed it to me.
Because you like white birches.
Yes, because I...
Darling, what's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, Paul. Sugar?
Oh, don't you remember me? I'm Paul, the man who hates sugar in his coffee.
Oh, yes, of course. Whatever am I thinking of?
You were thinking of me. 2 lumps in and 1 on the side.
But you put the side one in.
Hilda, what is it? Aren't you feeling well?
Yes, I'm all right, Paul.
Remember that last breakfast? We had such fun being in love.
Yes, such fun.
Darling, there is something wrong.
No, I...
Good morning, Mother.
Oh, good morning, darling.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Missy.
That's a funny name.
Oh, well, you're a funny girl.
She just cut her first tooth.
We were so proud of her, remember?
Hilda.
Remember Hilda in the hospital? Her first cry. And I said...
Alan. I mean, Paul, excuse me.
Hilda, where are you going? Hilda!
Is he taking my place? With Carol? With you?
No. No, Alan. Nobody could take your place.
She's part of us. She grew from our love.
Hilda, what is it? What's troubling you?
Please, just leave me alone, Paul.
No. If there's anything wrong, I want to know what it is. Perhaps we shouldn't have come to this house. Perhaps it's tied up with the past, things that you must forget.
Can you forget, darling? Our years?
We'll go away.
Memories?
No, I can't.
We'll go away for a while, Hilda. And when we come back, I'll get you a new house.
I feel at home here, Paul.
No, we'll have a new house for a new life. Suppose in the meantime we run down to Bermuda.
Riding in a funny carriage, swimming in the moonlight.
No, Paul, not Bermuda. Let's go to Sun Valley. You see, I've never been there.
Well, whatever you like, dearest. Of course, we'll have to be back by Christmas.
Oh, yes. Yes, by Christmas.
I wouldn't miss the holidays with our little girl.
Our little girl, Hilda.
Yes, our little girl. Our little girl! Alan, where are you?
Here, darling.
It's Christmas morning. Christmas is the time for families. Alan, I want to be with you.
I'm here. I'm with you when you call me.
Oh, not like that. All the time. The way it used to be. The way it should be. I've tried to make a new marriage. I shouldn't have, Alan. I can't be married to anyone but you.
You're coming to me, aren't you, darling?
Yes. I'm coming to you. I'll have to leave Carol. Oh, that's wrong, isn't it? But I can't help it. I'll drink this now. It won't hurt very much. It'll be a quick awful pain. Maybe I'll be afraid. But not in my heart. Because I want to be with you, my darling. I must be with you.
Hello, Mother.
Carol.
Did you get up early to see your presents, too?
Oh, Carol, darling, you mustn't be down here. Go back to bed. Please, Carol.
But, Mother, it's Christmas. Can I open Paul's present? Please, Mother.
Well, all right, darling. But I'd better light the fire. It's so cold here.
There's my present. What does it say on it?
To Carol from Santa Claus and Paul.
Paul did give my letter to Santa Claus. Oh, Paul's the most wonderful daddy in the world.
Carol, Paul isn't your real father.
I know. You told me. But Paul's my father now.
Oh, but your real father. How you would have loved him.
Please open Paul's present, Mother.
All right. There it is. Don't get too close to the fire, Carol.
But it's just what I asked for in my letter. Look, Mother.
You see, Alan, she doesn't remember.
No, she doesn't remember.
Then it's all right for me to leave her, isn't it? She's happy here with Paul.
Hilda, the tree, the fire. Carol, Hilda.
Carol! Paul! Paul! Paul!
Hilda, darling. You feeling better?
Paul, where is she? Is she badly burned?
She'll be all right.
Oh, let me go to her. It's my fault. I lit the fire and the tree fell.
Lie still, lie still. The doctor dressed her leg. She didn't even cry. Just lie back, darling. I'll get you some water.
Hilda?
Yes, Alan?
You called him, you know. You were talking to me, but in that danger, you called Paul.
Why, yes, I did call Paul.
And that's right, Hilda, because he's alive. You've kept me here, but I don't belong. I'm in the past.
No.
Yes, Hilda. I haven't been here except in your mind. You must forget, as Carol has forgotten.
Can't?
You must. Hilda, let's say all our words very quickly and for the last time.
For the last time?
Remember that first night when I cut in? May I cut in, please?
I don't remember meeting you.
You're not as pretty as your pictures, but you're livelier. It makes you shine, kind of.
What's that, a radio?
Certainly a radio.
But no brakes?
I drag one foot on the hills. Oh, Hilda, you're a swell girl. Will you marry me, Hilda?
Even when we're both old, my heart will still jump when I see you. Oh, Ellen, she is beautiful.
Gee, I had no idea they were born with fingernails. Kiss? Thank you. Now, don't forget the new dress.
Not a chance. What color?
Any color, so long as it's red. Goodbye, darling. Hilda, I said goodbye, darling.
I can't say it.
Say it, Hilda. Quickly. Say it. Say it. Goodbye, darling. Say it. Goodbye, darling.
Ellen. Goodbye. You darling.
Not as your master of ceremony, but rather as one of the millions who heard this play tonight, I want to say that I shall never forget the performance just given by Betty Davis, Bob Montgomery, Basil Rathbun, and Louise Beavers. And a special bow to the writer, Mary McCall Jr., and the director, Frank Capra. It has indeed been a privilege to be associated with them on this, the Screen Guild's own program. Ladies and gentlemen, we feel it worthy of note that the money paid by the Gulf Oil Companies to the stars and feature players on this program is turned over to a special fund to build a home for the care of aged and indigent people from all branches of the motion picture industry. The famous stars who are our guests tonight donated their services. Every single dollar they would ordinarily receive for themselves is being turned over to this fund. The Gulf Oil Companies, your neighborhood good Gulf dealers, and all of us here in the studio are proud to take part in such a worthwhile project. We sincerely hope you enjoy this new kind of radio entertainment made possible by the motion picture industry, the Gulf Oil Company. This is George Murphy saying thank you and good night.
Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show. A review with a lot of fun with Mary Boland, Marlena Dietrich, Frank Morgan, and Cliff Mazzaro, written by Ken Englund and directed by W.S. Van Dyke. We are grateful to Warner Brothers for Betty Davis, soon to be seen in Dark Victory, to MGM for George Murphy, and for Robert Montgomery, who has just completed Fast and Loose. This is John Conte speaking. I'll Follow My Secret Heart is from Conversation Piece. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at ChestertonRadio.com.
We have a big problem. Our culture is dying, and souls are in danger of being lost. The answer is conversion to Jesus Christ in His church. St. Paul Street Evangelization is a Catholic organization, and we have hundreds of teams spreading the good news throughout the country. But we need your help. The harvest is great, but the laborers are few. Find out more and get involved today at streetevangelization.com. That's streetevangelization.com.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Our offering this evening, It Happened One Night, is already a motion picture classic. Despite its tender years, it was born in 1934, shrewdly concerned with the oldest, in fact the eternal subject, the way of a man with a maid, this time against the vigorous background of life among the quality and the not-so-quality of the Atlantic seaboard. It's been a favorite attraction among moviegoers everywhere since Mr. Frank Capra and the Columbia Pictures Corporation first blessed us all with it. Our guest stars might well have been tailored for the celebrated parts of Peter and Ellie. Mr. William Powell surely needs no alteration at all to be the charming, happy-go-lucky newspaper man whom fate threw together on that now historic bus ride with the spoiled and spirited heiress, certainly never more faultlessly imagined than tonight by Miss Miriam Hopkins. But first, before the madcap doings of this night begin to sweep us along at their own breakneck pace, Ernest Chappell suggests that we do a little supposing, Mr. Chappell.
Thank you, Orson Welles. And ladies and gentlemen, it's simply this. Suppose you had never tasted Campbell's tomato soup. Suppose you'd never had a sunny bowl of it beckon you with its welcoming color and with its tempting aroma. Suppose you'd never drawn your chair up to the table, lifted your spoon, and learned with that first smooth sip how its lively tomato flavor could wake up your appetite. And suppose you still had to try this soup that almost everyone likes best, Campbell's tomato soup, and still had to discover how it glorifies the flavor of fine tomatoes in a way all its own. Well, surely then you'd have a treat in store for you now, wouldn't you? But enough of supposing. It's likely you already know Campbell's tomato soup, know how it can literally make a meal, how it can put delight in a simple lunch or family supper, or pleasantly begin a dinner. You probably had it often, and I hope you've had it lately. Because this season's crop of tomatoes was exceptionally luscious, and you'll enjoy their superb flavor now in Campbell's tomato soup. Now, wouldn't fragrant platefuls contribute to the enjoyment of your dinner, perhaps tomorrow night? And now, Orson Welles.
And now, William Powell and Miss Miriam Hopkins in It Happened One Night.
I beg pardon, Mr. Andrews.
What is it now, Captain?
It's your daughter, sir. She won't eat.
Very well, she won't eat.
But it's not very well, Mr. Andrews.
Doesn't need to eat.
You see, I'm practically face-to-face with a mutiny.
A mutiny?
Yes. For the last 40 hours, I've had her food taken into her stateroom by 3 different stewards, the chef, the assistant chef, several busboys, and while it's not exactly nautical, this morning the first mate and the second mate both tried. Well, Mr. Andrews, sir, I don't like to burden you with details, sir, but she hit the first mate in the eye with a coffee cup. She rubbed a cheese omelet in one steward's hair. She threw a bowl of hot soup at... A bowl of hot soup.
She'll eat when she gets hungry.
I threatened to put my men in irons, and they say they prefer that.
Get another tray ready. I'll take it in.
It's dangerous business, Mr. Andrews. Kidnapping is no child's play.
My daughter will realize before I'm through that I'm no child.
If that's another tray, I'll wrap it around your ears. Oh, so it's you.
Pardon my bursting in like this, Lady Ellie. I didn't have time to phone your secretary for an appointment.
Don't be sarcastic. It won't help you any. I'm not going to eat. Not until you let me off this boat.
Well,
And you can't get away with that kidnapping. A bunch of gorillas shoving me in a car. That crowd outside, the justice of the peace. They must have thought I was a criminal. The way your men were...
You're being unfair. I had one fella that did nothing but explain to everybody that you were a harmless lunatic who had escaped from an asylum.
What?
Nobody thought you were a criminal at all. If anybody wanted particulars, my man told him you had delusions. You were Marie Antoinette. I couldn't do better than that for you, could I?
Where do you think you're taking me on this yacht, Father?
Here and there, South America to start with.
South America?
Yes, my child, South America. Both sides of South America. You remember the map? One side is painted yellow and the other side green and brown. After you've seen the yellow, from the yacht, that is, because you won't be allowed to land, you'll get a nice change to the green and brown. And then...
You'll have a corpse on your hands. That's what you'll have.
We're leaving Miami in an hour as soon as we get some supplies aboard.
I won't eat a thing while I'm on this boat.
In that event, we won't need so many supplies.
What do you expect to accomplish by all this? I'm already married.
I'll get it annulled if it takes every penny I've got.
Well, what have you got against King Wesley?
Nothing much. I just think he's a fake, that's all.
He's one of the best flyers in this country. Right now, he's planning to break the round-the-world record.
Now, who's going to finance him? Let me guess. You. Well, he's no good, and you know it. You married him only because I told you not to, and that's why you're not eating, Ellie. Because I've been sending food to you. Well, you're a fool not to eat this filet mignon before it gets cold. Look, Ellie, just touch it with a knife, and it melts.
Well, if I give in now, will you give me a chance to prove later that you're wrong?
Well, I always give people a chance to prove anything that they can prove. You know that, Ellie.
Okay. You've won. Get my robe from the closet, will you?
All right, I will. Now, I tell you what, Ellie. You give me your word you won't try any funny business. We'll go ashore tonight and have a nice dinner at the Everglades. Hey, Ellie! Ellie, let me up! Ellie!
Not a chance. And quit rattling that knob. I've just locked the door.
You can't get away with it, Ellie!
I have gotten away with it.
All right, Ellie! I've got the key to the stateroom in my pocket. You can't get out till you let me out of this closet. Ellie! You hear me?
I heard you. I was just wondering how... I've got it.
What?
In case you've forgotten, there's a porthole right here.
What? Ellie, you wouldn't...
I certainly would.
Ellie, people in that porthole!
If you hear a splash, don't worry. You always splash when you dive.
You're crazy. You can't do it. Ellie, I order you not to.
Anybody think he can order me? Why, Pop?
Hello, operator. I want to send a straight wire. Lovington Detective Agency, New York. Watch all roads, air transports, and railway stations out of Miami. Keep close tabs on King Wesley. Intercept all messages. Hellcat just escaped. Huh? What do you mean you can't transmit the word Hellcat? Okay, make it my loving daughter, Ellie.
Bus leaving in 10 minutes.
Bus leaving for Jacksonville, Charleston, Richmond, Washington, Philadelphia, and New York. Passengers will please display their tickets.
Bus leaving in 10 minutes.
Here I am, boy, right back at this post.
Oh, here's the ticket you asked me to buy you, lady.
Thank you very much. You can keep the change.
Oh, thank you, lady. Thank you.
All right, now.
What'd you say? What's
going on over there?
Well, over there, some gentleman's calling somebody long distance. And
Over
the
there,
pals
no.
is cheering him on.
Yes, well, that's clear from here.
They've been drinking, if you ask me.
Charleston, Richmond, Washington, Philadelphia, and New York.
Now, look, you get him on the phone, Petey, and
Yeah,
you tell him.
Hey,
Sure,
quiet,
they
you
were.
guys. This phone booth is no convention hall. How can I talk?
You're right, Petey, but you tell him.
Yeah,
let him know what he can do with his job, Petey.
Quiet.
You tell him.
My distinguished managing editor's voice is just starting to come in.
Quiet.
Hello? Hello, you big baboon. You know who this is. This is Peter Grant. P as in pusillanimous, which is what you are.
Yeah.
E as in elephant, like your feet.
Yeah, like your feet.
T as in thick-headed, which is...
Yeah.
Oh, you remember me now, huh? Sure, I'll tell you what I called about, that telegram firing me. Well, you can't fire me because I resigned. Let me tell you something else. You fired, I resigned, the best news hound your filthy sheet ever had.
Yeah, you're just a man can do it.
Quiet.
Go ahead.
Hey, the trouble with you, my fat-headed friend, is that you wouldn't know good copy if it came up and introduced itself to you by name. I'm through with you and your paper. I'm through with all papers. I'm through with stupidity. I'll never write another newspaper story for you or anybody else if I have to starve.
Well, now, wait a minute. That's going too far, Pete, because did you ever stop? Because let me tell you, Pete,
Silence. It's none of your business what I'm going to do. I may build a subway to Moscow. It's none of your business. What's that? I seem to have a lot of money for long-distance calls to New York. Ha ha. Hey, listen, Beetlebrain. Why don't you get your secretary to tell you when you get a collect call? Take it easy. Remember your blood pressure. Goodbye, molasses mine.
Yeah, goodbye, molasses mine. Peter, molasses mine. You mind if I use that to buy managing editor?
No, not at all. That's my farewell gift to you. Is my chariot ready?
Oh, our bus ought to leave in a couple of seconds, Pete.
Hey, driver, wait for me.
Hey, goodbye, Petey.
Goodbye, boys.
Bye.
He almost didn't make it.
Okay, buddy, take your seat.
All right. Well, make up your mind, lady. Get in or get out.
Why don't you look where you're going?
I was looking. It was
All
you
right,
that...
you two. All right, take your seats. You got a long trip ahead of you. You can finish the argument in North Carolina or Delaware, but not here.
All right. And goodbye, everybody.
Pardon me, lady.
Yes.
Would you mind taking those papers off that seat so I can sit down? You see, I don't like sitting on newspapers. I did once, and all the headlines came off on my white pants.
I'm not interested.
Yeah, but the people in the town were. They followed me all over and read the news from the seat of my pants. Some of them still have cricks in their backs.
I need this seat for my luggage and things.
Your luggage is on the rack, and that seat's for two. I don't like it any more than you do.
Oh, all right, all right. And tell that man not to drive so fast.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, tell that man not to drive so fast.
Oh, man. Don't drive so fast, man. There. That'll teach him.
Could you bring me back a bromo?
Hey, young lady.
What do you want?
I'm all covered with brambles, and don't say it's not your fault.
Why don't you leave me alone?
He was a good 50 yards away before I could get going. Then after I got through chasing him, there I was in the middle of the brush and not a sign of the skunk.
Well, if chasing skunks is your hobby, all right. I'm not interested.
Maybe this will interest you. Your overnight bag's gone.
What?
Yeah, I was getting out off the bus myself when I saw that mug that sat in front of us grab your bag and run off with it. I ran after him like I told you, and he got away like I told you.
Oh, but it can't be. Everything I had was in it. My clothes and my money.
Well, you still got your purse. Your ticket must be in that.
Well, my ticket and $4 in cash. Well, that's what I've got to get to New York on.
You can wire for more money when we get to Jacksonville.
Oh, but I can't, you see. Yes, I guess I will.
I'll report it to the driver. About your bag, I mean.
No, I'd rather you didn't.
Don't be a fool. You lost your bag. The company will make good. I'll report it for you.
I don't want it reported. And please be good enough to stay out of my private affairs.
Hey, you got the whole thing wrong, lady. The fellow that stole the bag is in your private affairs. I just tried to get them back. Hello. You can sit here if you want to.
No, thank you. There's a seat back there, next to a gentleman.
Next to a what? Oh, all right. Find out your mistake for yourself.
Nothing can be a mistake from now on. Pardon me. Is this seat vacant?
Why, sure. Sure, sit down, sister.
Thank you.
My name's Shapley. Shapley is as Shapley does, I always say. Get it? I said, get it?
Yes, I get it.
And let me tell you, sister, you made no mistake sitting next to me. You know, you got to be awful careful on these buses who you hit it up with. Well, I remember once when I was coming through North Carolina, I got together with a good-looking dame just like you. Well, sir, I was just starting to make time with her when she got yanked off the bus. And who do you think she was? I said, who do you think she was?
Your grandmother.
Oh, you're kidding, huh?
Yes.
Well, sir, she was a girl bandit. The one the papers have been writing about. What do you know about that? I said, what do you know about that?
Nothing.
Well, what's the matter, sister? You ain't saying much.
Seems to me you're doing all right without any assistance.
Oh, right there with the answers, huh? Oh, only don't think I'm so. Because I'm not. Matter of fact, you're my type. I could go for you in a big way. Believe you me.
Well, believe you me, you bore me to distraction.
Kidding, huh?
No.
Beg pardon, mister.
Yeah?
There's a seat in the back of the bus for you.
What's the idea?
I'd like to sit with my wife, if you don't mind.
Did you say wife?
Yeah. On your way.
Oh. Excuse me. I was just trying to, make things plain.
If you promise not to snap my head off, I'd like to thank you.
Forget it. I didn't do it for you. His voice is beginning to get on my nerves.
Popcorn, crisps, and strawberry bars. Here you are, folks. Candy postcard, cigarette magazine.
Here, boy.
Get him. Give me that money. $1.60 for a box of candy, and you with only $4. How do you expect to get to New York at the rate you're going?
That's none of your business.
You're on a budget from now on.
I won't stand for it. I won't.
Say, you are a spoiled brat, aren't you? Just the kind that would marry King Wesley. You're perfect.
What? What was that?
You and Wesley should make an ideal team.
Oh, you must have me confused with someone else.
Quit kidding. It was all over the front page at the last stop. Lucky for you, I got the only paper.
Oh,
Take my advice and grab the first bus back to Miami.
I don't want your advice. I suppose you notified my father.
What for?
Oh, he'd be sure to give you some money for being such a bright boy.
What a lovely mind you have.
Oh, don't tell me you haven't already done it.
I'm not that interested. You, King Wesley, your father, that's all a lot of hooey to me.
10 minutes stop, folks. Hey! I'm gonna get it, Greg. Will you bring me back a robo, please?
Hey, Hookworm.
Yes, sir?
I want this telegram sent exactly as it is. Can you read? Joe Gordon, New York Evening Mail. Dear Birdbrain. Thought you'd like to know the biggest story of the year. Just dropped into my hat. Stop. I know where Ellen Andrews is. Stop. How would you like to have the story? Question mark. I thought so. Well, try and get it. Stop. And what I said about never writing another line for you still goes. No love, no kisses, no regard. Signed, Peter. Send it collect.
Hey, folks! Attention, now look! We just got word the road up ahead is so torn, we can't take a chance. We gotta spend the night here. Now, if any of you passengers want to sleep in a bus, it's okay. Those that don't, there's an auto camp up the road a ways called the Twin Apples.
I made all the arrangements. Here it is. Your hotel for the night, lady. The Twin Apples Auto Camp. Clean, self-respecting, wholesome, under new management.
Good evening. I'm the new management.
Good evening.
I just put some more blankets in your place. I do hope you're going to like it, Mrs. Grant. Your husband said you're very fussy. Oh, but you got to excuse me. I got to see about the other people.
My husband said.
Yeah, that's me. Always talking out of school. Allow me to open the door for you, my dear. If you'll precede me, my dear. Go on, you brat. Get in there. Like it?
Not much.
I think it's beautiful. 2 charming beds, a table, 2 chairs, an oil burner for cooking, all the comforts of home.
I'd like an explanation, please. I just had the unpleasant sensation of hearing you referred to as my husband. And I...
That's right. I forgot to tell you I registered as Mrs., Mr., and Mrs.
Mr. and Mrs. You don't think that I'll put up with that, do you?
Hey, wait a minute. Let's get something straightened out right now. If you've got any idea that I'm interested in you, just forget it. What I've done is a matter of simple mathematics. These cabins cost $2 a night. I'm very sorry to inform you, Mrs. of Mr. and Mrs., that our family purse won't stand for separate establishments.
Well, I hope you don't expect me to stay here under the same roof.
I don't expect you to do anything. I furnish you with a place to sleep, and if you don't like it, you can spend the night someplace else. It's all right with me.
My first impression of you wasn't far wrong.
I know. A gentleman like King Wesley would vacate and let you have the place for yourself. Well, I'm not King Wesley, thank heaven.
What do you think you're doing now?
Well, for your information, this is a clothesline I'm fastening to the wall. Now, watch me closely. I've nothing to conceal, but the hand is quicker than the eye. I now put 2 extra blankets, 1 from each cot, over the clothesline. The room, you will observe, is now cut in half. We each have our own private little cubicle.
I suppose that makes everything quite all right.
Does for me. I like privacy when I retire. Prying eyes annoy me. You may or may not know, but at this moment, I'm in my undershirt. Thanks to the blanket, unseen by any eyes but mine.
Are you implying that I've...
Never can tell about your kind. As long as we're on opposite side of the blanket. It's the walls of Jericho. That's what it is. Hey, you ever hear of the walls of Jericho?
I know my Bible as well as you do. The Israelites were behind those walls, and whatchamacallum blew his trumpet, and the walls came down.
It wasn't whatchamacallum, it was who's it. But you got the general idea.
Joshua, that's who it was. Joshua and the trumpet.
I'm all out of trumpets. Here's my other pair of pajamas for you. Catch.
I got him. Now listen, you're not really serious about all this, are you?
I'm serious about getting undressed. Perhaps you'd like to know how a man undresses. No 2 men do it alike.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. You know, I once knew a chap who kept his hat on till he was completely undressed. Very comical effect.
I doubt it.
Years later, his secret came out. He wore a toupee. As a matter of fact, I have an idiosyncrasy all my own. My coat comes off first, then the tie, then the shirt, then, among the conservatives, the pants. But that's where I'm different. I go for the shoes next. You listening? Left shoe, right shoe. That's all. Sorry. Now, if I was a centipede...
I get the idea.
Should you have any similar confessions to make, I'm very willing to listen. You've already taken off your coat, I'm sure. Now, after that... After that?
The blanket will keep my secrets.
I suppose so.
What do you mean you suppose so?
You're absolutely right. The walls of Jericho will protect you from the big bad wolf. The night's rest will do you a lot of good. I'm really tired. Do you mind if I sing? I generally sing myself to sleep.
Wouldn't do me any good if I did mind, would it?
No. Oh, if I had the wings of an angel. Say, you don't know how it goes on from there, do you?
No.
Oh. Well, that's the catch in my singing. That's the only line I know. Do you mind if I sing it again? Oh, if I had the wings of an angel.
All finished?
Well, if you want me to do it again, I don't mind.
No, I caught the drift of it.
Are you in bed now?
Yes.
Don't you sing?
Not when there's nothing to sing about.
Oh.
By the way, who are you?
Who am I? Why, I am the whippoorwill that cries in the night. I'm the soft morning breeze that caresses your lovely face. I'm the waiter with the water for your daughter. I'm the...
Have you a name by any chance?
Oh, my name? Peter Grant.
Peter Grant. I don't like it. Well, pleased to have met you, Mr. Grant.
Pleasure's all mine. You know, I've been thinking about what a tough life you've had. Twice a missus and still unkissed.
I can get along without your sympathy.
I bet you're in an awful hurry to get back to New York, aren't you? Your first husband? I probably don't count. I say I probably don't count.
Good night, Mr. Grant.
Good night. Come on. Wake up.
What? Oh, dear. What time is it?
8 o'clock. Time to get up. Here, I got something for you. I'll throw it over the blanket. Catch?
Oh, a toothbrush.
Yeah. Been out shopping. Groceries, toilet goods, and get up. Breakfast will be ready in no time.
I'll have mine in bed.
Hey, stop talking nonsense. Goldilocks, I'm going to count 10. If you're not out of bed by then, I'll come around that blanket and yank you out myself.
If you dare.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
You're keeping Tom.
6, 7, 8, 9.
I'm out.
Good. You'll find the showers and things right back in the second cottage.
Outside?
Certainly outside. You've just been brought up wrong. That's what's the trouble with you. All the best homes have them outside.
Hello, Slug.
What makes you so disgustingly cheerful this morning?
Must be the spring.
Couldn't be the company.
Oh, not a chance. Look, Mr. Grant, what do you do? For a living, I mean.
Nothing, if I can help it.
Well, don't you work?
Sometimes.
What at?
Whatever's the least work. Don't tell me they have house detectives in auto camps. Come in.
Your bus leaves in 5 minutes, mister.
Oh, thanks. Goldilocks, you know how to pack?
Well, my maid generally...
You're going to learn right now. Here's my bag. And to start with, you don't just throw gents' pants in any which way.
No?
No. You fold them first.
This is the Campbell Playhouse, Orson Welles, producer. You are listening to our presentation of It Happened One Night, starring William Powell and Miriam Hopkins. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In just a moment, we shall resume our presentation of It Happened One Night. But in the meantime, this, too, happened one night at the supper table in a home perhaps not unlike your own. Listen.
Dear,
I've got a confession to make. This is not my own homemade soup.
No. Tastes mighty good. Believe I'll have some more.
It is good, isn't it? It's Campbell's. I just couldn't find time today to make soup, so I thought I'd try Campbell's just once.
Well, dear, if I were you, I wouldn't stop at once. Let's try some more Campbell's soups. If they're all as good as this, there's not much need of your going to all the bother of making soup anymore. This is great.
And that's what's been happening in homes everywhere as one good home cook after another has tried Campbell's soups, compared them with her own, and realized they must have been made in the true home way, delicious, wholesome, and nourishing. And discovering how her family enjoy their fine flavor, she's given up making soup and turned her soup making over to Campbell's. So I'd like to invite you, if you haven't already done so, to let this happen one night in your home. Do that, and I believe you, too, will let Campbell's make your soups for you. Make them from then on. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of It Happened One Night, starring Miriam Hopkins and William Powell.
Singing unless his voice is louder than everybody else's. Sing.
Oh, he flies through the air, the greatest of these, the daring young man on the flying trapeze.
All right, okay. It's all right, folks. It's all right now. We just hit a deep rut, that's all.
Sure, you hear? Just a rut. She flies through the air with the greatest of ease. Come on, you sing.
Young man on the
Wait a minute, we'll get this thing fixed up right away. Please,
now.
Oh, fine service, I must say. Won't you let a man finish a song? Come on, you.
All right, come on. Hurry up, folks. Hurry up, all out now.
Hey, that's in pretty deep, young fellow.
It sure is. That storm made a mess out of these roads, all right. It's all.
Excuse me.
What do you want, Shapeless?
The name is Shapley. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Something personal, if you don't mind.
I mind very much. I'll give you a minute.
Let's go over in back of the bus.
All right, what is it?
I thought you might want to look at a newspaper I bought the last time we stopped. This piece about the multimillionaire heiress they can't find. I thought you might want to look at it. Traveling like this, you know, you kind of lose track of what's going on in the world.
Thanks.
It says here they're offering a reward of $10,000 for her now. Be kind of sweet if a fella could collect that.
10,000 smackers are always sweet.
You know what I'd do if I was to run across that dame?
What?
I'd go 50-50 with you.
Oh, that's what's on your mind.
$5,000 or I grab the works.
I see. You know, I guess I was pretty lucky running into you. You're just the man I need. I can use a smart guy like you.
Oh, well, I know my way around, I guess.
There isn't anybody watching us, is there?
No.
You pack a gat?
A what?
A gat. Let me frisk you. Got any fireworks on you?
What? No.
Well, that's all right. I got a couple of machine guns in my suitcase. I'll let you have one of them.
A machine gun?
Yeah, I expect to have a little trouble up north. May have to shoot it out at the cops. Sometimes the law gets stubborn, you know?
Shoot it out at the cops?
I'll talk to the killer. He'll take care of you. Good guy, the killer.
The killer?
Yeah. That's who I'm taking her to. The big boy himself.
You're not kidnapping her, are you?
What do you think? We're not interested in that penny-ante reward, you and I. $10,000, chicken feed. We're holding her for $1 million smackers.
And say, look, I didn't know it was anything like this. See,
Well, you know now. You're in this thing with both feet, and you're staying in. Get me? You know too much. Ever hear of Bugs Dooley?
No.
He looks something like you, but he was kind of talkative. You want to know what happened? He was found in the bottom of the river one day, a rock tied around his neck, in a bathtub full of cement. Poor Bugs, he couldn't take it. Blew his brains out besides.
Well, that's terrible.
He had it coming to him.
Yeah, oh, sure, but don't you worry about me.
I don't talk, and I never talk.
Okay. Only remember not to talk. Now beat it and stay away from that bus.
Yes, sir.
Start walking toward those woods. And remember, I got a rod in this pocket aimed right at the middle of your back.
Yeah, I'll remember. Why?
I think you better run.
Yeah, sure. And everything's safe.
Do you realize we've been walking nearly 3 hours? Oh, we should never have left the bus.
Yes, we should. You can't tell who else besides Shapley bought that paper.
Poor Mr. Shapley.
The rate he started, he's probably crossed 2 state lines by now. But it's good exercise for him.
Well, it's not good for me. I'm tired.
All right, all right. We'll register at that haystack there. Maybe they got a suite with bath.
I thought we were really going to find a place to sleep.
That's it.
We're not going to sleep out here.
I don't know about you, but that's what I'm going to do. Fix yourself a bed, like this. There's a lot of hay on the ground.
Peter,
What is it?
I'm hungry.
Just your imagination.
No, it isn't. I'm hungry and scared.
You can't be hungry and scared at the same time. If you're scared, it scares the hunger out of you.
I'm sure you're right, but I'm still hungry.
Hey, don't you ever think of anything except your stomach? Here, I'll fix you a bed.
I'll fix my own bed. Peter, it's not very comfortable. If I lie flat on my back, then the hay gets in my side when I turn.
That's easy. Stop turning.
You're becoming terribly disagreeable lately. Snap my head off every time I open my mouth.
Now, don't open your mouth.
If being with me is so disagreeable to you, you can leave. You can leave any time you see fit. Nobody's keeping you here. I can get along. I said I can get along. Did you hear? I said... Peter. Peter! Peter! Oh, where are you?
What's the matter?
Oh, Peter.
What got into you?
Oh, Peter, I'm so scared.
Well, you're not scared now, are you?
No.
Well, let go of me.
Oh, excuse me.
Just want to find you something to eat. Hope you like watermelon.
Why didn't you tell me?
Here. Now eat your head off.
I don't want it now.
You're enough to drive a guy crazy. Lie down and go to sleep.
I'm not tired.
Lie down.
All right. Superly.
Now, the trouble with you is you've always had your own way. That's why you're such a mess now. You attach importance to the wrong things. Right now, there's only one thought in your mind, to get back to King Wesley.
That's not so.
Don't interrupt me. Always chasing after something you think you want. Only you don't really want it. The truth is, you're running away. From yourself, mostly. The world's full of people like you, don't know what they want.
Do you know?
Sure.
What?
I just want to be let alone, that's all. Life's all right if you don't try too hard. After all, you can only eat 3 meals a day, only sleep in one bed.
You sound like a hobo.
I am. I only work when I have to.
Doesn't sound very exciting.
I'm not looking for excitement. That's your racket.
You know a lot about me and my racket, don't you?
I can read you like a book. I'm just wasting my time. You're destined to be a dope the rest of your life. Good night.
Good night and pleasant dreams. I said pleasant dreams.
I heard you. Pleasant dreams to you.
What did you say we are supposed to be doing?
Hitchhiking?
Well, you've given me a pretty good idea of the hiking, but where does the hitching come in?
It's a little early yet. All right, the car's up.
Well, if it's just the same to you, we'll wait right here till they come.
All right. You probably never walked further before than from your car to some cafe.
Oh, Peter, there's the car. Gone.
Certainly is.
Well, what if nobody stops for us?
They'll stop all right. Just a matter of knowing how to hail them.
You're an expert, I suppose.
The best in the world.
No end to your compliments, is there?
No end at all. You see, a lot of people think they can get a ride by just holding out their hand. Well, that's wrong. It's all in the thumb. Unless you know how, you never get anywhere.
Just a failure.
But if you handle your thumb right, it's got to work. It depends on how you feel. There are different ways to do it. For instance, number 1 is a short, jerky movement. That shows your independence. You don't care if they stop or not because you got some money in your pocket, see?
Oh, you're wonderful.
Now, number 2 is a wider movement in the direction you want to go. A smile goes with this one. That means you got a couple of brand new stories about the farmer's daughter.
You're a genius. That's what you are.
Oh, that's nothing. Now, you take number 3. That's the real thing. That's the pathetic one when you're broke and hungry and everything looks black. That's a long movement. It starts about a foot outside on your shoulder and then over to the other shoulder with a follow-through.
Amazing, that's what it is. amazing.
But you've got to have a drooping chin.
Oh, well, you can't have everything. Here comes a car.
Yeah, just watch me. Keep your eye on my thumb.
I'm still watching your thumb.
Yeah, something must have gone wrong. I guess I'll try number 2.
When you get up to 100, wake me up. Maybe they don't see your thumb. Maybe if you stood on your head.
Shut up.
Do you mind if I try?
You? Ha-ha.
Oh, you're such a smart aleck. Nobody can do anything but you.
That's right.
Well, I'll show you how to stop a car. I don't use my thumb either.
You haven't got a chance.
You think so? Well, we'll see.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm not going to use my thumb. If you want to know...
Hey, drop that skirt.
You don't understand. That's what I'm using for a thumb.
You want a lift, folks?
Oh, thank you, mister.
Why didn't you take all your clothes off? You could have stopped 40 cars.
We didn't need 40 cars.
Well, here's another auto camp. A new home, Goldilocks. In you go. Well, here we are on the last lap.
Yes, here we are.
Tomorrow morning, you'll be back with your father and Wesley.
Yes, tomorrow morning. What are you doing?
I'm putting some tacks in the wall for the...
For the walls of Jericho?
Yep, walls of Jericho. Give me that blanket, will you?
Mm-hmm. Here it is.
Thanks. You certainly outsmarted your father. You ought to be very happy.
Yes, I ought to be very happy.
Here's some pajamas for you.
Thank you. Well, I'm thinking of it. Am I going to see you in New York?
No.
Why not?
I don't make a policy of running around with married women.
Oh, there's no harm in coming to see us.
Not interested.
Won't I ever see you again?
What do you want to see me for? I've served my purpose. I brought you and Wesley together, didn't I? That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Peter, have you ever been in love?
Now, come to think of it, I've probably done the world a great favor. Got 2 pinheads out of circulation.
Haven't you ever wanted to fall in love?
Me?
Well, there's no one else on the other side of the blanket, is there?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Well, I've thought about it. Who hasn't? If I ever met the right kind of a girl, somebody that's real, somebody that's alive, they don't come that way anymore.
I suppose not.
Certainly I thought about falling in love. As a matter of fact, it may seem funny to you, Miss Ellie Andrews, but I'm just like everybody else, even if I haven't got any money, even if I'm not King Wesley.
Of course you're like everybody else. I mean, you're not. I mean...
Hey, stay on your own side of the blanket.
Well, I didn't know if you could hear me from where I was.
I can hear everything you've got to say.
Well, all I've got to say is this. I love you.
You're married.
I'm not really married. And anyway, I don't care. I love you. Oh, we can run away. Everything will take care of itself. Please, Peter. You can't just disappear out of my life now. I couldn't live without you. Oh, Peter.
Go back to your bed.
But, Peter, don't you understand? I mean it. I found out the last few days. Oh, I found out so much. I know now.
Go back to your bed.
You mean you don't...
Go back to your bed.
Peter. All right. Sorry.
And go to sleep.
Yes, Peter. I'll go to sleep.
Listen, mister, I know it's late, but I've got to get to New York tonight. Look, I paid $200 for this watch a year ago. And all I'm asking is $20.
But this is a gasoline station, buddy, not a hock shop.
Well, listen, fellow. I'll tell you what I'll do. When I come back in the morning, I'll buy it back from you and give you $20 profit. What do you say?
I ain't used to this kind of thing.
Okay, it's a deal. Hiya, Gordon.
Get out of here.
Oh, wait a minute, Gordon.
Get out.
Joe, listen.
Don't Joe me.
Okay, Joe, listen. Those wires I sent you are on the level. It's the biggest story of the year. I've come to give it to you.
You mean about the Andrews girl?
That's it. I've got it all written up right here in my pocket, all ready to go. All I want is $500.
What do you need $500 for?
To tear down the walls of Jericho.
What?
Well, never mind. Listen. To start with, Ellen Andrews is going to have her marriage annulled, and then she's going to marry somebody else.
You're drunk.
Would a story like that be worth $500 to you?
If it's on the level.
Well, that's the story. On the level.
Who's she going to marry?
Me, Joe.
Now, I know you're drunk. Get out of here. And don't annoy me anymore.
Now, listen, Joe. You've got to get this money for me now. Minutes count. She's waiting for me in the auto camp outside of Philadelphia. I've got to get right back. She doesn't know I've gone. I figured it'll take about $500 to get us married and set until I can find something to do.
Real story, all right. On her way to join her husband, Ellen Andrews falls in love. Listen here, Pete. If you're kidding me...
What is it?
Open that door!
Just a minute. What's the matter?
Where has your husband gone, young woman?
My husband?
If he is your husband...
Oh, isn't he here?
You know he ain't. He left an hour ago with his suitcase. Fellow at the gas station up the road told me. Borrowed $20 from him.
Well, he'll be back.
Uh-huh. That's why he took his suitcase.
Well, I don't understand.
Only one thing you've got to understand. You're to get out of here right away.
But you can't put me out at the crack of dawn.
Oh, yes, I can. You want me to call the police, or will you go peaceful?
Well, can I use your telephone? I've decided to make a call. I've been postponing...
You ain't going to stick me for no phone calls. You can phone from the sheriff's office. Come on, start packing, you hussy.
Oh, believe me, this is a terrible mistake.
Don't I know it? Hey, listen, Hank, this is Gordon Hull, the morning edition. Break down the front page. Then send me a couple of rewrite men right away. Ellen Andrews isn't going to marry King Wesley at all. Yes, I know what I'm saying. She's going to give him the air. Wait a minute, Hank. There's another phone driving me crazy. Hello. What? Ellen Andrews? You're crazy. Oh. Okay, grab a card and stay with him. Hank, forget what I just told you. I was having a nightmare, Hank. Bill Graham just called. Ellen Andrews has phoned her father from an auto camp near Philadelphia to come and get her. He's getting a police escort. Wesley's going along, too. Andrews says he won't contest the marriage after all. He'll do anything to get her back. She's been traveling by bus. The minute she read her father and Wesley made up, she phoned in. And one thing more, Hank. Call up the police department. Tell them to find Peter Grant. Send out a general alarm. I want that drunken bum thrown in jail. Oh.
Ellen Andrews returns home.
Marriage halted by father to be resumed. Ellen Andrews and Aviator to have home wedding as love triumphs. Lovers reunited as Father B. Glad to be home, says Ellen. Ellen Andrews to be married tomorrow.
Ellie.
Oh, hello, Dad.
I knocked several times,
I'm
Ellie.
sorry. I must have been daydreaming.
Everything's set, Ellie. You look lovely. My child, you look perfectly lovely. Be a beautiful bride tomorrow. Are you pleased with your gown? I said, are you pleased with your gown, Ellie?
The gown. Yes, it's beautiful.
Isn't it? Ellie, what's the matter? What's wrong?
Nothing.
You've been acting so strangely since your return. I'm worried. Ellie, isn't this what you wanted? You haven't changed your mind about King, have you?
Oh, Father, no.
Because if you have, it isn't too late. You know how I feel about him. All I want is to make you happy.
I know that.
Ellie, what is it? Aren't you happy, child?
Oh, Dad.
I thought so. I knew there was something on your mind. What is it, Ellie? Ellie, you haven't fallen in love with someone else, have you? Have you?
Yes.
I haven't seen you cry since you were a baby. This must be serious. Where'd you meet him?
On the way from Miami.
Don't tell me you fell in love with a bus driver.
Oh, no.
Who is he?
I don't know very much about him, except that I love him.
Well, everything will be all right, all we got to do, because you...
He despises me. He despises everything I stand for. He thinks I'm spoiled and pampered and selfish.
He sounds wonderful. With an insight like that, I'd think that
He doesn't think so much of you either.
No?
He blames you for everything that's wrong with me. He thinks you raised me stupidly.
The man's crazy.
He's marvelous.
I'd like to have a talk with him.
No use. I practically threw myself at him, and he left me.
Anyway, we can call this wedding off.
Oh, no, I'm going through with it.
That's silly, child. It's ridiculous the way you feel about that.
No. got to settle down. Really doesn't matter how or where or with whom. It wouldn't do any good to walk out on King now. Wouldn't make any difference. Never see Peter again.
Peter, is that his name, Peter?
Yes, Peter Grant.
Peter Grant?
What? Do you know him?
No, but I got a letter from a Peter Grant this morning. Never heard of the fellow before in my life. Here it is. Dear Mr. Andrews, I'd like to have a talk with you about a financial matter in connection with your daughter. Peter Grant.
Oh. Yeah. So that was his interest in me. The reward.
Oh, I shouldn't have read it.
Oh, yes, you should. Are you going to see him?
I don't think so. I don't see any reason.
Oh, please see him. Pay him off. He's entitled to his reward. He did an excellent job of keeping me thoroughly entertained. It's worth every penny he gets. Tell him I said so.
Oh, may I come in?
Oh, sure, King. Come in.
So I'll be going.
I know you're not supposed to see me in my wedding dress till tomorrow, but I'm so glad to see you, King. Here's some champagne. Have a drink.
Oh, thanks, Ellie. Oh, now, how do you feel, Ellie? You happy?
Happy? Why shouldn't I be happy? I'm getting the handsomest man in captivity. That's you, King, in case you don't know. Here, King, let's have another drink. Let's drink to us. We finally made it, didn't we?
We certainly did.
It's up to us now. I want our life to be full of excitement. Let's never let up. Never a dull moment. Let's get on a merry-go-round and never get off. Promise you'll never let me get off. It's the only way to live. There's no time to think. Just keep going.
Whatever you say,
darling. Oh, I knew you'd say that, King. That's why it's going to be so wonderful being married to you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, come, drink up to you and me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Andrews.
You're Peter Grant?
Yes. And before we begin, let me get this straight. It wasn't my idea to come here just before this wedding ceremony. Not that I mind getting a load of this three-ring circus you're pulling. I've always wanted to see what love looks like, triumphant. Haven't had a good laugh in a week. But since you insisted that this was the only time you could see me...
I'm leaving for California, young man, right after the ceremony, and I wanted to get this financial affair of yours straightened out, whatever it is.
You don't know what it is? About your daughter.
I don't know what it is. My daughter told me nothing about any financial claims you have on her.
That's typical of your daughter. Take those things for granted. Why does she think I lugged her all the way from Miami? For the love of it?
You misunderstand me. When I say she didn't tell me anything about it, I meant not until a little while ago. She told me to say she thinks you're entitled to anything you can get.
Oh, she does, huh? Isn't that sweet of her? You don't, I suppose.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to see on what you base your claim. I presume you feel justified.
If I didn't, I wouldn't be here. Got it all itemized. Want me to read it to you?
Go ahead.
Cash outlay, $860. Top coat ruined by lipstick, $15. One pair of pajamas left behind at Philadelphia, kept by auto camp proprietor in lieu of rent, $6. $8 when new. Usury to redeem pledged watch, $20. Total, $49.60.
Is that all you want? $49.60.
Well, if you're thinking of the time I wasted, forget it. I'll throw that in.
Well, that's very generous of you, but
Well, what's the matter? Isn't it cheap enough? A trip like that would cost you $1,000, maybe more.
Let me understand you correctly. You mean you want $49.60 in addition to the $10,000?
What $10,000?
The reward.
Who said anything about a reward?
I'm afraid I'm a little confused. You see, I assumed you were coming here for...
All I want is $49.60. I wish you'd write me out a check and let me get out of this place. It gives me the jitters.
You're a peculiar check.
Now, we go into that some other time.
The average man go after the reward. All you seem to be...
Listen, did anybody ever make a sucker out of you? This is a matter of principle. Something you probably don't understand. When somebody takes me for a buggy ride, I don't like the idea of having to pay for the privilege.
You taken for a buggy ride?
Yes. Lap robe, buggy whip, all the trimmings. How about the check? Do I get it?
Here you are.
Thanks.
Do you mind if I ask you something frankly?
Go ahead. I'm not promising to answer.
Do you love my daughter?
Any guy that would fall in love with your daughter should have his head examined.
That's precisely my opinion, but answer my question.
She just grabbed herself a perfect running mate. King Wesley, the pill of the century. And what she needs is a guy that would poke her in the nose every day, if it's coming to her or not. If you had half the brains you're supposed to have, you'd have done it yourself long ago.
Every word of what you say is gospel truth, but you still haven't answered my question.
Normal human being couldn't live under the same roof with her without going nuts. She's my idea of nothing. Less than nothing. No, I take that back. You're my idea of less than nothing.
I'm still not able to quarrel with one single thing you've said, but I wish you'd answer my question. Do you love her?
Yes. But don't hold that against me. I'm a little screwy myself.
I've always been a sucker. I might as well continue.
That fella Grant is fine. He's okay. You're an idiot to let him get away from you, Ellie.
Oh, don't talk to me about
He never wanted the reward. He wouldn't take it, Ellie. He just asked for $49.60.
What?
That's what he spent on you. It's a matter of principle with him. Said you took him for a ride.
You're lying.
No, I'm not, Ellie. He loves you. He told me so.
Told you what? Well, sing it again.
He loves you. Ellie, you don't want to be married to a bug like Wesley, do you?
Dad, you're the grandest dad in the world.
And now don't worry about Wesley. I can buy off Wesley with money. That's all he wants.
And all I want's Peter. Oh, Dad, what'll I do?
It's very simple, very simple. There's a car waiting for you at the front gate. If you hurry and catch up to him.
Oh, I'll do it. Goodbye, Dad.
Good luck, Ellie. If any of the guests get in your way, Ellie, knock them down.
I say, what is it, Mr. Andrews? Did Ellie forget something?
Yes, Wesley, she forgot. She forgot she was going to marry you. She remembered just in time, but she's not going to marry you, Wesley. She's not going to marry you, and I hope you want to make something of it. Here you are, Wesley, $100,000 for not contesting that annulment. That's satisfactory, isn't it?
Oh, yes, very satisfactory.
I ought to punch you in the nose, too, but I'll forget about it. I'm so happy.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Andrews, sir.
Don't you even want to know where they went?
No, sir.
Then I'll tell you. I just got another wire there in Glen Falls, Michigan. Here's the wire. Up in the... what's holding up the annulment? Don't you realize that even the walls of Jericho can topple?
They're both nuts.
They certainly are. Isn't it wonderful? I wired them back perfectly legal now for them to topple. Pop.
You're nuts, too.
Thanks.
If you ask me, the couple in that cabin are awful peculiar.
Peculiar? Crazy as a bass singer, both of them.
Don't even think they're married.
Oh, they're married, all right. I seen the license.
And you get them a rope and an extra blanket. A night like this, too. What do you imagine that's for?
I don't know what anything they want is for. I just brought them a trumpet.
Trumpet?
Yes, one of them toy things. Sent me down to the store to get it.
What do they want for a trumpet? What?
Don't ask me. I never used a trumpet in my life.
They just turned out the light.
A rope, and an extra blanket, and a trumpet. I can't figure it out.
Listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of It Happened One Night, produced by Orson Welles and starring William Powell and Miriam Hopkins. In just a moment, Mr. Wells will be back with us, and the moment's time is all I need to remind you how perfectly Campbell's tomato soup meets the question of what soup to serve on almost any and all occasions. When you have friends in for dinner, bright plates of Campbell's tomato soup, steaming and fragrant, lend a gracious and festive air. And as cream of tomato prepared with milk instead of water, it has a richness and a smoothness that fit in delightfully with a gay party mood. And so, when you're having guests, and also when just your family sit down to a quiet meal together, I'm sure you'll want to remember the soup that is most people's favorite. The soup served often and enjoyed always. Campbell's tomato soup. And now, here is Orson Welles.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, having proved to you, we think that being taken for a bus ride is not necessarily the modern equivalent of being taken for a buggy ride. Though, as a matter of fact, what is generally called the net result is the same. It gives me great pleasure to present to you our guest stars of the evening, Mr. William Powell and Miss Miriam Hopkins.
Thank you, Orson Welles. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Orson Welles, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Powell and Miss Hopkins, of course, are both old friends of the Campbell Playhouse. Mr. Powell, in fact, was once the master of ceremonies, this very microphone. And Miss Hopkins has favored us with a goodly number of impressive performances. In your behalf, ladies and gentlemen, I propose to welcome them back as actual members of the Campbell Playhouse family and to assure them...
Just one moment, Orson. There's a small matter I'd like to take up with Mr. Powell first, if you don't mind. You may have noticed, my dear Mr. Peter Powell.
And you may have noticed, my dear Miss Ellie Hopkins, that there was a distinct promise of a sequel in the final scene of It Happened One Night, played by your revered father and myself. Reference is made, I may even say that a hope is held out, to the fact that you were to receive a crack in the jaw daily, starting with your nuptials, for your own good and that of your neighbors. So if you'll be good enough...
Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about. Just because you happened to have a scene in which I wasn't present, you thought you could be bold and brave and not be held to account for it, didn't
Please,
you? Well, let me tell you... what?
Please, Mr. Powell, Miss Hopkins...
Well, he started.
And I propose to finish it, too.
There must be something I can do. I have it.
What have you?
Well, nobody's going to talk about what he's going to do to me and think he can get away with it, well, just because I'm not around when he says
Please,
it.
Miss Hopkins, Miss Powell, listen just for one moment. Herman?
Peter, darling.
Ellie, my love.
Bill.
Miriam.
I'm just a court of domestic relations in swing. Mr. Powell and Miss Hopkins, I want to tell you on behalf of the Campbell Playhouse how delighted we are to have you back with us.
I can't imagine a more delightful reunion.
It's been grand.
And you will be back with us again as soon as you can.
Of course.
Thank you very much, William Powell and Miriam Hopkins. Good night.
Good night, Orson.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's Campbell Playhouse production, also present in the company were Mr. Everett Sloan, Mr. Ray Collins, Mr. John Houseman, your obedient servant, Miss Virginia Gordon, Mr. Richard Wilson, and Mr. Benny Rubin. Music, as always, was the responsibility of the good Dr. Bernard Herman and his Wildcats, and now as to next week, as to next Sunday night. Ladies and gentlemen, we offer you our version of one of the most fascinating chronicles, I think, of an English theatrical family. The celebrated Broom Stages by Miss Clemence Dane. As our guest star, we are especially happy to welcome back to the Campbell Playhouse for next week's performance, Miss Helen Hayes, who, as you know, is appearing on the air exclusively with us this season. So until then, until next Sunday night, and Broom Stages, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soup, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present Clemence Dane's Broom Stages with our exclusive Campbell Playhouse star, Miss Helen Hayes, as our guest. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we take you to Shangri-La in the Valley of the Blue Moon. You may not believe this story, but ladies and gentlemen, remember please that ever since the human race was articulate, men have returned with tales of such a place as Shangri-La. Usually they've been laughed at. Always they've been doubted, but it's never yet been proved that their stories were untrue. And so tonight we bring you James Hilton's Lost Horizon, and as our guest of the evening, Miss Sigrid Guri. But before our story begins, before we move on into the future, as embodied in the earthly paradise of Shangri-La, Ernest Chappell invited us to hark back for just a moment to an occasion or two, and here he is.
An occasion or two, ladies and gentlemen, when dinner and the choice of a main dinner dish were especially important. Perhaps it was a birthday celebration or a wedding anniversary, and you were eating out. Together, you consulted the menu, looked up, and...
Well, dear, this is your occasion. What looks good to you?
Let's have chicken, shall we?
Sounds good to me. Oh, here's our waiter now.
And then when important company was coming to dinner at your house...
But what shall we have for dinner, darling?
I say let's have chicken. That's something everybody likes.
Let's have chicken. Haven't you said those very words yourself many and many a time when you wanted to enjoy or to serve an especially fine dinner? I'll wager you have, because there's no disputing the fact that just about all of us do have an exceptional liking for chicken in one form or another. And I think it must be this general liking for chicken that accounts for the constantly growing popularity of Campbell's chicken soup. Every golden drop of this chicken soup brims with rich chicken flavor. Steeped in the taste of chicken, too, is the fluffy white rice Campbell's measure into this homey, old-fashioned chicken soup. And you'll enjoy pieces of tender chicken meat in every fragrant plateful. Have it soon, won't you? Perhaps tomorrow. I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, Orson Welles in James Hilton's Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri.
I say, Sanders, did you ever know a chap named Conway?
You mean Glory Conway? Oh, yes, of course I do. Remember him very well. Wonderful fellow.
He was. Our civilization doesn't breed people like that nowadays. Remember the uprising at Barskool?
Summer before last. Yes, I remember.
They sent Conway up there, to take over.
That's right. And there was a wild yarn going about, wasn't there? That one of the planes that went out never came back.
Yes, the plane did disappear. There were 4 people in it. Conway and 3 others. I can only tell you the story as he told it to me. I don't ask you to believe it. I wouldn't believe it myself, except for one small fact. There were 4 of them in that plane. There was Conway. There was Melanson, his assistant, just a youngster, but he'd come to be quite fond of him during the 6 months they'd worked together at Barskool. And 2 others he didn't know. Miss Brinklow, a missionary, and an American named Barnard. Conway said he was dog-tired. All he wanted to do was sleep. As a matter of fact, they were hardly off the ground, he said, before he was dozing off. And he doesn't know exactly, but he thinks they must have slept for several hours.
Conway! Conway, look, there's a break in the clouds. Conway, where are we?
I don't know, Melanson.
Hey, what is it? Something wrong?
I think we're way off our route, Mr. Barnard. Off our route? We're being kidnapped.
Kidnapped? I've been thinking for some time, Mr. Conway, that something was wrong.
Well, I'll be darned.
Yes, what is he doing it for?
Where's he taking us?
Yes, there aren't any tribes living around here. We're far past the frontier country by now. Oh, we'll be in Tibet by morning.
If the gas holds out.
Why, nobody but a lunatic would fly into this sort of country.
Yeah, nobody but a darn fine airman could.
What's wrong? What's happening?
The motors are icing up. Have to land.
How the fellow can see to land in pitch blackness, I don't know.
Well, at any rate, I'm glad it's over.
Conway! He's going to crack up! Well, here we go. Rotten landing, rotten.
Oh, cracked up his left wing. Well, we'll have to stay where we are now, that's certain. Come on, Conway. I'm going forward. Melanson. I'm not scared of this fellow on land, wherever he is. I'm going to tackle him right away. Go after him from the outside. Oh, cold out here. There's a soul about. Looks like the end of the world.
Better stop him, Conway, before he does something foolish.
Yes. Melanson, come back. Mallinson!
Mallinson!
I say, Conway. It's queer. I think the pilot's dead. He's all doubled up over his panel. All right, come on. Let's get him out of the cockpit into the open. That's right. Now, lay him down here.
Well, what's happened now?
Let's have a look at him. Strike a match, will you, somebody? Yeah, here.
No use in this wind.
His heart's very faint. Say, this isn't our pilot. He's Chinese. Be quiet, Mallinson. Well, I can't help it. We look such fools standing about striking matches over a corpse. He isn't much of a beauty, is he?
Look,
Well,
he's coming too.
I just He's talking. Can you understand him, Conway? Shh. How are you?
Shangri-La.
Well, what's the matter, Conway? He's dead.
Could you understand anything he said?
Very little. That we're in Tibet, which is obvious. And I gather there's a place near here, along the valley. Some sort of monastery, it sounds like. We can get food and shelter there. He kept saying we must go there. He said his name. It was Shangri-La.
I shall never forget Conway's vivid description of that lonely place. It was like a vast emptiness, he said, with mountains on every side. Mountains rising on top of mountains. There was a range of them gleaming on the far horizon like a row of dog teeth. But it was the wind, I think, that impressed him most. Not an ordinary wind, not even a strong wind or a cold wind. A sort of frenzy that lived all round us. That's how he spoke of it. And all through the night, he watched. At dawn, the wind dropped, and in the lessening gloom, the valley took shape. A floor of rock and shingle sloping upwards. And then, suddenly in the distance, he saw climbing down the steep incline of the mountain, coming towards him, a party of men. Tibetans, they looked like. There were a dozen or more, carrying with them a hooded chair. In this sat a figure, an elderly Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven, robed in an embroidered gown of rich blue silk.
My name is Xiang. We have with us food and wine, if you will honor me by accepting our slight hospitality. After that, we can start, and our journey is long and somewhat difficult.
Well, if we could borrow a couple of your men for guides and some stores, I think we can get along all right by ourselves.
I'm afraid that would be quite impossible. I regret that it will be necessary for you to return with me to the lamasery.
The lamasery?
Yes. I shall try to arrange for guides for you there.
I'm sorry we must intrude on your hospitality this way.
We are always delighted to receive guests from the outside.
Well, we won't be there long, I promise you that. And we'll pay for everything we have. We'll pay for our journey and our guides back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
My dear sir, are you so very certain that you are away from it?
From the plateau to the lamasery, it took them 10 hours. It was bitterly cold. At one time, they were forced to rope themselves together. Conway seemed very pleased that here, at least, he was of some use. He'd done a lot of mountain climbing in the Swiss Alps and knew all the tricks. And then, very late in the afternoon, without warning, Conway said, they stepped out onto level ground. Out of that mist and cold into clear, sunny air. Far below them, under the setting sun, was the lamasery, a group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside with the chance delicacy of flower petals impaled upon a crag. That's how he described it. And beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, shimmering against the deep electric blue of the evening sky, was the most beautiful mountain on earth. It was so radiant, so serenely poised, that for a moment he wondered if it was real at all.
There's our valley. And there is our lamasery. It is called Shangri-La. I hope our simple dinner has pleased you, Mr. Barnard.
Well, I've been around a lot, Mr. Chang, but I've never tasted food like this. I've never seen anything like this place. Bathtubs from Akron, Ohio, steam heating. Lord, what haven't you got?
You see, here at Shangri-La, we are less barbarian than you expected. We have a rather complete library for a monastery, a certain of our art treasures.
And that girl up there playing. I've never heard 17th century music played so well.
She's charming. Who is she?
Her name is Lutsen. She has much skill with Western keyboard music.
Why, the girl looks hardly more than a child.
How old is she?
I am afraid I cannot tell you.
Not giving away secrets about a lady's age, is that it?
Precisely.
Yes, well, that's all very interesting. But it's time we began to discuss plans for getting away, Mr. Chang.
I am sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
Well, surely you can do something. You have maps, I suppose?
Oh, yes, a great many.
Well, all right. I suppose you must have some communication with the outside world. How far is it to the nearest telegraph lines? Well, where do you send to when you want anything civilized?
It is quite true, Mr. Mallison, that from time to time we do require certain things from distant parts. And there is such a consignment expected shortly. Perhaps when the porters arrive.
When do they arrive?
The exact date is, of course, impossible to forecast.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll say no more then. Not tonight. But in the morning. I warn you that in the morning I intend leaving. Good night.
I'm sorry my friend is so upset tonight.
I, too, am sorry. You will none of you, I am sure, regret your sojourn with us in our little valley in the shadow of Caracal.
Caracal? Is that the name of that mountain we saw?
Yes. It is beautiful, is it not? And very tall. Over 28,000 feet.
Caracal.
In the valley tongue, Mr. Conway, Caracal means blue moon.
Blue moon.
Please, don't stop, Mr. Conway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come in, Lutsen.
You play very well.
Oh, no, not really. I lead a pretty busy life, and I don't get near a piano very often.
Please go on playing. If you don't, I shall have to go away.
Oh, but why?
It is not usual in the beginning that we talk with the guests.
But it's not forbidden.
No, but I'm not sure that John would approve. There are subjects we do not discuss, Mr. Conway, either with you or amongst ourselves.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your friend, Mr. Mallinson, is not so polite. He tries to make me talk.
Oh, you mustn't mind Mallinson. He means all right, but he's rather an excitable young man.
I don't think he's very happy here.
No, he's not at all happy.
It is sometimes very lonely.
Oh, well, he's young. That makes a difference.
Yes, it makes a great deal of difference.
Conway said that in that place it was difficult to estimate the passage of time. He said it must have been about a fortnight after they got to Shangri-La that Jung came to him one day with a message. The message was a summons from the High Lama. Together, they went across the empty courtyards, then up a steep spiral staircase, and as they climbed, Conway said he was aware of a strange sensation, a dry, tingling warmth, as if all the windows were tightly closed and some kind of steam heating plant was working at full pressure. Then, finally, they were standing before a door which opened and closed again, and Conway found that he was alone. He said he stood there for a moment, hesitant, breathing an atmosphere that was not only sultry but full of dusk, so that it was several seconds before he could accustom himself to the gloom. Then, slowly, he became aware of a small, pale and wrinkled person, motionlessly shadowed, like some fading antique portrait in the warm dusk. He felt dizzy under the gaze of those ancient eyes.
So, you are Mr. Conway.
I am.
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down beside me. I am an old man and can do no one any harm.
Oh, I feel it a signal honor to be received by you.
Thank you, my dear Conway. I shall call you that according to the English fashion. Jung tells me that you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
I'm certainly interested in them.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation. Tell me, my dear Conway, are you familiar with the general outline of Tibetan history?
I found in your excellent library some interesting annals of these regions, but curiously enough, nothing of the history of Shangri-La.
There is a reason for that, as you will see.
And in all the maps of this area, both ancient and modern, there is no mention of Karakal or the Valley of the Blue Moon.
That, too, is for a reason you will soon understand. The ancient history of Shangri-La is the history of a Catholic priest named Father Perrault. Before devoting himself to Far Eastern missions, Perrault had studied at Paris, Bologna, and other universities. He was something of a scholar. But he was not an ascetic. He enjoyed the good things of the world and was careful to teach his converts cooking as well as catechism. In the year 1719, Perrault set out from Pekin with 3 other Capuchin friars. They traveled southwest for many months, by Langchao and the Coconor, facing terrible hardships. The 3 others died on the way, and Father Perrault was not far from death, when, by accident, he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to the Valley of the Blue Moon. Perrault began to preach here in the year 1734, when he was 53 years of age. His was a full life, and he had accomplished much when in the year 1789 news descended to the valley that Perrault was dying at last. He lay in this room, my dear Conway, where he could see from the windows the white blur that was all his failing eyesight gave him of Karakal. But he could see with his mind also. His mind had straightened to a snow-white calm. He was ready, willing, and glad to die. He gathered his friends and servants round him and bade them all farewell. Then he asked to be left alone a while. And it was during such a solitude, with his body sinking and his mind lifted to beatitude, that he had hoped to give up his soul. But it did not happen so. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement. And then, my dear Conway, he began to recover. He was then 108. When the last of the old monks died, in 1794, Perrault himself was still living. He was then 113 years of age. You will wish to know how he spent his time during those unprecedented years. You see, Father Perrault's attitude may be summed up by saying that as he had not died at a normal age, he began to feel that there was no discoverable reason why he either should or should not do so at any definite time in the future. Having already proved himself abnormal, it was as easy to believe that the abnormality might continue as to expect it to end at any moment.
I think I understand, Father.
Can you indeed? And can you understand anything else after this long and curious story of mine?
It seems impossible. Yet I can't help thinking of it. It's astonishing and extraordinary and quite incredible. And yet not absolutely beyond my powers of belief.
What is, my son?
That you are still alive, Father Perrault.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of James Hilton's Lost Horizon. And in that moment, I'd like to take you back across the high plateau of Tibet, back from this strange corner of the world to the familiar surroundings of your own home, in order to remind you that more soup is eaten in December than in any other month of the year. There are a number of good reasons why December is the top soup-eating month, but of them all, I think these two are most important. First, December ushers in winter. And most mothers realize that good, hot soup in the winter diet not only nourishes and warms us pleasantly, but, served frequently, can help fortify us. Second, December is of all months the month of entertaining, of open house when relatives and friends drop in and gather at the table. And wise hostesses have learned that no dish can more quickly or more successfully transform even a simple meal, give it a festive holiday touch, than a well-chosen soup. Will soup be on your table frequently this month? And will you let Campbell's make this soup for you, as millions will? I know that whatever Campbell soups you may select, you'll be delighted to find the same full-flavored, nourishing soup that you would strive for in your own kitchen. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri.
Another whiskey, Sanders?
Thanks.
Say when.
That'll do.
Oh, it's getting awfully late.
Never mind. Please go on. About Conway.
Yes, it is quite a story, isn't it? You see, from the time Conway got to that monastery place till the night when he told me about it, nearly a year had passed, and heaven only knows what he'd been through. But the way he told his story and the way he described it all, it was as though he were living it all over again, every minute, every detail of it. I remember the tone of his voice as he spoke of the High Lama. I remember the silence, exactly as he described it. The silence between him and that ancient figure in that airless, half-lit room. It may have lasted but a second, though it seemed an hour, an eternity, that he sat there staring at the ancient face of the High Lama. It was disembodied. It seemed to glow out of that yellow dusk like a fragment of an old parchment.
course of those next years, a few rare strangers found their way to the valley and were welcomed. A Chinese merchant found his way here in 1822, a Greek trader in 1830, and in 1845 a French musician, a pupil of Chopin's. Later an Englishman, 2 Russians, and a German. And night and day sentries kept constant watch on the entrance to the defile. And more than one party of explorers, glorying in their first distant glimpse of Caracal, encountered messengers bearing a cordial invitation, one that was rarely declined.
Just as we were greeted and welcomed?
Yes, my dear Conway. Of course, our invitation is subject to one very important and invariable proviso.
And that is? Oh, you intend to keep us here? That, I take it, is the important and invariable proviso.
You have guessed correctly, my son.
In other words, we are to stay at Shangri-La forever?
I should greatly prefer to employ your excellent English idiom and say that we are all here for good.
For good. Yeah. What puzzles me is why, out of all the rest of the world's inhabitants, we 4 should have been chosen.
In recent years, our number has been shrinking. Even in Shangri-La, we are mortals, and a serious problem was beginning to arise.
What, you mean that pilot was sent out deliberately to bring someone back by air?
My son, you are still, I should say, a youngish man by the world's standards. Your life, as people say, lies ahead of you. Yes, in the normal course, you might expect only 20 or 30 years of gradually diminishing activity. Youth and old age, between those 2 clouds, what small and narrow sunlight illumines a man's lifetime. But you, it may be, are destined to be more fortunate, since by the standards of Shangri-La, your sunlit years have scarcely yet begun. You will have time. Time, that rare and lovely gift that your Western countries have lost the more they have pursued it. You make no comment, my dear Conway.
I've been deeply impressed, Father Perrault, by the things you've told me. I still don't entirely comprehend their significance.
Here in Shangri-La, my son, we have a dream and a vision. It is a vision that first appeared to me when I lay dying in this room in the year 1789. I looked back then on my long life, as I have already told you, and it seemed to me that all the loveliest things were transient and perishable, and that war, lust, and brutality might someday crush them until there were no more left in the world. I saw the nations strengthening, not in wisdom, but in vulgar passions and the will to destroy. And I perceived that when they had filled the land and sea with ruin, they would take to the air. I foresaw a time when men, exultant in the technique of homicide, would rage so hotly over the world that every precious thing would be in danger. Every book and picture and harmony, every treasure garnered through 2 millenniums, the small, the delicate, the defenseless, all would be lost like the lost books of Livy, or wrecked as the English wrecked the summer palace in Peking.
I share your opinion of that.
And that, my son, is why I am here, and why you are here, and why we may pray to outlive the doom that gathers around us on every side.
You think that when that time comes, that Shangri-La will escape?
Perhaps we may expect no mercy, but we may faintly hope for neglect. Here we shall stay with our books and our music and our meditation. conserving the frail elegancies of a dying age and seeking such wisdom as men will need when their passions are all spent. We have a heritage to cherish and bequeath. Let us take what pleasure we may until that time comes.
Yes. And then?
Then, my son, when the strong have devoured each other, the Christian ethic may at last be fulfilled, and the meek shall inherit the earth.
I declare, I believe there's a storm coming up. Somehow I never expected that here.
Oh, I don't think it'll touch us here in the valley.
Sure hate to be out there in that pass, though. That place is murder.
Well, we've all got to face it sooner or later. All four of us. Those porters will be here any day now. I don't imagine we'll have perfect weather all the way to India.
No, I don't think we will. That's one of the reasons why I think I'll let this first trip pass. There'll be other porters later.
You mean, sir, you're not coming with us?
That's it.
Well, I suppose it's your own affair. Nobody can prevent you from stopping here for all your life. It's not what everybody would choose to do, but ideas differ. What do you say, Conway?
I agree. Ideas differ.
As a matter of fact, there's a very practical reason why I think I'll stay on. I don't know whether you people guessed it or not, but my name's not Barnard.
Not Barnard?
Never was. I'm Chalmers Bryant.
Chalmers Bryant? You don't mean that Wall Street fellow?
The international swindler?
That's me.
I had some friends in Woodstock that lost all they had through you.
I'm sorry.
Well, you certainly played fast and loose with a lot of other people's money.
And why? Because those same people all wanted something for nothing and hadn't the brains to get it for themselves.
That's nonsense.
I'll tell you another thing, too. There's gold in this valley, tons of it. What's more, I've got permission to prospect it. Maybe I can give them tips on how to increase the output. Maybe even someday I'll have...
a common thief, facing a life behind prison bars. No wonder he wants to stay here.
Well, I'm not facing a life behind prison bars, Mr. Mallinson. And I think I'll stay on, too.
What? You, Miss Brinklow?
Yes. I've done a lot of thinking the last few weeks, and my mind's made up. It's quite obvious that I have a call. This place is in urgent need of a mission. I'm strongly opposed to this doctrine of moderation. In my opinion, it's nothing but slackness and laxity. It's plain to me now that I've a lot of work to do here. A lot of work.
Thank you, Lotsen. It was beautiful.
Mr. Conway, you have seen the High Lama.
Yes.
He told you everything?
What do you mean?
The story of Father Perot, of the Lamas, of me.
The High Lama did not mention you, Lotsen. But he told me a great deal about the history of Shangri-La and the work he's doing.
And you found it interesting?
More than that. I was thinking just now as you played how much Shangri-La has come to mean to me. How much these hours here in the music room with you have come to mean.
Do the others feel like this, too?
I'm afraid not. But then, we're all of us different. For each of us, I dare say, Shangri-La holds a special meaning.
Except, I think, for Mr. Mallinson. He will never be contented here, Mr. Conway. Never.
No, I suppose not.
He has no idea, then, of what the Lama has told you. You haven't told him.
Naturally not.
And you believe all that you've been told?
Well, I see no reason why the High Lama should lie to me.
No. No, of course not. Of course not.
Tell me, Chang, have there been many who've tried to escape from Shangri-La?
Escape, Mr. Conway. Is that really the word that should be used? After all, the pass is open to anyone at any time.
Yes.
I can only hope none of your friends would be so rash as to attempt so difficult a journey. There's Mr. Marison. He's young, of course. But others, too. Lutzen, for instance, was young when she first came to us.
Was young?
Her carriers lost their way in the mountains. She was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan and was traveling to Kashgar to meet him. The whole party would doubtless have perished but for the customary meeting with our emissaries.
When did this happen?
1884. She was 18.
18? In 1884?
Yes. If you will forgive me a personal question, Mr. Conway, is it possible that you are falling in love with Lutzen?
What makes you ask that?
Because if it is so, it would be quite suitable. Always, of course, in moderation.
Even love, then, fits into your scheme of things.
The hospitality of Shangri-La is of a most comprehensive kind, Mr. Conway.
Yes, I think I quite realize that by now. Tell me, Mr. Zhang, how old were you when you first came to Shangri-La?
I was quite young, only 22. I am now 104.
When did you first begin to grow old, in appearance?
I was over 70. That is often the case, though I think I may still claim to look younger than my years.
Oh, decidedly.
Thank you.
And suppose you were to leave the valley now, what would happen?
Death. If I remained away for more than a very few days. But even if I were fortunate enough not to die, I would immediately acquire the full appearance of my actual age.
The atmosphere, then, is essential?
Mr. Conway, in the whole world, there is only one Valley of the Blue Moon.
You sent for me, Father?
I did. You are unhappy, my son.
Not for myself, Father. I've never known such happiness as I've enjoyed here. It's as if I'd been searching for a long, long time. At last I'd come to the end of that search.
Then it is for the others you are unhappy.
For one of them. The other two are quite content, it seems.
Yes, Miss Brinklow wishes to convert us. And Mr. Barnard, who would also like to convert us into a gold mining corporation. But your friend, to whom neither gold nor religion can offer solace, how about him?
Yes, he's going to be the problem.
I'm afraid he's going to be your problem.
Why mine?
Valley storms, they are nothing. Karakul sends us storms at this time of the year. But we are quite secure.
You said, Father, that Melanson was going to be my problem. Why mine, particularly?
Because, my son, I'm going to die. Yes, you're surprised. But surely, my friend, we are all mortal, even at Shangri-La.
Father.
It is charming of you to appear so concerned. And I will not pretend that there is not a touch of wistfulness, even at my age, in contemplating death. Fortunately, little is left of me that can die physically, and as for the rest, all our religions display a pleasant unanimity of optimism. There remains to me, before I go, one final duty. Concerns you, my son.
You do me a great honor.
I have in mind to do much more than that. I am about to place in your hands, my son, the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
Father.
I have waited for you, my son, for quite a long time. I have sat in this room and seen the faces of newcomers. I have looked into their eyes and heard their voices, always in hope that someday I might find you. My friend, it is not an arduous task that I bequeath, for our order knows only silken bonds. To be gentle and patient, to care for the riches of the mind, to preside in wisdom and secrecy, while the storm rages without.
The storm? This storm you talk of?
It will be such a one, my son, as the world has not seen before. There will be no safety by arms, no help from authority, no answer in science. It will rage till every flower of culture is trampled and all human things are leveled in a vast chaos. Such was my vision when Napoleon was still a name unknown, and I see it now more clearly with each hour.
And you think this will come in my time?
I believe that you will live through the storm and after, through the long age of desolation. You may still live, growing older and wiser and more patient. You will conserve the fragrance of our history and add to it the touch of your own mind. Beyond that, my vision weakens, but I see, at a great distance, a new world stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, preserved as by a miracle, hidden behind the mountains in the valley of the blue moon.
The speaking had finished. The voice was silent. Conway stood there, looking at that face before him, full of a remote and drenching beauty. Then the glow faded, and there was nothing left but a mask, dark-shadowed and crumbling like old wood. And Conway told me that it was only after a long time that it came to him as part of a dream that the High Lama was dead.
Conway! Conway! I've got the porters.
The porters?
Yes, they're about 5 miles down the pass. They came yesterday loaded with books and things.
You're thinking of going out to them?
Oh, naturally.
Oh, Mallinson, suppose you do get beyond the pass and find the porters waiting there. How do you know they'll take you with them? It all needs arrangement, negotiations beforehand.
Well, they have been arranged. They have been paid in advance. And they've agreed to take us.
Who's been making all these plans?
Lord Sen.
Who?
Lord Sen. She's with the porters now, down below the pass. She's waiting.
Waiting?
Yes. She's coming with us. I assume you've no objection.
Lord Sen, that's nonsense. It's impossible.
It's not impossible. You think you know a great deal more about her than I do, I dare say. But it seems you don't. Oh, just think of it, Conway. A kid of her age, shut up here with a lot of old men. Naturally, she'd get away if she had a chance. She said she'd come. She wanted to come. Oh, hang it all, Conway. Don't stare at me like that.
Mallinson, I've got to tell you the truth. I hope when you've heard it, you'll realize at least why Lord Sen can't possibly go back with you.
Well, there isn't anything that would make me believe that. But go ahead.
There's something about this valley, Mallinson. Something that makes it different from other places, from any other place on Earth. There are men living here. You've seen them. Who were young when your grandparents were already old.
Oh, and you think that
Lord Sen is no different from the others. Lord Sen is not young.
Not young? I suppose you'll tell me that
she came here in 1884.
1884?
And she was 18 then.
What? That makes her...
She was 18 then.
Conway, you're raving. You're raving!
Her beauty, Mallinson, like all other beauty in the world, lies at the mercy of those who do not know how to value it. It is a fragile thing that can live only where fragile things are loved. Take it away from this valley, and you will see it fade like an echo. You will see her for what she is. An old woman.
Conway, I don't believe you. I never will. I think you're off your head.
I'm sorry if you think that, Mallinson.
They warned me about that in India. I thought they were wrong.
What did they warn you of?
Well, they said that you'd been blown up in the war and that you'd be queer at times ever since.
Mallinson.
Well, that settles it. I'll go now alone. I don't know how I'll manage to climb without you. And those tricks with the rope. It's almost certain death. But I must go. I gave my word.
To Lord Sen?
Yes. Oh, won't you come with us, Conway? I hate imploring you for my own sake, but I'm young and we've been friends. And Lutsen, too. She's young. Doesn't she count at all?
Mallinson, there's just one question I'd like to ask.
Yes?
Are you in love with Lutsen?
I dare say I am. Oh, Conway, it's that stupid nonsense about her being old. Conway, you can't believe that. You just
How
can't.
can you really know she's young?
Because I do know she's young. Because you'll think less of me for it. Because I do know. Oh, I'm afraid you'll never properly understand her, Conway.
And you do. And she's young. And you're sure of that?
Just a girl, Conway. I was terribly sorry for her, and we were both attracted. I don't see there's anything to be ashamed of. She's young. I know.
I understand. Mallinson, I don't know whether I've been mad and am now sane or whether I've been sane for a time and I'm now mad again.
Well, Conway.
Do you think you could manage that tricky bit on the pass with the rope if I were with you?
You see, I think at the last moment, the thing happened to Conway that so often happens to the dreamers of the world. His dream had dissolved, like all too lovely things, at the first touch of reality. I think he realized, too, that his mind dwelt in a world of its own Shangri-La. And that with their going, Mallinson and Lo Tsen, that world was in peril. He saw the corridors of his imagination twist and strain under the impact. The pavilions were toppling, and all about was ruin.
But good heavens, man, you talk as though... You don't mean you really believe this story, do you?
I wouldn't believe it, except for one very small fact.
And that is?
2 weeks ago, I went back to the hospital at Zhongyang and looked up the young Chinese doctor who'd had charge of Conway's case. He remembered him perfectly. The Englishman who'd lost his memory. Was it true he'd been brought to the mission hospital by a woman, I asked. Oh, yes, certainly by a woman. A Chinese woman. She said something about a companion, a young Englishman who'd died on the way. Did he remember anything about her? Nothing, he answered, except that she'd been ill of fever herself and had died almost immediately. Then I asked him one final question, and I dare say you can guess what it was. About that Chinese woman, I said. Was she young?
Yes, and what did he say?
He looked at me solemnly for a moment, and then he answered, "Oh, no. She was most old. Most old of anyone I have ever seen."
The last you heard of Conway was 3 months ago from Bangkok, eh?
Yes. And he was going northwest.
A good many places lie northwest of Bangkok.
Including the Valley of the Blue Moon. Do you think he'll ever find it again?
My friend, it is not an arduous task that I bequeath, for our order knows only silken bonds. To be gentle and patient, to care for the riches of the mind, to preside in wisdom and secrecy while the storm rages without. Such a storm, my son, as the world has not seen before. There will be no safety by arms, no help from authority, no answer in science. But I see, at a great distance, a new world, stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, preserved as by a miracle, hidden behind the mountains in the Valley of the Blue Moon.
have been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri. Mr. Welles will return to the microphone with his guest of the evening in just a moment. Meanwhile, one quick reminder. You'll be serving soup frequently these December days, won't you? I'm sure you will. And in letting Campbell's make your soup for you, as I hope you will, may I suggest you think often of Campbell's chicken soup? You'll find its full, rich chicken flavor will delight your family and your guests. And they'll enjoy, too, the fluffy rice and tempting pieces of tender chicken meat that help to make this chicken soup of Campbell's so homelike in taste and good nourishment. Have it tomorrow, why don't you? If you will, then I know with your very first spoonful you'll understand why I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now I see Orson Welles is ready. Mr. Welles.
Here by my side, ladies and gentlemen, is a lady whom you've already admired in many continents of the world. In Asia, in Marco Polo, in Africa, in Algiers, and more recently in South America, in the picture Rio. And tonight she was in Tibet playing La Tsin, but for whose charms the story of Shangri-La might never have reached the outside world. The beautiful Sigrid Guri.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Orson Welles. And thank you especially for inviting me here to Campbell's Playhouse. I hear your productions very often, and tonight being here in the studio with you, acting in one of them, is really an exciting experience for me.
That's very nice of you, Miss Guri. Thank you.
Good night, Orson Welles.
Good night, Miss Guri. And ladies and gentlemen, next week, next Sunday night, our favorite and foremost guest, Miss Helen Hayes, returns once more to the Campbell Playhouse. Our production, Vanessa, Hugh Walpole's magnificent love story of modern England. And Vanessa is not only the heroine of a great love story, she is also one of Helen Hayes' favorite characters. Indeed, it was Miss Hayes' own choice for her next appearance on the Campbell Playhouse. And so until next Sunday night, until Vanessa, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you our exclusive Playhouse star, Miss Helen Hayes, and the delightful love story, Vanessa. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's chicken soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.